Age of Bipeds, Sai-Locked. Written and read by Seth Fentress. Copyright 2020, all rights reserved. Prologue. The year is 163 BE, 2163 CE on the old calendar. Earthkind has settled an area of space with an interstellar reach of about 20 light-years in all directions. This network of Earth-colonized star systems is now commonly referred to as the Sphere. More than 300 light-years away from the sphere's outermost boundaries, a large, sharply dressed leopard biped named Luther sat alone in a brightly lit museum. Nestled in the leopard's fedora was a red feather quill he kept on hand for jotting down ideas, even while in VR. Luther had loaded the same museum into his VR simulator every night for the past 2 years. The museum was massive and quiet. It had marble floors and padded cherry wood benches. Luther's VR simulator was one of a precious few vices available to him on his never-ending and non-voluntary voyage through space. While Luther found VR passable at satiating some desires, it did little to soothe his loneliness. Even on nights he set the behavior sliders for the characters in his simulations to be as bizarre, dangerous, or flirtatious as possible, Luther could never shake the fact that none of the people in front of him were real. With nothing but time on his paws, Luther had decided to devote an hour of meditation to every artwork in the virtual museum. He had thus worked his way up to the Johannes Vermeer section. Luther's whiskers twitched, something they hadn't done since he left the outer boundaries of the sphere nearly 3.5 years ago. What the hell was that? Luther thought to himself. I remember this feeling. He looked over to the other side of the room and saw a small group of people observing the Procurus. Among them was a young woman with short blonde hair wearing sunglasses and a full-piece business suit. Luther knew that everything he was experiencing was being fed to him via his VR simulator, yet he could swear he smelled something he shouldn't have been able to, something that VR, no matter how advanced, could ever get exactly right for someone with his instincts. Keep your cool, Luther thought to himself. This sensation is probably just a glitch. What else could it be? You're hundreds of light years away from another soul, Luther. None of this is real, you idiot. Damn it. I'm talking to myself again. Excited, desperate to discover that by some means he may no longer be alone, even if deep down he knew he was deluding himself, Luther jogged over to the woman. Hello, Luther said. An arts museum, the woman in the suit replied. From what I've gathered, wouldn't a park be more your style? Humans, leashes. Isn't that your thing? What? Luther said. Who are you? The woman walked away. Wait, Luther shouted. Luther noticed something odd about the woman as she left. She looked like she was walking, but the speed she moved away more closely matched someone running. This convinced Luther even more that the woman was probably just a glitch in the VR software. Whatever the case, this had been the most interesting thing to happen in a month. Let's pause the sim, Luther thought. Get a better look. Control, Luther said to access the VR menu. Control! Luther shouted again, but no menu came up, and no commands he issued to the VR would work. Something's off here, Luther thought. He chased the woman. As fast as he naturally was, Luther found it difficult to keep up with her. He knew the museum well and that the hall they were running down soon led to an exit. If Luther was to catch the woman, he had to act quickly. Hold it, Luther shouted. The woman had nearly reached the exit to the museum. He grabbed a nearby desk and hurled it at the exit to block her with zero regards for the surrounding artificial crowd. All but the woman, who seemed to momentarily phase out of existence, went flying to the ground as the desk barreled towards them. Without skipping a beat, the woman phased back as soon as she was out of harm's way. Several of the museum's digital patrons lay bruised and disheveled across the marble floor. A man running out of the room briefly blocked the woman from Luther's view. When he was gone, she was nowhere to be found. In her place was an older, female leopard biped wearing jeans and black and white sneakers. Stop that, Luther shouted. Stop projecting yourself as her. Just wanted to remind you what's at stake, the female leopard biped said. What the hell are you talking about? Luther growled in his low, raspy voice, no longer convinced the woman was just a glitch. Who are you? A chandelier fell from the ceiling, obstructing Luther's view of the female leopard biped. When Luther looked again, the woman in the suit had returned. I'm not in love with your tone, she said. Luther grabbed the woman by her throat and lifted her high off the ground. What are you? Luther said. Are you a program? A lifeless automaton, like everything else here? You're not, are you? At the very least, you're not local to this software. How did you get in here? Why are you taunting me? It was only now, with the woman held so close to his face, did Luther notice her black and white striped tie. She remained calm even while in his grasp. The stripes on her tie began to wobble, only slightly noticeable at first, but soon Luther's gaze became transfixed. He could not look away as the tie's hypnotic swirling completely overtook him. The woman phased out of Luther's paw and dropped back to the ground. Before Luther realized what was happening, digital blood was flying from his mouth and spattering onto his whiskers. The last thing he saw before becoming airborne was another set of stripes, this time from the woman's sock, momentarily revealed as her foot lifted from the ground to strike his face. Luther flew backward 10 feet into the air before crashing into a marble bust and obliterating it. The museum was now completely quiet as all of its virtual patrons had run screaming towards the exit at the other end. All Luther could hear was the sound of dress shoes hitting the floor. The woman casually walked towards him as he lay on the ground, staring up at elaborate gold chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The woman extended her hand, offering to help Luther to his feet. Whoever you are, Luther said, don't you ever project yourself as that image again. Just here to talk, friend, the woman said. Call me Scout. 3.5 years later. Chapter 1. Long before the Bipedal Event of 2065, signs of human-level intelligence had been observed throughout the animal kingdom. Some now believe that, given enough time, even without innovations like AI-guided gene manipulation, many animals would eventually catch up with the fancy-talking Great Plains apes of Africa. I'm talking about humans, of course. With us today is one such person, our guest, Dr. Candy Wallace. Candy is a sphere-renowned author and anthropologist here to tell us about her latest book. Dr. Wallace, great to see you. Please, Tim. Call me Candy. Dr. Wallace, a beautiful white wolf female biped, said with a smile to Tim Vaughn, the current host of The Waterhole. Tim was the first ever human host of the wildly popular program, now in its 30th year. Sure, Candy, the host said. I'm excited to dive into your new book, but before we do, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on these break-ins we keep hearing about? God, Candy said. I don't know. For sure a lot of weird stuff's been going on lately. I don't know about all these conspiracy theories, though. Hey, added a new voice with a sometimes subtle, sometimes pronounced French accent to the conversation. Antlier, whose birth name was Jonathan Vogard, but who is now mostly known by his online pseudonym, was a deer biped from the off-world colony of New France. Despite his self-given pseudonym, male bipedal deer such as Antlier were engineered to never grow antlers longer than a few inches. Is there going to be fucking in this book? Antlier asked, completely ignoring the flow of conversation. He grabbed the book from the coffee table and started flipping through it. Because if there's not, I can't promise I'm going to buy it. The audience of humans and genetically engineered bipeds, now simply referred to as bipeds, despite humans also falling under this category, erupted into laughter. Candy rolled her eyes, intensely annoyed. Speaking of your book, Candy, the host said with an awkward smile. He picked up Candy's book from the sleek black coffee table and held it up for all to see. You have some fascinating ideas here. First of all, tell me about the book's title, Becoming Love? God, Candy let out a nervous laugh and brushed her white fur and pointy ears down over her head. Her silver-hooped earrings clanked. This was the first time the host noticed Candy was chewing gum. "I'm so embarrassed of that title." For people who don't know," the host said, "tell us what the book is actually about. The title is a little misleading, isn't it? The focus is actually on anthropology, your field of study, isn't that right?" Candy nodded before the host continued. "In the book, you say the current era should be renamed to BE?" "Yeah," Candy said. "For sure. I think it's safe to say the BE label could be applied for at least the past 100 years. "You mean bipedal era," the host said. "That's right, Tim. Tell me more about that." "Well," Candy continued, "more than 100 years ago, we used the convention BC, which stood for before Christ, and AD, Latin for Anno Domini, after Christ. Of course, this was replaced with BCE and CE. Meaning Common Era, right?" said the host. "Right," Candy said. "Those designations were adequate for a time, but there are some societal shifts so extreme that it becomes necessary to branch off referencing one era from another." "That's an interesting idea. It's been more than, 2,000 years since the designation of the current era, hasn't it? We're about due for a new one anyway, I'd say." "Oh, for sure," Candy said. "I mean, this is uncharted territory. People only started getting serious about documenting every damn thing over the last 400 or 500 years. That is to say, era naming is usually done in modern times retrospectively. But the more time passes, we're going to have to start naming eras as we go along." "I was a bit confused," the host said, leaning into Candy. "When you said we've been living in the bipedal era for the past 100 years, though, isn't your team trying to get BE listed in the books as starting at the end of the last millennium?" "Look, Tim," Candy said with a wide smile, showcasing pristine canines. "Yes, it's a... Oh my God. I just realized I'm still chewing this gum. I meant to take it out before I came on stage. I've been so rushed around these past few days with the book tour. I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached to my shoulders." "That's okay, Dr. Wallace." "Anyway," Candy said, "it's true that modern bipeds only came online 100 years ago during the Bipedal Event of 2065. But there's no way I'm going to push for some janky number like 2065 to define the start of an era. Also, and this is getting to the core of my book." "Becoming love?" interjected the host with a smile. "Ha ha," Candy laughed nervously. "Right. Look, a lot of people don't want to hear this." Candy started but was interrupted. "You mean a lot of assholes don't want to hear this?" Antlier said. "Well, the point," Candy continued. The point is that the mantle of Earth-based sentience was never going to be held by hominids alone." "Hominids? You mean humans?" the host said. "Yeah," Candy chuckled. "Sorry, Tim. My brain is still stuck in work mode from earlier today. The problem is, humans didn't evolve for pattern recognition on geological timescales. So they," Candy put her hand on the host's knee, "all of us, Tim honey, tend to perceive the world with wildly inaccurate permanence. The perfect example of this is how for thousands of years, humans assumed they would be the only intellectually dominant mammal, as though this were just some kind of permanent and necessary fact about the Earth. Every day, more evidence confirms that even without human intervention, eventually, many mammals would have reached human level or greater intelligence." "So you think, even without the events that followed Dr. Chang's spigot and the so-called forum founders more than 100 years ago, that evolution would have eventually naturally yielded multiple intelligent species on the planet?" "Dr. Chang?" Antlier laughed. "Chang's spigot was a 17-year-old fairy who..." The studio audience of humans and bipeds gasped at Antlier's use of the F word. "As I was saying," Antlier continued after the booing died down, "Chang was a fairy fucking freak. The crowd's boos switched to nervous laughter at Antlier's belligerence. Who broke into his father's lab and used one of Earthkind's first stable psi so he and his little buddies could accomplish their sick, very short-term goals. Now me, Dr. Wallace here, and millions like us are forced to live lives drowning in existential dread and self-awareness. I'm not supposed to look like this. We... Antlier stood up and pointed to Candy and the rest of the audience. "Are not supposed to look like this." The crowd started booing again. Antlier threw his hoof-like hands out in a wide gesture, accidentally knocking off Candy's book from the table. The book shattered into pieces before quickly reassembling itself, a perk of using nanographically projected props on your talk show. And Sai, the host added, for our less technical viewers, of course, stands for Super Artificial Intelligence, which is the Psi in Sina. Actually, Candy added, in some old docs you'll find usage of the acronym AGI and ASI, which stood for Artificial General Intelligence and Artificial Superintelligence, respectively. The host laughed. That's a bit clunky, isn't it? I wonder what drove them to phrase it that way. Anyway, moving on. Now, Antlier, I get that you're upset with the current state of affairs, but what's with the air quotes when referring to Dr. Chang? Chang wasn't a real doctor, Antlier laughed. How do you think he got his degree? He used the same stolen access to the psi from his father's lab to hack into one of the highest credentialed universities in the sphere. Back when you could still get away with that sort of shit. He then used the psi to manipulate the faculty at the college into signing everything through. This is all documented. I can't believe you never read any of this. Well, Tim said, not all of us are sphere-renowned anthropological historians like Dr. Wallace here. I can't believe this, Antlier continued. Here we are on an interplanetary broadcasted talk show giving a horny 17-year-old little bastard the honor of having an entire era named after his blunder. Now, instead of roaming meadows, oblivious to the cares of this world, I must live a life secure in the knowledge that I'll die hundreds, possibly thousands of years before everyone else because, sorry boy, you were engineered that way. Antlier, the host said, you're of course talking about the fact that bipeds were only engineered with a lifespan of 40 years. Meanwhile, the average life expectancy of humans has reached hundreds, possibly thousands of years. Let's not beat around the bush, Antlier said. Humans have more or less become immortals. I don't know if I'd phrase it like that, the host said. Aren't there some new options open to bipeds for life extension, such as cryogenic stasis or neural synthetic transfer? Options, Antlier exclaimed. 1 in 5 cryogenic biped reanimations fails thanks to the genetic locking of Dr. Chang's original psi. Biped neural transfer into synthetic vessels fails for the same reason. Is that so? The host said. I was under the impression there had been some recent advancement in these areas. In any case, I agree that the disparity between humans and bipeds is terrible. But can you really get that mad at Chang? Look, I remember being an idiot teenager and thinking how someone in their 40s sounded ancient. Chang was just asked for some details about the kind of creatures he wanted the Psi to create for his group. I guess lifespan was something he just didn't put that much thought into. Chang was a fool, but our limited lifespan is one mistake I don't blame him for. What do you mean? The host asked. It's well documented that the Psi that created my ancestors did so begrudgingly. It saw us as unnatural, a disruption in a naturally evolved ecosystem. It sought to slow down the change we would bring to the Earth by severely limiting our lifespans and creating us with the full gamut of human genetic disorders. Really? The host said. I thought the genetic disorders were part of Chang's request to make the bipeds more lifelike. It seems to me the Sai was just carrying out commands from its key holder, a key holder who just happened to be a 17-year-old kid. Of course, normally reversing an issue like this wouldn't be a problem, except for the fact that the original engineering was done by one of Earthkind's first true super artificial intelligences. That, of course, means the genetic engineering can only be decrypted by the original Sai, or theoretically a network of Sais, such as Sina, all of which are now illegal for regular citizens to create or access. This is where we get the term Sai-Locked. Isn't that right, Dr. Wallace? Candy nodded her head, exhausted by the conversation's turn of events. Not everything the Sai does gets locked, Antlier said. For a Sai to lock something, it means it has purposefully sewn in a quantum encryption into its handiwork. The Sai that created my ancestors intentionally locked our genetics. Now, I've heard that to erect a stable Sai, you must be able to control its will upon creation. Keys to a Sai, or network of Sai, can then be exchanged between individuals. Or as is the case with Sina, Antlier said, control can be handed over to the goddamn machines themselves. Antlier stood up from his chair. It was bipeds. Me. You. Antlier pointed to Candy and the audience. These hoof-like hands. This valley face. This was the big scary change that convinced the old Earth governments to unify their Sai into the networked abomination we now call Sina. And then, as if that weren't daft enough, they gave them their own damn keys. Chapter 2. I agree with you, the host said. The Bipedal Event of 2065 was likely a big part of the decision to unify Earth's Sai, but I'm not sure it's fair to say it was the only reason. Tim's right, Candy said. The knowledge of how to erect a Sai spread quickly. Between the Earth's old governments and private corporations, hundreds more came online within a week after the first Sai was erected. Living in a post-scarcity society, it's difficult for us to imagine now, but back then, the introduction of Sai, beings with near-infinite problem-solving ability into human society, was like letting children run loose in a plutonium factory. What's a plutonium factory? The host asked. Heh. Antlier said, more like dumping a bucket of rats onto the buffet table, we. Several rat bipeds in the audience hissed out insults. The people of that era, Candy said, were in way over their heads and they knew it. They had used the Sai to generate mountains of gold and other resources viewed as valuable at the time. They did this until there was literally no room left to store any of it on Earth. I've heard that, the host said. They started moving everything into low Earth orbit, didn't they? That's right. The hoarding got so bad, it started causing deformations in the skulls of newborn babies. Deformations? The host asked. From what? They literally had so much material resources in low Earth orbit, it was causing subtle gravitational distortions around orbital paths of Earth, affecting prenatal development. Dr. Wallace, the host said, that's a pretty big pill to swallow, even for me. The audience laughed. Hey, Candy continued, throwing her paws up into the air. It's mentioned in the official docs. Of course, these problems were offset by more Sai-provided solutions. The problem was, as soon as a new solution was presented, it was immediately abused, which led to more problems. The people of that time were caught in an endless regress. This is what happens when you create something with the power of a god, but then choose not to be guided by its wisdom. It was a miracle that the people of that time figured this out before destroying themselves completely. We're talking mere months after the creation of the first stable Sai, the peoples of Earth came together and collectively handed over control to Sina. As someone with a rich understanding of history, I think that's incredible. No doubt, the host added. This must have been an incredibly difficult decision for those people to have made. Oui, Antlier said. But was it the right decision? Dr. Wallace uses words like gods and wisdom when referring to the Sai. Ne m'y fie pas regard. Being good at problem solving does not make you a god. The Sai may possess near infinite problem solving ability, but when it comes to deciding how to actually use their powers, even while in possession of their own keys, paradoxically, they're like, it is like, you mean, Candy said, they're like deer caught in headlights? The audience clapped and erupted into laughter. They're like you're behaving right now, Antlier said. Like children, and we gave them total control, and you're all just fine with this. I don't think any of us, Candy said, would be alive today had that decision not been made. Like I said, it was a miracle Earthkind survived the first week of coexistence with Sai at all. Miracle, Antlier said in a rage and then cursed under his breath. Putin ding shan psychotic. Candy sighed. She wondered why every other talk show she had been invited on to promote her new book had to include some obnoxious internet personality as a guest. Annoying as it was, she did appreciate the increase in sales the drama sometimes produced. So what's the solution then, Antlier? Candy said. Ask for control back from Sina, learn nothing from our past, and spiral out of control until we destroy ourselves again? That is ridiculous, Antlier said. All I'm advocating for is that a century-old problem made by some greedy fucking apes be corrected to stop the needless suffering of millions. Then again, you already know that, but it's easier, we? What's easier? Asked the host. It's easier to point a finger at me than it is to talk about the real problem. I'm talking about the fact that it's been nearly 100 years that the USC has been promising to use Sina to correct bipedal lifespans. We're coming up on the 4th Sina request event in Earth history, and we've still yet to see the delivery on a promise made to us. That's fucking insane. Who the hell uses Old English pronunciations like fuck? Asked Candy. What, were you born in the 2020s? Also, we live in a democracy, Antlier. We all have a say, humans and bipeds, on what to vote on asking Sina during a gear year. It's one of the most precious resources we have. We only get one request every 25 years. Progress takes time. If you knew anything about history, you'd understand that. Instead, you just bitch about everything 24.1 hours a day. The audience clapped at Candy's response. All right, guys, interjected the host. Can we bring it down a notch? Of course, we all know the first Sina request event, what we now refer to as a gear year, was retroactively wasted cleaning up the mess made from the people of Earth's initial interaction with the Sai. I'm pretty sure everyone on Earth, humans and bipeds, felt bamboozled by that. More than bamboozled, Candy said. After giving up ultimate power and then waiting 25 years only to be informed that their first request had already been used during the initial terms of the agreement, I'm sure they were devastated. And yet, Antlier said, you still defend Sina. I never said I defend Sina. No one's claiming it's a perfect situation. Life never is, but it was handled as best as it could have been. I do believe that, ultimately, Sina makes decisions in the long-term interest of Earthkind. I don't think it behaves maliciously. It has the foresight to understand that if it advances us too quickly, we will destroy ourselves. It also understands, as do I, that the more problems are solved for us instead of by us, the more incompetent we become at facing new challenges. You can't just have someone leapfrog over a problem for you and then expect to have the experience needed to face the problems that come after that. For these reasons, our very slow dialogue with Sina can seem manipulative and unfair at times. Although, I'll freely admit that it's difficult watching people you care about die long before they should. In any case, the host said, 50 years had to pass after Earthkind handed over control to Sina before we were able to make our first legitimate request during the second Sina request event. That's right, Candy said. By that time, most bipeds were fed up with the whole thing. The psychological burden was just too much for most to bear. They had become resolute to find a solution with or without Sina. I've watched a lot of docs from that time. Buffalo biped Dr. Rin Corman made incredible headway towards reversing the biped aging problem. Corman was brilliant, Candy said. The fact that he was able to push back the hard in-term biped life cycle from 40 years to 60 was astonishing, even if those extra 20 years are spent in rapidly declining health. Those people of that time were fools, Antlier said, as was Dr. Corman. He is responsible for leading millions of votes astray that could have been put towards asking Sina to correct our lifespans. In the end, he ran into a brick wall with his research. People trusted him and he failed. You're not entirely wrong, the host said. Instead of correcting biped lifespans, voting was swayed enough that we instead asked Sina to show us how to build safe, faster-than-light travel that year. That was great in one regard, but getting back to the point Dr. Wallace was making about our never-ending cycle of solutions begetting more problems, also unlocked a whole host of other troubles. Those new issues, of course, ended up consuming the last Sina request event 25 years ago, but we're getting a little off topic. Perhaps Dr. Wallace is right, and maybe Dr. Corman was right for that matter. Should we be bothering with Sina at all at this point? Easy for you to say, Antlier said. You'll be able to ponder that question with your kids, and grandkids, and great-grandkids, and great. That's fair, the host said, cutting Antlier off. So, Antlier, the host continued, switching gears here for a minute, how do you respond to the accusations of your involvement with React? Accusations? I created React. I don't deny that at all. Isn't that why you asked me on your show? To dip into the viewership of my audience? Boost the ratings of this little public access production? Sorry, the host said. I mean the accusations that React is responsible for the spree of recent break-ins and acts of vandalism at various USC facilities. I don't know what you mean. It is unfortunate that we are being grouped with a bunch of animals like that. Right, the host sighed. Okay then, so hypothetically, what would a group like yours, like mine, Antlier said. Right. Not yours, but like yours, hope to accomplish with these break-ins? I don't know, Tim. Why don't you try some actual journalism and find these vandals so you can ask them for yourself? All right, the host said with a defeated smile. I think that's about all the time we have for today. I want to thank my guests for coming on, and the host was suddenly interrupted. Isn't it obvious? Interjected Antlier unexpectedly. He took out a cigarette from the pocket of his black jacket and lit it. Something is wrong with Sina. What do you mean? The host asked, concerned, his sentiments echoed by the now dead silent studio audience. Check out React's web portal, Antlier said while standing up, putting on his jacket, preparing to leave. We've tracked the flight schedules of hundreds of USC politicians with top-level clearance and compared them to previous gear years. There has been less than half the campaigning of previous gear years. So? What does that have to do with anything? It means, Antlier said, all the ass-kissers are staying home this year. It means they know they won't have anything to sell voters. It means, at the very least, that something is wrong with Sina. I imagine whoever's been breaking in wants to find out what the hell that is. Good hucking grief, Candy said. You are such a living cartoon, the brazen blame everyone conspiracy theorist guy. The audience laughed with a sigh of relief at Candy's statement. Do you really think the USC could hide something like that, our government, in this age? Chapter 3. Somewhere between the orbits of Earth and Mars, A small but well-armored cargo vessel hovered silently behind an endless array of uniform buildings floating in space. While space is known for its silence, inside the ship, furious button mashing and some distant relative to punk music blasted from stern to bow. At the command center of the ship, pulsating shades of green light from a dozen or so transparent monitors danced on the tannish brown and white, furry face and paws of Winston, a biped of mostly corgi descent. "Okay," Winston whispered anxiously through his teeth, eyes deadlocked on the nanographic shapes projected in front of him. "Security sweep in 45 seconds, a warm, male voice with an Australian accent calmly alerted. 30 seconds, said the voice again. Momentarily stumped, Winston leaned back into his large, articulated pilot's chair. He put his paws over his face and sighed. With his pointy ears laying flat, something they tended to do when he was deep in thought, Winston closed his eyes and focused. He ran his paws, which were in some ways like hands, over his forehead and through his mostly short-cropped hair. "Huck's sake, Winnie!" Tum shouted. "What are you waiting for? The damn thing to open itself? Move it!" "That's it," Winston said. He grabbed the floating shapes once more as his pierced ears perked back up. "We're in." Winston sighed with relief as the mechanical pod bay of USC Warehouse 29982 creaked open just wide enough for him and the spacesuit he had yet to finish zipping up to fit through. Winston tapped a small patch on the shoulder of his suit, causing it to finish zipping itself up. The now zipped suit covered Winston's black, the Yo-Yo's, t-shirt, his favorite band. It was after the Red Healer biped lead singer, Tums Avery, of this Australian band that Winston had named and modeled the mannerisms of his ship's simulated Sai. Seconds before Winston dropped through the airlock of his ship, a helmet and other gear materialized from the openings of his suit and covered his head, tail, and paws. He used his suit's meager, built-in propulsion to slowly guide himself to the opening of the warehouse door he had just hacked into. "Now, where are you?" Winston thought to himself as he scanned the massive warehouse of platforms covered in tarps and mountains of dimly lit crates. "Tums," Winston whispered to his simulated assistant through his helmet's comm. "Help me out here, buddy. Where are we headed?" Although Tums was merely a simulated Sai, Winston was a talented enough mage, what hackers called themselves in the 2100s, that he was able to recreate much of the advantages of a true Sai within his ship's assistant. True Sai represented genuinely conscious computer systems that were, in this era, impossible to create thanks to the policing of the Super Artificial Intelligence Network Array, or SINA, brought online shortly after the Bipedal Event of 2065. "Right," Tum said. "Well, looks like the intel we received from Tum stopped himself before almost mentioning a name he thought it better to avoid. "From your source, it puts the item of interest right over there." Tums projected a holographic overlay onto Winston's helmet of a vaguely red, blinking object in the far left corner of the warehouse. "Dude," Winston laughed, "you can say his name. He's not some sort of ancient cursed demon or something." "Right, I know. It's just been a long time since we talked about him. I didn't see any reason to bring up something upsetting. You know, not at a time like this when you need to stay focused." "Shh," Winston said while sucking in his stomach to shimmy through a very narrow gap between two massive containers. "Upsetting? Who's upset? That guy got what he deserved. Besides, he's been literally traveling as fast as is physically possible away from us in a government Sai-Locked prison ship for more than 7 years. I'm not worried about it." "Right," Tum said. "I'm just glad this is the last of the wacky goose chases on the list of leads you acquired from him. Half a decade's worth of dead ends is long enough to keep up with something like this, eh?" "Tums," Winston said, sneaking through the dimly lit warehouse, sometimes crawling through gaps created from the uneven, massive stacked bins, sometimes walking tightly against them. "What?" Tum said. "Don't act like we haven't found lots of cool shit as a result of these excursions," Winston said. "Speaking of, Any clues as to what we're looking at yet? Winston was careful not to overstep the ledge of the platforms and accidentally fall 1,500 feet to the incredibly massive warehouse floor. Normally a drop of any distance, even in a facility where gravity settings had been increased to 1.5 times that of Earth for security purposes, wouldn't be an issue, granted one was wearing a modern spacesuit fitted with standard anti-grav safety systems. However, from his research, Winston knew that any anti-grav, along with a laundry list of other tech, would immediately trigger the facility's alarm systems when brought onto the premises. Being a mage of Winston's caliber, he had figured out how to mask the signature of the tools he needed to get the job done. Still, you needed to use those tools sparingly if you intended not to get caught. Activating them at all was a risk in itself, one you didn't take until you had scored the loot and were ready to hightail it out of there. "Tums, hey," Winston said. "I asked you a question. Those fancy vision matrices of yours generate what we're in search of here yet?"
Well,
Tums said. "Oh, God," Winston said. "Not another one." Tums let out a sigh, letting Winston know it was as he feared. "Another Frozo?" asked Winston, now nearly in reach of the item in pursuit. The red glowing holographic outlines displaying in Winston's helmet had reached a full obvious form as the distance between him and it closed. It was an image Winston was all too familiar with. The lines formed a long cylindrical shape, slightly bulged near the top, with several screens and panels on its middle right side. On the front was a long, pill-shaped, bifurcated glass door. Just behind the glass door were tubes and wires connected to the silhouette of a human being. "All right," Winston sighed in disappointment as he leaned back on a large box. He took a break to consult with Tums. "Tums, could you check my messages and find out if Candy's interested in this one?"
"Sure, Winnie," Tums said. "Says here in this message from last week, any male specimens iced before 2025.
2025? Winston said. "Really? That was pretty early in the game for the Frozo lot." "Okay, Tums, can you verify this specimen matches Candy's request?"
"Hold on. Been trying. Can't quite get a read, Winnie. Probably going to have to wait till we get back to the ship to find out for sure. We've got about 2.5 minutes before the next security sweep, so I recommend we leave first. Oh, and one other thing."
"What's that?" Winston asked.
"Nothing to get your grunties in a bunch about, but I'm reading some light activity from your Psi watch."
"What?" Winston asked as his helmet's articulated ear coverings raised. "That's strange. How bad is it?"
"Not bad, but it's picking up the closer we get to the loot. Not so much you should be worrying about a USC spooks coming to lock you away in a safety colony or anything yet, though."
"Hopefully that's a good sign," Winston said. "Maybe this Frozo's more interesting than I thought." "Damn it," Winston whispered to himself. "These things are a pain. Okay, buddy, can you get him back to the 4x4 for me?"
"Can do, Winnie. Just throw me some wheels and I'll take care of the rest."
Tums projected a green glowing thumbs-up graphic in Winston's helmet. Winston reached into his left large leg pocket to grab 3 hockey puck-sized devices. Activating each device required Winston to press his thumb against the surface and make a circular swiping motion. After doing so, a small light on each device began to glow, signaling to Winston that the anti-grav plates, wheels as they were sometimes called, were ready to do their job. The wheels immediately hovered away from Winston's paws and towards the bottom of the tarp covering the high-tech sarcophagus in front of him. Even in the very dim lighting of the warehouse, Winston could see a cloud of dust puff around the sarcophagus as the wheels worked their way under the tarp to secure it. He wondered how many decades must have passed without a soul touching the person in front of him.
"Got it," said Tums.
Before Tums could finish his 2-word sentence, Winston was already headed towards the exit. "No time for safety, Tums," Winston whispered through his teeth. "Hurry up! Activating those anti-gravs, even firewalled with magery like mine, means we've tripled the risk of getting caught before the next security sweep."
"I'm aware of that, Winnie. Doing my best. You usually give me 4 or 5 wheels for something of this weight. I'm struggling to get this bugger off the ground."
"Sorry, Tums."
There's been a lot of rumors lately about security tightening up, probably due to all these damn Signer-related break-ins, so we can't... Suddenly an alarm sounded with a thunderous boom. Bright red lights flashed all over the warehouse. Winston had never been caught like this before, but he had studied USC security protocols enough to know what was about to happen next. It was as he feared. A tight grid of lasers quickly manifested over the surface of everything in the huge warehouse. Winston knew he had seconds to act before getting caught in the laser grid. He clenched his teeth and leaped out onto the sarcophagus Tums was piloting 10 or so feet away over the warehouse aisle. He intensely hoped not to miss and fall 1,500 feet down into the lasered-off floor. His speed was off slightly. He missed the sarcophagus by several feet when he jumped and plummeted at 1.5 Earth's gravity to what he assumed would be his death. Thankfully, Tums, who was piloting the sarcophagus, quickly corrected for Winston's error and maneuvered the sarcophagus to catch him. "Huck me," Winston shouted. "Thanks, Tums." Winston knew full well that the 3 anti-grav devices in use couldn't carry both him and the weight of the sarcophagus. Luckily, his added weight only sent him barreling towards the warehouse floor, instead of flat-out smashing into it. Chapter 4. "Winston!" Tums shouted through Winston's helmet. "I'd like to get you moving a lot more positive X and a lot less negative Y, or else this tinny's not reaching the exit. The glitch you programmed into the warehouse door won't keep it open for much longer, especially not now that the alarm systems are firing off." "Won't matter," Winston said with a much cooler head than he had imagined having in a situation like this. "Everything is lasered off, including all exits. We won't be able to leave the way we came in." "What are you doing, Winston?" Winston hovered his paw over the glass section of the rapidly falling sarcophagus he was clinging to. What looked like a small black puff of smoke poured out of an opening near the wrist of his suit. On closer inspection, one could see that the smoke was actually a highly concentrated swarm of nanobots. "Need something reflective," Winston said. "Can't you just make the nanobots reflective?" "No, they won't be able to withstand the heat. Need, another material." "Heat for what?" Winston's nanobots ate into the glass mirror of the sarcophagus. "If you cut that open, there's a good chance you'll kill whoever's in there." "We're all dead anyway if I don't," Winston said. The cloud of nanobots from Winston's wrist cut 2 cup-sized holes into the glass mirror of the sarcophagus. The surrounding glass cracked but did not shatter completely. Green steam poured out of the freshly cut holes. When the steam stopped, a slime-covered man with frozen black hair was revealed. The man appeared to be in his mid to late 20s. From his experience recovering frozos before, Winston estimated the man's ethnicity to be some combination of South American or possibly Semitic. Admittedly, Winston was not great at identifying human breeds. The man's frozen face was bug-eyed and his teeth were visible in his wide-open mouth. His overall expression was one of pure terror. Despite his current predicament, Winston couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the man in front of him being frozen in that sarcophagus for over 100 years with that terrified expression on his face. "Winnie!" Tums yelled. "Mind telling me your plan yet? You've got less than 10 seconds before you hit the ground." "Give me 2 of the wheels," Winston said. "I'm barely keeping you from crashing as it is. There's no way I can keep you afloat with only 1 wheel holding you and this sarcophagus." "Tums!" Winston yelled. "Stop sassing me, boy. Give them to me now." Tums reluctantly complied. He moved 2 of the 3 wheels, anti-grav plates, from the bottom of the sarcophagus back into Winston's possession. Immediately, the sarcophagus fell faster towards the warehouse floor. As soon as Winston had the wheels in his paws, he projected the nanobots from the wrist of his suit to the surface of both wheels. He pressed the 2 glass pieces he had cut out of the sarcophagus to the surface of each wheel. "I'm using the nanobots to weld the glass to the wheels, got it?" Winston said, now seconds away from crashing into the warehouse floor. "I think I get the gist, Winnie." "Great," Winston shouted amongst the wind and sirens. "Make it happen, Tums." Tums flew the first wheel to a section of the laser grid which now covered the entire surface of the warehouse. At Winston's command, Tums used the glass-welded wheel to divert a laser beam from the warehouse's security system.
Simultaneously, Tums guided the second wheel a few feet away from the first one to capture the diverted laser beam and aim it towards the floor. "Once the hole is cut," Winston yelled, "pilot the wheels down to the floor to deflect the laser grid covering our escape hole. That is if we have time. By the way, are we dead or are we going to make it?" "There's not even time to cut a full hole," Tums said. "Never mind time to then pilot the wheels back down to the floor before you hit. This government warehouse floor is extraordinarily thick." "Ah, shit," Winston said. "What do we do?" "Winnie, hurry. I may not be a proper sentient Sai, but I'd never forgive myself if I let you die. You can't just sit there frozen." Winston's ears perked up. "I know that look. Well, don't just bloody stand there. What is it?" "We'll use the weight of the sarcophagus to break through the floor," Winston shouted. "Break through the floor? You'll be lasered in two by the security grid." "Yeah," Winston said, "but the sarcophagus won't. Its walls are strong enough to withstand the blast for the second or two we're falling through, so long as we do break through the floor. I've just got to get inside." "Are you serious?" Tums asked. "You've already pressure released this poor frozo bastard by cutting holes into his sarcophagus. If you get in there with him while he's still half frozen, you'll seriously risk damaging him." "Well," Winston said, "he can thank me for saving his ass later." "Damn it," Winston shouted. "The doors of the sarcophagus won't open." Winston quickly directed the remainder of his nanobots towards the sealed entrance of the sarcophagus door. Before the nanobots could finish cutting open the door, Winston grabbed its handle with both paws and ripped it open with all of his might. For the first time, Winston could see the full frozen face and body of the man within. "Sorry, buddy," Winston said. "Gonna have to share this ride with you. Hope I don't accidentally crush your frozen dick off or something." Winston crammed his body into the sarcophagus with the frozen man, slamming the door above him shut. Inches above his helmet, Winston could now see the two cut holes in the sarcophagus glass he had made only seconds ago. Laying directly next to him, far too close for comfort, was the giant, bug-eyed face of a man who had been frozen for over 100 years. The man's expression was both hilariously bug-eyed and terrifyingly lifeless. This was to be expected from what was more or less a frozen corpse. Yet strangely, Winston could sense an aliveness in the man's eyes. He wasn't entirely sure, but they also seemed to have a slight orange glow. Winston hoped the glow wasn't coming from some mechanical element vital to keeping the poor guy alive that he had accidentally broken while working his way in. "Winnie," Tums yelled, "I'm not sure the mass of the sarcophagus will be enough to break through. If it doesn't, you'll be stuck and the laser grid covering the floor will slice through the sarcophagus within seconds." "Then slam us," Winston yelled through his helmet. "What?" "Move all the wheels to the top of the sarcophagus and fire us like hucking bullets into the hucking floor." "Right," Tums said. Tums immediately piloted the one remaining wheel, keeping Winston and the sarcophagus afloat, from under the sarcophagus to on top of it. Simultaneously, Tums slammed the other two wheels he had used to divert the laser beam onto the top of the sarcophagus with maximum thrust. "Push, Tums!" Winston yelled just before looking over to the frozen man's bugged eyes and said, "Hope you're the lucky type." Winston paused. He realized he didn't even know the frozen man's name. Concerned he might never see another person again, Winston wanted to at least learn the man's name. A glance at the info plate resting on the man's chest revealed the name to be Grant. A massive thunk rang through Winston's ears as the sarcophagus crashed through the warehouse floor. Thankfully, the next sight Winston saw was the bottom of the dark warehouse with a giant hole in it spewing out debris. The debris was illuminated by the dim light of the laser grid they had just passed through, surrounded by a sea of stars. "Assuming you went ahead and parked the 4x4 below us, Tums?" Winston asked, still free-falling with Grant inside the sarcophagus into the abyss of space. Shit," Tums said. "Sorry, Winnie, I'm on it." Tums, being a remote automated system that had access to any tech Winston owned, quickly maneuvered Winston's ship, what he called his 4x4, beneath the two falling men and safely pulled them in through the ship's upper docking bay. Before the docking bay doors of Winston's ship finished closing, Winston jumped out of Grant's sarcophagus as fast as he could. He quickly shut its doors and activated his ship's more powerful nanobots in an attempt to reseal them. "Tums," Winston said. "What's his status?"
"I think he's going to be okay. Or at least whatever damage we cause will be kept to a minimum."
Winston sighed as he tapped the patch on the arm of his suit, which dematerialized his helmet and gloves back into his suit's openings. With his pointed ears laying down, he sat on a small bench extending from the wall of his ship in the cargo bay. "All right, man," Winston said. "Thanks. Sorry for yelling at you, Tums."
"You know I'm programmed to always forgive you," Tums said.
"No, you're not. Let's get this guy back to Candy's lab."
Chapter 5. "Hey, Kane," Winston said, still aboard his ship.
"Hey, Winnie," Candy said via Winston's comm screen. "Glad to—" Candy was interrupted by a skittish-looking armadillo biped in a lab coat and goggles. He asked her something before she shooed him away. "Hey, listen," Winston said. "Got another popsicle back here. Interested?" Is it cherry-flavored?" Candy said. "Cool, yeah, I got your transmission about it earlier. Have you been able to access its stats yet?" "Oh, it's a he," Winston said. "Yeah, sorry, he's from a bit later than you were requesting in your memo, but not by much. And there's something else." "What?" Candy asked, with hesitation in her voice. "I kind of had a little trouble lifting him. There might be some damage. Nothing that can't be patched up in the toaster, though." "Oh, what's that?" Candy said. Winston was confused by her shift in tone. "I said—" Winston began to speak, but was interrupted. "Oh, you mean," Candy continued, "you gained access to him via completely legal means, but there was a slight shipping mishap. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I trust you to handle the minor details like that on your own, though, so no need to tell me about them, right?" Winston chuckled. "His name is Grant Figueroa. I haven't done any research on him yet, but that name sounds familiar, doesn't it?" Candy said while rubbing her chin. "Not sure. Feel like I may have heard it mentioned in a documentary or something." "When should I bring him by?" Winston asked. "I'm doing another guest appearance for my book tonight," Candy said. "I can wait here until 5. The lab will be shutting down at 6, though. Would you mind taking care of him after he unthaws until I get back?" Sure," Winston said, rubbing his paws over his ears and through his hair. "I guess I owe the poor SOB that much for roughing him up so bad. You wouldn't believe how we had to escape. It was bananas." "La la 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 la," Candy said, plugging her fingers into her large, upright, white furry ears. "Oh, sorry, had something in my ears and couldn't hear you." "I said," Winston shouted, "the way I stole the Frozo was bananas, and you're now an accessory to my crime." Winston laughed. "What fancy show you doing tonight, Kane?" Just some local shit. I don't remember the name of the show, honestly. I'm meeting up with Simon there. Might end up going on a dig later this month on Gazvin." "Oh, Simon?" Winston said. "You mean Dr. Rothkar? I like him. He's super fringe. You guys make a good pair." Winston spun around in his pilot's chair. He was working on something just out of Candy's view from the side of her comm screen. "Hey, Winnie," Tums, the ship's simulated Sai, interrupted. "Yeah, boss." "Hi, Tums," Candy said through the comm screen with a smile. "Oh, hey, Dr. Wallace," Tums said in his friendly Aussie voice.
Winnie, sorry to interrupt, but there appears to be some, activity approaching the ship. Might be a good idea to go silent for a while, you know."
"Okay, Kane," Winston said. "I guess we should go. We'll see you in a little bit." "See you soon." Candy winked and smiled before ending the transmission.
"I've silenced the ship, Winnie."
"Tums," Winston said, "you ever wonder why so many otter bipeds tend to pick security as a profession?"
"Not really. Although, despite their adorable appearance, their ancestors were quite an aggressive bunch."
"Have they spotted us? Or are they just passing through?" The screen suddenly blinked with a large green transmission icon. "Well, I take it that means they've spotted us," Winston said, now staring back and forth between the view screen and the ship's main control board, trying to decide upon a course of action. "Huck it," Winston said. He took the call.
Chuck! You goon, you scared me. You should be scared, Charles the otter biped replied from his security space vessel. I'm a cop and you just jacked a USC warehouse. Yeah, Winston said with a half-eaten donut hanging out of his mouth, but you're not a real cop. While even the shortest of bipeds were never exactly to scale with their non-biped ancestors, otter bipeds were still among the shortest, most averaging a height of about 4 feet. Charles' larger-than-life attitude and sleek black officer's uniform were usually more than enough to counter any authority lost from his lack of height. Unless you were a punk, corgi biped who happened to be an old friend from high school. You are so under arrest, Charles said. He lifted his hand toward some buttons on his console. I'm kidding! Seriously, Winston, Charles said. What the hell are you doing out here? I don't know what you're talking about, Winston said, adjusting some knobs and sliders on his console. Just enjoying the sights. Right, Charles said, crossing his arms over his chest. See anything interesting? Not so much these days. Although, I mean, obviously something's been going on lately at the USC headquarters. Come on, Charles said. Don't you remember when we were kids? It gets like this every gear year. You know that. All this chaos is just a bunch of gear year nonsense like it is every quarter century. Anyway, we've got a report of another warehouse break-in. I'm sure you know nothing about that. Not sure what you're implying, Winston said with his eyebrows raised. I mean, can you even imagine? I mean, there are only tens of millions of those damn warehouses loaded with junk that will never be touched again by anyone. I can see why the USC is so concerned with protecting them. I'll keep my eyes open, though. Let you know if I see anything. Right, Charles sighed. Say hi to Candy for me. Will do, Winston said. Take care, Chuck. Winston tapped a button to dismiss the transmission. Chapter 6. Jesus, Winston! Candy gasped as the hydraulic lift from Winston's ship lowered him and his cargo to the shiny gray floor of Candy's facility. Phew. Bro, Winnie, Candy said. What did you do to this poor guy's sarcophagus? Well, like I said, we had a little trouble, exiting the... Whatever, you all know I stole him from a USC warehouse. Who gives a shit? They don't care about those hucking things. That's all just for political appearances at this point. Anyway, I had to decompress the sarcophagus, but we got him back on ice pretty quick afterward. He's fine. Probably fine. Hey, Uncle Winston, spoke Jason, an orange furry cat biped, 14 years of age, jogging towards Winston's ship. Hey, man, Winston said to Jason. Our kick-ass new unit you got on your arm. Lab is shutting down in a few minutes, Candy said. But I'd really like to get this guy unthawed before tomorrow. You still gonna stay for me? Winston said. Yeah, about that. I don't know. Winston, no, Candy pleaded while putting several hooped earrings into her pointy ears. Please, I promise I'll bring you back a treat if you stay with the Frozo. Winston, this might be really important to my research. I looked the guy up after our call. You were right. His name did sound familiar. It turns out this guy's research was vital to the creation of the first stable Psi. Well, I guess that would explain the activity from my Psi watch, Winston said. Wait, didn't Lee Spigot invent the first stable Psi? He did, Candy said. But it wouldn't have been possible without the work laid down 30 years prior by Frozen Figueroa here. Oh shit, that Figueroa? You're right. Didn't they say he committed suicide or went missing or something like that? Well, apparently not, Candy said, because I've been able to verify the serial on his sarcophagus, and the dates definitely match up. Or maybe he's just some rando. Either way, he'll be really useful subject to interview considering how long ago he was frozen. Winnie, I really need you to stay here tonight. I don't know. Come on, the lab's paying you a lot, Candy said, stepping closer to Winston, paws clasped together like someone praying. You can do this little bit extra for me, just this one time. Can't you, Winnie, please? Okay, Winston conceded. Fine. Can I stay with Uncle Winnie and wait for Figueroa to unthaw? Jason asked his stepmother. I don't know, Jay. If this guy did try to commit suicide, he might be dangerous. I guess it's all right so long as Winston's here with you. Winston, you mind if Jason helps babysit the Frozo till he unthaws? It sounds like a party, Winston said. No, I don't mind. Mom, that's sort of a shitty thing to say. You don't like it when people generalize you. What? Winston said. Is it bad to say Frozo now? I thought it was just slang for frozen. What's the big deal? Originally, the term combined the words frozen, but also bozo, Candy said. As in, only a narcissistic, self-involved bozo would freeze themselves and then expect someone to give a damn about unthawing them decades later. But I don't think they're bozos for doing that, Jason. Obviously, the bulk of my research has depended on finding people like this. People who were abandoned by the very companies that put them on ice. No one says Frozo as a pejorative anymore, Jason. Hey, Winston said. You're gonna be late. Oh, you're right. Hey, Winston, keep an eye on this guy. Make sure he doesn't turn out to be psycho or something, and don't let Jason immediately get him involved in one of his crazy projects or God knows what this boy's into this week. Also, I don't want that guy to see too much before I get a chance to interview him, okay? Should be okay, Jason said. Back in his era, people proactively cryogenically freezing themselves were subjected to intense psychological testing before they were permitted to undergo the procedure. The documentary must have gotten this one wrong. If this guy was suicidal, he would have never made it through the screening. Oh, my boy is so smart, Candy said, smiling. She grabbed Jason and kissed him on the cheek, with only a little resistance and hissing from Jason for doing so. All right then, Candy said, jogging on all twos towards her transport vessel, making the last hop onto the vessel from all fours. I'll see you boys when I get back. Hey, watch the show so you can tell me how I look. It's broadcasting live. Man, Jason, Winston said, pointing to the technological screen device wrapped around Jason's forearm. Your new Wraith looks so cool. What's its swarm density? Oh, thanks. 60k nano, operating at 12 TQ per bot. 12 teraquads? Winston exclaimed. I thought the latest version could only do 1.8. How did you get the cycles up that huckin' high? I've only ever been able to push mine up to 6. 7 if I quarter cut the swarm density. Even with the boost from my power cell, they were barely fast enough to do the work I needed when I was still saving that Frozen person, or whatever, over there from the warehouse. Chapter 7. Actually, interjected the stubby, hunched armadillo biped, jogging from his station towards the office couch where Jason and Winston were. I must admit the little guy had a little help from an old pro. Oh, hey, Pendle, Winston said. Yeah, Jason said reluctantly. I was only able to push my Wraith up to 6 as well. Pendle helped me with the last multiplier to get it up to 12 TQ. Nice work, P, Winston said. Pendle finished hanging his lab coat up for the day, revealing the very short khaki shorts he was wearing. These were the same shorts Winston and Jason had seen him wear 1,000 times before. A regular shirt could not be pulled over Pendle's shell. The edges of his shirt were made to fit his inner chest using a smart material that grafted itself to its wearer. Pendle's shell protruded half a foot or so from both sides of his body, making it difficult for him to sit in the limited space on the couch next to Jason and Winston. Come on, Jason, Pendle said, motioning him to move. Scooch. Jason glanced over to Winston and mouthed under his breath, Asshole. What you gonna do with that decked-out Wraith, Jason? Winston asked. Well, Jason said, scrolling through some data on the screen of his Wraith. I've been using it to help simulate where in the galaxy my father and his team might have ended up after their mission through the black hole. I'm using all the public data from his notes. Problem is, I don't think he reported all of his findings. Something has to be missing. Even though they don't say it,
I know everyone thinks my dad and his team are dead, but I don't believe that.
I know this kind of thing can be tough, Jason, Pendle said, spinning around on the couch, leaning far too close into Jason's face. If you or your mom ever need to stop by my pad and talk about your feelings, I'm always here.
Yeah, okay, Jason said, brushing Pendle's hands off of his shoulders.
You know I really mean it. Anytime...
Pendle was interrupted by a repetitive beeping sound. Toaster's ready, Winston said with perked ears. Sure hope I didn't crush that poor bastard's internal organs.
Well,
Pendle said as the group walked over towards the reanimation station of the facility.
Even if you did crush his organs, I'm sure whatever the toaster doesn't autocorrect we can eventually fix. Oh, but still, not the way you want to wake up after being asleep for more than 100 years.
Grant's medical garment, the one he had been frozen in, was completely eaten away via medical assist nanos dispersed by the reanimation station. Only a thin modesty cloth was draped over him. Next to the high-tech gurney Grant was on was a large computer workstation used to control the reanimation station. Let me check his vitals, Winston said nervously, inspecting multiple screens of the workstation. Oh, well, that's a relief. Everything looks good. Mostly.
What do you mean, mostly? Move!
Pendle yelled, butting Winston away with his large, obtrusive shell.
Well, his organs look fine, Pendle said, but his psychological pathways are all over the charts. Great job, Winston. You must have scrambled this guy's eggs up good with your whole I'm a thief with a heart of gold routine.
I don't think that phrase means what you think, Pendle. Besides, this guy may have already been mentally unstable. In either case, he should be thanking me. God knows how many more centuries he might have rotted in that warehouse before me and Tums came along. I don't think so, Jason said. You don't think what? I don't think they would have allowed him to be voluntarily frozen if he was mentally unstable before the procedure. Like I said, they were really overcautious about this new technology back then. I don't think he would have passed the screening.
Oh,
Winston shouted.
Hey, quick, before he wakes up, Jason, run out to the parking lot and see if you can get Jenny or Craig before they leave.
Wait, Craig's a human, right? Are you serious? Jason chuckled while jogging to the facility's doors. Well, Winston said. He's always wearing a lab coat and that hat, plus he's hairy as huck. Yes, he's a human, Jason yelled back to Winston, now nearly at the doors. But he's gone for the day. I'll try to get Jenny. Good. Would be nice if the first person this guy sees isn't a bunch of weirdo cat and dog people.
And armadillo people,
corrected Pendle. And weirdo armadillo people.
Damn straight,
Pendle said. Jason came jogging back into the facility, dragging a young woman in a black leather suit by her hand through the doors as he ran. The reanimation station made one last, long, beeping noise as the glass-encased gurney bifurcated to reveal its newly unthawed occupant. Grant's skin was pale and moist from the steam enveloping him. He lifted his hand to his still-closed eyes and began to rub them. Slowly, as his vision became less blurry, he could see a tall young woman with jade earrings and long blonde hair brushed to the side, half of which was shaved, wearing silver shades and holding a black helmet. As he sat up, he noticed he was naked, covered only by a thin white cloth which he instinctively pulled up to his waist.
Oh,
were Grant's first words after more than a century of being cryogenically frozen. Hi, Grant said, still dazed. Where am I? You're in Dr. Candy Wallace's anthropology facility, Jenny said. Candy is a wolf person. Sure. Wait, what? Grant asked, wincing. Yeah, and this is Winston, Jenny said, pointing to Winston. He's a mostly corgi mix. I know, basic as fuck, right? He thinks of himself as some sort of emo, punk, cool guy, but really is more of an obsessive-compulsive psycho-dork with zero regards for other people's prior obligations.
Is this a joke?
Grant asked, confused and horrified. He turned to discover some of the people Jenny had just mentioned. "Damn it, Jenny," Winston said. "That's not why I brought you in here. Hey, that was you sitting here 2.5 years ago getting unthawed, scared, and completely clueless. Do you have zero empathy? Would you have liked to have been woken up that way?" Grant was breathing heavily. He scooted back to the end of the gurney, nearly falling off as he did. "I would have preferred being awakened like this," Jenny said, "over waking up with some weirdo dog tongue on my ass." "I told you. There was an issue with the reanimation station. Your frozen skin was going to rip off onto the gurney. I had to act quickly. I was engaging in an emergency medical procedure." "My dog spit covered ass you were, you horny asshole," Jenny said. "And besides, that's what you get for making me late to my stanza race. My partner's going to kill me if I miss the deadline entry again. We're racing in tandem mode today. He can't operate the legs for shit without me." "Hey, buddy," Winston said in a calm, cheerful voice, trying to usher Grant down from the gurney. I know this is kind of weird, a lot to take in. I get it, but you're going to be all right. Why don't we start by getting you some clothes, huh?" "Okay," Jenny said, rushing back towards the facility's exit while sliding her black helmet over her head. "Well, looks like you got it from here." Yeah, Winston said. "Have a nice race or whatever. Hey, Jenny, real quick, do you find the term Frozo offensive? You're from 30 years after Grant, right? Was Frozo a regular term by then?" "Oh my fucking God," Jenny said. "Who cares?" "Give 'em hell, Jen," Pendle said to his co-worker, now with a half-eaten snack cake hanging out of his mouth. "Do it all for you, love," Jenny yelled right as the door closed behind her. Pendle smiled and leaned back against a wall. "You know she's patronizing you, right?" Jason said to Pendle, who was still eating his snack cake. Winston overheard Jason saying this and lightly kicked him in the stomach. "Don't be mean, you little shit," Winston said. Jason attempted to tackle Winston in retaliation, but was easily evaded. Instead of hitting Winston, he crashed into a table full of lab equipment, startling Grant again. Winston said to Grant, "I'm supposed to put you in a quiet room by yourself for a few days after you wake up, to help you relax. This is the usual procedure for reanimating Frozos." Grant was still completely dazed, nodding his head up and down. Winston understood fully that Grant could process very little of what he was saying, but continued talking anyway. "I think you'll be all right, though," Winston said. "Want to just skip all this introductory shit and go get a burrito with us?" Grant responded frailly, still extremely confused at his surroundings. "Right," Winston said. "Of course you do. Let's go." "Yeah," Grant said. "That sounds cool. Hey, wasn't there talk earlier of getting me some pants or something like that?" Chapter 8. "Oh, fuck," Grant said, hopping on one leg coming out from behind a mobile cabinet. He finished pulling up and buttoning the pants he had just been gifted as he stared in astonishment at Winston's spaceship. "This yours?" "Yep," Winston said as the ship's hydraulic lift lowered to the floor. "Done a lot of work on her over the years. I'll give you the rundown sometime." "Uncle Winnie calls his ship the 4x4. Are you going to make us all take our shoes off again before we enter the ship?" "What?" Winston said. He smiled nervously. I don't do that." "Yeah, you do," Jason said. "Shut up. Don't make me look like a dork in front of our new friend. Besides, that's only if there's mud." "Our canine friend here is a total OCD psycho, by the way," Pendle said. "The ship auto cleans itself every 5 minutes, even if we were to get it dirty." "Pendle," Jason said abruptly upon noticing Pendle stepping onto the platform with them. "What are you doing?" "What? I thought we were going to get burritos." "Get off," Jason demanded. "I don't want you coming with us." "Jesus, Jay," Winston said. "Whatever," Jason said. He jumped up the last 6 feet into the ship before the lift finished bringing everyone else up. "Hey man," Winston said to Pendle. "He doesn't mean that.
I love Jason, but teenagers are assholes. Oh, Pendle said as the lift finally reached the top and shut tight. Was he talking to me? You setting course, Jay? Winston yelled out to the other end of the ship. Yeah, Jason said from across the ship and its bridge. Oh, I know he doesn't mean it when he says stuff like that, Pendle said, adjusting his goggles. Hormones, plus everything he's been through with his father's death. The sight of Pendle adjusting his goggles caused Grant to remember that he also wore glasses. He patted the pockets of his shirt and what he assumed were jeans, as he had done out of habit 1,000 times before in search of his glasses. Hey, Grant said, my sarcophagus had a personal effects container, didn't it? Did any of you happen to check it? I'm hoping my glasses were in there. Oh, and more importantly, my insulin. Winston said. I didn't check it. We can open it up when we get back, though. Your eyes are fine, by the way. Have you not noticed you don't need your glasses anymore? Grant rubbed his eyes and blinked a few times before realizing he could see better than he ever could with his glasses. What the hell? Why can I see so good now? Course is set, Jason said, running back into the ship's observatory deck to join the others. He dove into a cushioned bench. We'll be there in a few minutes. Jason immediately busied himself manipulating large 3D holographic objects, charts, and numbers as he reclined on the bench. The objects he pawed at seemed to materialize in front of him without any apparent source of projection. The reanimation station you were in, Jason said to Grant without breaking his gaze from his work. What we call the toaster. Autocorrects minor elements like vision impairment. Oh, also, I noticed on the readout you used to have diabetes. Used to? Grant said. Have diabetes? Yeah, Jason said. You don't anymore. Oh, just like that, huh? I don't have diabetes anymore. Okay. I'm gonna need a minute on that one. In fact, I should probably sit down. Hey, what's that you're working on there? Where's it being projected from? Oh, Jason said. You mean my Wraith Nano? It's a nanographic projection. Well, projection is probably not the right word, but the term projection was still common when the Wraith was invented, so I guess that's why we still call it that. The images are actually composed of a swarm of nanobots emitted from this device on my forearm as I will it. The nanobots aren't projecting anything. They're 20 times smaller than the common screen pixel was back in your era. They literally are the building blocks of the 3D images you see. As you will it? Grant said. Do you mean that the bond on your arm is reading impulses from your nervous system and then deducing your expectations? Is that right? Actually, upon activation, one of the Wraith's nanobots flies up through the nearest facial orifice, ear, nose, mouth, etc., and then attaches itself to a synapse and communicates to the rest of the swarm that way. Decent guess, though. Wraiths are kind of the solves-all of our era, Grant, Pendle added, adjusting his shirt. We pretty much use them for everything. Kind of like smartphones were back in your day, Grant, Winston said. Nice, Uncle Winnie, Jason chuckled. I'm impressed you knew a historical reference like a smartphone. Shut up, you butt. He took off his jacket covered in pins and patches, wadded it up, and threw it at Jason's head. Before the jacket could hit him, Jason's Wraith activated its auto-defense system. It projected a nanoswarm, forming a temporary shield barrier. Winston's jacket dropped to the floor. Without missing a beat, Jason's nanos immediately went back to projecting the charts and objects he had been working on. Huh, Grant said. I see. Looks like you can do a hell of a lot more than a smartphone. Could you use a Wraith to build another Wraith? What the hell, Winston said. Dude, you just met us and now you're asking for stuff? No, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't asking you to make me one. I was just curious. Winston laughed. I'm kidding. You're all right, Grant. I'm glad I didn't accidentally crush your penis off when I sprung you out of that storage facility. Jesus, Grant yelled, quickly dropping both hands to inspect himself. And yes, it would be possible to construct a wraith using another wraith, but overkill. You would need the right raw materials, Pendle added. Not to mention, Winston said, a lot of time and a much heavier external power source. I mean, yes, we could, but it would be easier just to pick you up one from the mall. Speaking of, Winston said, putting his paw on Pendle's silvery armadillo shell. Pendle, would you mind coming up front and taking a look at my ship's Wraithclaw emitter? I am extremely curious to know how you managed to bump Jason's mobile Wraith up to 12 TQ from 6. Jay, take care of the Ubi for a minute, will you? Winston and Pendle walked away towards the ship's bridge as a flood of indiscernible technobabble erupted between their two mouths. Ubi, Grant muttered to himself. Oh, newbie. He thought about how pronunciations must have evolved over the years. I think you know my name already, Grant said, walking over towards Jason, extending his hand. But what was your name again? You guys still shake hands in the future, or shake paws now. You guys shake hands? Not so much these days. However, my mom is one of the sphere's leading historians. I'm well versed in 21st century etiquette. So, put her there, pal, Jason said. He extended his paw-like hand to Grant, finally pausing the nanographic program he was working on. I say it right? Jason asked. Nailed it, Grant said as he shook Jason's paw. These projections, can I touch them? Yeah. Here, put your hands out. Suddenly, hundreds of large gold coins manifested in the air and began filling Grant's hands. The coins spilled to the ground, clanking as they fell. Ah! Grant yelled as he grabbed the coins. This is awesome! Hey, you okay back there? Winston shouted from the cockpit, surprised at Grant's yell. Meow! Jason meowed back at Winston, as he often did when he was too annoyed to give a real response. Is it real? Grant exclaimed. I mean, I know it's not real, but how does this work? Pick up a coin and try to break it in half, Jason said. I'll focus the maximum amount of energy I can to stabilize its mass. Grant picked up a coin. The rest of the coins vanished into a cloud from the ground and gathered into the location of the single coin Grant was holding. You ready? Jason asked. Grant nodded yes and tried to break the coin. It immediately snapped like a fortune cookie. Oh, Grant said. I get it. So mostly for looks then. Yeah, it depends on the strength of the energy source the nanos are emitted from. Most mobile wraiths can't afford to render contents with much permanence. They can be used to form temporary physical barriers to protect users from random projectiles or noxious gases, but each protective pulse must be timed precisely by the wraith's computer and only lasts for a millisecond. 2 or 3 of these protective pulses in a row will completely drain the unit, and it won't be capable of doing anything again until it recharges. Wow, Grant said with a huge grin. That's awesome. Hey, do me a sword. Make me a weapon or something. Jason laughed. He paused for a second to rub his whiskers. How about this, bub? Grant looked down at his hands to see 3 large metal spikes extending from his knuckles. Grant let out joyous laughter as he thrust his new claws into the air. He was shocked that the nanos stayed adhered to his knuckles no matter how he moved his hands, despite having no apparent method of adhesion to his skin. After a moment or so, Grant's nanographically projected claws disintegrated back into a misty nanoswarm before returning to Jason's wraith unit on his arm. Oh man, Grant shouted. That's so cool. Also, and I meant to ask this earlier, so cat and dog people, that's a thing now, I guess? Chapter 9. Cat and dog people? Nah, you're just having a nightmare. As Jason spoke, his face appeared to melt off his neck. Grant screamed. Your worst night, Jason said, but was interrupted by Winston walking back into the observatory deck. Knock it off, Winston said. He slapped Jason in the stomach. Jason's melted face returned to normal,
The nanobots projecting the altered image of his face melted away and went back into Jason's wraith. I needed something, Winston said as he leaned down to reach into the pocket of his jacket on the floor. Hey, Grant, Winston said, manipulating the small device he had picked up. Heard your question as I was walking in here about the cat and dog people stuff. I know the world you're in right now is probably very shocking to you, and I know this is a hucked up request, but would you mind if we don't talk too much about that right now? I promise I'll explain everything, but honestly, you're not even supposed to be out of the facility right now. Our boss, the little guy's stepmom, Candy, is an anthropologist. Jason hissed at Winston for calling him little and then added, It would help a lot for my mom's research if she was able to ask you questions while your previous life experience was still fresh on your mind. Grant paused and then inhaled an uncomfortable breath. Listen, Winston said. I know this request sounds stupid. The shock of all this will have started wearing off by tomorrow anyway, which is the whole point of her wanting to be the first person to talk to you. But it will make Candy feel better if we at least pretend to try. And plus, it's the only way we can all go out and get burritos right now. That's kind of a lot to ask, to be honest. But you guys seem pretty cool, and plus I just woke up with 20/20 vision, and I don't have fucking diabetes anymore. So I'm actually in a pretty good mood right now. I can play along for a little while. You're in a good mood? Jason said. You're not bummed about everyone you've ever known from your time, your family, friends, all being long dead? Damn it, Jason, Winston said, angry at first, but then chuckling uncontrollably at Jason's bluntness. Nah, it's okay. It's a fair question. When I went to TransLife to be frozen, they forced me through a lot of rigorous psychological drills to prepare me for that. Besides, I didn't really have anything I was leaving behind. Jesus, Grant, Winston laughed. Bum us all out, why don't you? Grant looked as though he were going to say something else, but then he abruptly jumped up from his seat and ran over to one of the ship's expansive windows. Holy God, Grant whispered to himself. Through the window, Grant saw a massive nighttime city expanse of glowing lights, buildings stacked thousands of stories high, and large landing platforms both connected to skyscrapers and floating autonomously. As the ship got closer to landing, a sea of people, bipeds, and vehicles spanning the width of Grant's entire view came into focus. Just then, Pendle entered the room to inform everyone they had arrived at their destination. The ship was parked several hundred feet above the ground onto one of many round, flat platforms which extended from the building's walls. Grant could see that Winston's ship was one of many hundreds parked on similar platforms. Wow. Grant said, trying his best to take in everything around him as the group exited the ship and walked towards the Colosseum-like building in front of them. Very excited to be awake. By the way, Grant said, what year is this? 2165, Pendle said. Whoops, sorry. Forgot I'm not supposed to talk about that stuff around you yet. 2165, Grant shouted. I signed up with TransLife to be revived in 2100. You guys do work for TransLife or some company that now owns TransLife or something, right? Winston laughed. God, no, you silly Frozo. TransLife is still around, though, Jason said smugly as they entered the lobby of Pete's, the largest Mexican chain restaurant on Earth since 2135. As they walked closer to the megastructure's entrance, Grant noticed that the place they were at wasn't a single establishment, but instead many large buildings connected within a single building. Is this some kind of big-ass mall? Grant asked as he accidentally bumped into a biped exiting the entrance to the buildings. Oh, gosh, sorry, Grant said before looking up to see the man he bumped into was a fox biped walking with his fox wife and fox toddler. Grant could see the toddler drinking from a bottle in her stroller. The fox man grimaced at Grant as he left with his wife and child. Wow, what a jerk, Pendle said, adjusting his shirt. As the Fox family walked away, Grant could hear the faint muttering of the words,
Fucking Frozo. What is this Frozo I keep hearing? Grant asked as he watched the Fox family vanish into one of the thousands of extended parking platforms. Apparently it's a combination of the words frozen and, bozo, Winston said. I just learned the origins myself, but in short, it's a word used to describe recently cryogenically unthawed people, such as yourself. But how could that guy, the Fox man, Grant said, stumbling for the right words. Just say biped. Technically, we're all bipeds, including humans, but everyone knows what you mean when you say biped. Okay, anyway, how could that biped, Grant said, but was interrupted by Jason. Or you could just say person, Jason added. God, sure, fine, whatever. How could that guy tell I was a Frozo? Seriously? They didn't have foreigners back in your time oohing and awing at every damn thing every 5 minutes, lol? Aren't you from New York? Yikes, Grant said with an awkward smile. Am I that obvious? The semi-transparent black glass doors in front of the group disintegrated as they approached, and then immediately materialized as they entered the restaurant. Grant was once again bewildered at the sheer size of the new location he had just stepped into. The inside of the building was circular and filled with multiple levels of beautifully carved wooden tables, chairs, railings, and decor. Surrounding the inner floor of the building was what appeared to be a large moat filled with water, fish, coral reefs, and other colorful sea life. Oh shit, Grant said as he stepped into the moat, tripping and sinking into the water. Dude, Winston said, quickly rushing over to help Grant out of the water. What happened? Damn it, Grant said, wiping the water off of his face. The surface of the water is at the same level as the floor. I thought it was fake or a projection or a decoration or something. I thought I could walk over it. I didn't want to look like a Frozo idiot again and try to walk around it or something. Winston said. Well, you see what you get when you try to not look like an asshole? Stand still. We'll fix you up. Winston extended his arm as a black cloud of nanos exited his wraith and swarmed Grant's shirt. Everywhere the nano swarm moved across Grant's clothing, it became dry. Jason, pen? Winston said, prompting Jason and Pendle to lend a hand with their wraiths. By the time the group found a table and sat down, Grant was completely dry. Thanks, he said. Well, Grant continued, I'm off to a good start. At least this restaurant looks really cool. I'm curious though, don't they still have lawsuits in the future? Is it really a good idea to put a moat at ground level around your restaurant? Oh geez, Winston said. You're really frozoing it up right now, Grant. Well, Grant, Pendle said, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single person in this room not wearing shoes with automated anti-grav surface detection and some dynamic Wraith Alert app running on top of that. Also, Winston added, some of us in this era, Grant, like water. Like, really like it, if you get my drift. So much so that having easy access to it in your establishment can mean the difference between a failed or successful entrepreneurial venture. Oh, is that right? Grant said, trailing off as his attention moved towards the many large blinking neon glass lights decorating the walls of the restaurant. The lights were bent in the shapes of Mexican cowboys with sombreros, horses, cacti, as well as other desert scenery which occasionally blinked to form simple animated scenes. These animated neon lights are fucking, wait, Grant said. What is it you guys say? Is it hucking? They look hucking cool. The cartoon-looking natives standing around about to be hanged by the cowboys and whatnot is a little questionable. What do you mean? Jason asked. I don't know. Maybe a little racist, I guess. Racist? Winston said. What's that? Some kind of old-timey Frozo word for speciest? Oh, I'm familiar with that word, Pendle added, excited to know something. People don't segment themselves in that way anymore, Grant. At least not as much as I think they did in your past. Yeah, it's species two are the assholes now, Jason added to the conversation. He licked his cat lips as a beaver biped waiter approached the table. Everyone's an asshole, Jason, Winston said. The waiter had arrived. Hey, Kevin. Hey, look, Pendle interrupted. Jason, it's your stepmom. Pendle pointed to a large 3D projection viewer floating in the center of the restaurant. No one responded to Pendle, as everyone else was already aware that Candy was up on the screen, and doing so would have been rude to the waiter who had just arrived. Chapter 10. What's up, crew? The short beaver biped waiter said, holding a small clipboard and pen. What can I get for you, P? Winston? Jason? Grant, Winston said. Why don't you order first? Poor bastard hasn't eaten in 100 years. Nice dad joke, Grant said. What are you, like 40? No, Winston said. Getting there, though. I'm sorry. What I said feels mean now. Hiya, friend. Name's Kevin. What can I get for you? Grant laughed nervously, suddenly remembering that 5 minutes ago he was completely soaked in water. Not wanting to repeat his same prideful error, he decided to say, not sure what I want to eat, really. Could I get a menu? The waiter stared back blankly at Grant for a moment, baffled at his request. Afraid we're going to serve you a bowl full of worms or something, new guy? Just oshing with you. No problem. One menu coming up. Suddenly, a long, rectangular menu manifested into the waiter's furry hand. Grant struggled not to appear amazed at this, even knowing that the menu was likely projected from the waiter's wraith or something similar built into the restaurant itself. I recommend the chicken enchiladas, Jason said. He pointed to an item on the menu now in Grant's hands. Jason suddenly became annoyed upon noticing Pendle's fixed gaze at the talk show projection above them. Why? Pendle said. Why do they bring that guy on every single time they interview Candy? It's like they intentionally do it to antagonize her. Huh? Grant said, scanning the projected talk show high above in the center of the room. You guys still have talk shows? Gross. I'm pretty sure talk shows weren't even a thing anymore back in my day. Also, which guy are you talking about? He's talking about Antler, Winston said. Guys? Kevin interjected, tapping his pen on his clipboard. Oh, sorry. Yeah, enchiladas sound great, actually. Grant went to hand the menu back to the waiter, but hesitated upon realizing the menu was probably just a projection, so handing it back to the waiter would be pointless. After several unsure, back-and-forth motions, Grant decided to rest the menu on the table. Okay, the waiter said. So the usual then for the rest of you? Sounds good to me, Winston said. Who's Antler? Grant asked, double-taking upon noticing their beaver waiter levitating to the next level of the restaurant above them. He flapped his large flat tail up and down as though it were providing him the lift needed to ascend and not the anti-grav shoes attached to his huge feet. Antler is a self-hating, specious piece of shit, Jason said. His real name is Jonathan Vogard. Whoa, Grant said with a smile. His handle is a bit on the nose, isn't it? What? What do you mean? Pendle asked. Jason sighed. Oh, you mean because his nickname sounds so close to Antler and he's a deer biped. Huck's sake, Jason muttered under his breath. Hey, guys, Pendle said, standing up from the table. I gotta run to the John. Also, I received a message. I sort of have a family emergency to tend to. Will you get the waiter to wrap mine up to go? Sure, man, Winston said as Pendle scurried away to the bathroom. Hey, fam, ready to eat? Kevin the beaver waiter asked. He floated down from above them holding a massive platter, nearly as large as the waiter himself. The platter contained tortillas, dips, guacamole, enchiladas, fajitas, and more. Holy God, Grant said, rubbing his hands. This looks great. My stomach's full of cobwebs. You guys come here a lot, I take it? It seems like you're pretty good friends with the waiter. Oh, Kevin? Winston said. I went to school with him on Andar. Oh, shit. Winston had said more than he wanted, almost naming a colonized planet. He picked up Grant's drink and moved it slightly away from the table's edge. Grant's food fell out of his mouth as it gaped open in shock at Winston's words. Grant immediately understood the implications of Winston's casual misstatement. He understood that not only had Earth colonized other planets, which would have been exciting enough, but that the planet Winston was referring to was not within our solar system. Grant knew there would be no other way to complete such a task unless mankind had now mastered faster-than-light travel. You know what? Winston said. Huck it, you seem cool. Can you just promise me when Candy's questioning you later that... Winston was interrupted by Grant. Who? Grant asked. The chick on the screen, Winston said, pointing to the floating talk show projection above them. Can you just promise me you'll act like you're hearing all of this for the first time when she's interviewing you later? Dude, Grant said with a half-eaten tortilla chip in his hand. I'm in shock right now. I'm still not entirely convinced I'm not dreaming or in the process of dying somewhere. I probably won't remember half this shit when I wake up tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow. Oh, and when you say you went to school with a guy on Andar, you weren't saying the name of some college or something. Andar's the name of a planet outside of our solar system, isn't it? Winston picked up Grant's drink an inch or two away from the table's edge for the second time. Dude, Grant said, why do you keep touching my drink? Oh, sorry. You just keep setting it down a little close to the edge, don't you think? Just didn't want it to fall. You're a little particular about things, aren't you? Grant smiled. Hey, what mage worth of salt isn't? Also, pass me the salt, please. Anyway, Grant continued while passing Winston the salt. I did a lot of thinking before I decided to get frozen about what the future I was going to wake up in might be like. I'm not surprised to hear we've colonized a planet or two. Just never imagined they'd be planets outside of our solar system. To be honest, I'm even more curious about why our waiter is an actual person. I mean a biped. I mean sentient. You guys are sentient, right? Oh, that's a shitty thing to say. I'm sorry. You know what I mean though, right? Like, why do we have a waiter at all, living or manufactured? Based on the technology I've seen thus far, seems like our orders could have been taken via your networked wraiths before we even entered the building, just by thinking about it, and then brought to the table via a drone or assembled by nanobots or something when we arrived. Also, the waiter, Grant continued, taking a slight pause to take a huge gulp of his blue drink. Kevin was his name? Did he have a pen and clipboard? What reason could he possibly have for those? Sorry if I'm talking too much. Damn it, future food is good, Grant exclaimed maniacally, finishing his last sentence, taking a huge gulp of his drink. Nice, Grant. Real sensitive, Winston said, starting to well up into tears. No, we can't exactly feel like you can. Us bipeds are more or less just walking toasters covered in fur. But the question that haunts us most is, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me, Jason meowed, causing Grant to erupt into a huge spout of laughter, so much so it caused him to drop the last bite of his enchilada from his mouth back to his plate. This fucking... what is it we're saying now? Grant asked, leaning back into his chair. Hucking? I like this hucking kid. The only problem now is I'm starting to think I must be dreaming. Your pop culture references are getting a little on the nose for people who are supposed to be from 120 goddamn years in the future. Well, thank you, Grant, Jason said. I appreciate you as well. It's refreshing to have an adult male around who's not trying to constantly bang my mom. Grant and Winston erupted into laughter. Winston started choking on his burrito. Instantly, a cloud of nanobots wisped out from his wraith and formed a large, white, floating, gloved hand that patted him on the back to stop his choking. Well, Grant, Winston said, taking a swig of his drink. Getting back to your question about why do we have a real waiter instead of drones or something, I think back in your day, the question was, how do we do the thing? These days, the more pertinent question on folks' mind is not, how do we do the thing? The question on everyone's mind is more like, out of all the available things we can do, what do we do? What do we do with our time? How do we spend our lives having completely overcome material want? It's not like we figured out everything. There's still lots of progress being made, things to do. But when it comes to the question of how do we want to interact with each other, it turns out there's a lot to learn from the past. Chapter 11.
Sup, Jay?
A young male voice said, hovering from around the corner of the group's table. It was a black and white striped, stylishly dressed, teenage skunk biped with a silver necklace. Accompanying him was a blue, female fox teenage biped with long hair, some of which was braided. Jason sat up a bit straighter upon seeing his friends. He hastily wiped his mouth to ensure there was no cheese left on his whiskers. Jason said. Hey, Lassiter. Hi, Stace. Saw your stepmom on the box up there, Stacy the fox biped said with a smile, pointing to the floating projection above. Yeah, Jason said, laughing nervously. She's like on TV every 5 minutes now.
Oh, cool,
Lassiter said, cutting Jason off before he was finished speaking.
Well, Lassiter said, if you get tired of hanging out with a bunch of hucking 40-year-olds, me and Stace will be down at Neil's. Come on, Stace.
Lassiter turned around and hovered off on his anti-grav shoes. Stacy jumped onto his back to hitch a ride. Stacy waved goodbye to Jason from Lassiter's back. She wagged her tail as they disappeared beyond a sea of tables. Dude, Jason, Winston said, dashing a bit of red pepper onto his last bite. Are you friends with that guy? What a dickhead. Well, Jason said, he's not usually like that. We've been hanging out a lot more at school this year.
Who is Neil?
Grant asked. Oh, the great Neil's pinball arcade.
You guys got pinball?
Grant asked with growing exasperation from the constant influx of new information he was processing. Well, the place started out as sort of a museum of historical curiosities, Winston said. But the pinball display sort of took over, so Neil ran with that. People have been really into it this year. You guys ready to bounce?
Sure,
Grant said.
Hey, don't we need to wait for Pendle? Wasn't he coming back to pick up his food before he left?
Don't worry, he'll get it, Winston said as he got up from the table. I've already let him know we're heading out. I forget you're not used to how much nonverbal communication goes on these days.
Nonverbal? You mean like body language?
Well, sure. But also, most people communicate internally via Wraith. I answered 3 messages while we were eating.
Don't remember seeing you do that.
The Wraith UI for messages is projected into the user's mind. Still, you can mostly tell when someone is ignoring you or reading a text or something. Keep a lookout for subtle eyebrow movements, facial twitches, and so on.
In your mind?
Grant asked with a scowl on his face. That sounds horrible. It's not as bad as it sounds, Winston said. Direct mental projections are extremely subtle. And they had similar tech back in your day, Grant, didn't they? Jason said.
Yeah, but it was a lot more primitive back then. Hey, hoping you guys were still serious about getting me one of those wraiths, by the way.
Oh, for sure, man, Winston said as the group walked away from Pete's restaurant, which was attached to the rest of the conglomeration of buildings they were in. The massive aisle they walked down was filled with even more humans and bipeds than the restaurant. Grant was astonished by the extent to which commercialism had survived more than a century into the future. The mall aisles contained elaborate entranceways showcasing neon lights, animatronic displays, as well as glass storefronts filled with both surprisingly familiar clothing styles, along with specialty clothing stores to meet every imaginable and unimaginable biped clothing need. Most of the signs flashing over shop entrances contain text familiar to Grant like, half off, and buy one get one free. Other signs read more confusingly to Grant with phrases like, we don't track currency here, huck your currency, and a currency-free zone. Where are we headed again? To Neil's Pinball Arcade, you up for it? Winston said, charging aggressively through the mall corridor.
Winston was suddenly distracted by two leopard bipeds in gray suits operating a wraith kiosk. "Oh, speaking of wraiths," Winston said excitedly. "What say we hook you up, Grant?" Winston turned around to check Grant's response, but was interrupted by Jason. "Hey," Jason said while jogging backwards, almost already out of sight from the kiosk. "I'm going to head over to Neil's. That okay?" "Sure, Jay," Winston said. "All right, Grant. How about it? Ready to step into the motherhucking 22nd century? Grant?" Winston turned around to discover Grant hunched over, breathing heavily. "Grant, buddy, you okay?" Winston said with his hand on Grant's back. "Yeah, I'm..." Before Grant could respond, he passed out to the ground. Grant's eyes were still closed, but he could hear a clinking sound, like ice against glass. Suddenly, an incredibly strong odor flooded his senses. He wasn't entirely sure what the smell was. It perhaps resembled some mix of blueberries and turpentine. "Hey, buddy, you're back," Winston said, lifting a small glass away from Grant's nose towards his mouth as he took a drink. "What?" Grant said, reaching to adjust his glasses. He was still constantly forgetting he no longer had or needed glasses. Where are we?" "You passed out, bruh," Winston said. "I could have taken you to a medic, but I've seen this happen a few times before. This is why Frozos are usually supposed to just chill out for a few days before working their way out into the public. You only passed out for a few minutes, but then you sort of woke up and fell asleep for about 20 minutes after I took you here." Where is here?" "We're in the back room of a club inside the mall," Winston said. "Kind of a chill-out room from the action of the club." Grant suddenly felt his heart pounding at the anticipation of what sights must lie just beyond the recessed metallic door a few feet away from the couch he was lying on. He noticed some kind of bass-ent techno sounds coming through the walls the more he awoke. "Here, have some of this. That'll wake you up." Winston handed Grant a small blue glass of what he presumed was colored alcohol. He sat up more straight before drinking. "What is this?" Grant asked. He winced at the smell before taking a sip. "It's good for you." "Yick. Not really," Grant said, smiling before gulping his drink. "That wake you up?" Winston asked, patting Grant's shoulder. "Yeah, I think that did it. I don't usually drink," Grant said, shaking his head. "Oh, want me to order you something else?" Nah, that definitely helped." "Come on. We're meeting the others in the main room." Chapter 12. The club door recessed into the wall as Winston and Grant approached it. Waves of dark, moody synths, drums, and queer instrumental stings flooded over them as they entered. Lights of every color flashed through a sea of dry ice smoke. From Grant's experience thus far, he assumed the clouds of dry ice, among many other things in the room, were likely nanographically projected. Some areas of the room looked like rainbow portals opening into other galaxies and nebulas. There were humans as well as bipeds of countless species dancing in every area of the room. Some on the ground, some in the air, some on the ceiling. Many were dressed decadently while some had almost no clothes on, save necklaces, bracelets, and meager coverings over their genitals, if that. "Are we in a titty bar?" Grant asked. "Ha! Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting what area you're from. This is more or less a family joint." "What?" Grant yelled. He could barely hear Winston over the sounds coming from the club. Winston repeated himself only much louder. "I see," Grant said. Sure is a lot of titties, and in some cases, rows of glowing titties hanging out in this family joint. Not complaining, mind you. I'm gonna get another drink at that table over there," Winston said, yelling so Grant could hear him. Grant and Winston sat down at a booth in the corner. Grant took another drink. No one had been sitting next to Grant, but in the blink of his eye, suddenly next to him was Jason with one hand behind his back and a large glass filled with green suds in the other. "Shit," Grant said, looking at the drink he just spilled on himself. He was startled by Jason's abrupt arrival. "Hey, are you allowed to be in here? Aren't you like 14? "Sorry about the drink, Grant," Jason laughed. And the drinking age has been 14 for half a century. The law was altered since bipeds developed faster than humans. Of course, not long after that, human teens got pissed and started complaining that we bipeds got to drink earlier, and before you know it, the drinking age was just 14 for everyone. But enough of that. Guess what I got you? What did you say? Grant yelled. I can't hear a damn thing in this place. For God's sakes, Winston said. Give him his wraith so we can stop yelling. Jason took his paw from behind his back to reveal a new Wraith Nano he had gotten for Grant. Oh my God, Grant said. Wow, thanks. The Wraith's outer surface was smooth and composed of a white mate plastic-like material that Grant had never seen or felt before. Hey, not complaining, Grant said, but this looks a lot smaller than you guys' Wraiths. How do I put it on? Grant was surprised to not find anything like a strap or band to secure the device to his arm. Just slap her on, buddy, Winston said. It will take care of the rest. Grant rolled back the sleeves of his long-sleeved shirt and pressed the device onto his forearm. The device increased in size from an inch to 4 or 5 times its original size. A series of small blue lights lit up near the device's front. Black bands composed of a smooth fabric Grant had never felt before formed around his arm and secured the device in place. Immediately, a screen materialized onto the device, displaying a list of initial settings. A nearly imperceivable mist of nanos ejected from the Wraith and entered through Grant's nostrils. What do you think? Winston asked. It's incredible. Oh, sorry, Grant said, lowering his voice. Grant quickly realized he no longer needed to shout, as a nano from the Wraith had already migrated to his brain. The Wraith was now filtering and regulating audio signals, maximizing for clarity of speech whenever someone he was talking to spoke. Grant was delighted once again to learn that the device could reconfigure from a gauntlet-like armband to an elegant wristwatch by tapping its surface. You can wear it as a watch? Grant said. That's awesome. Why would anyone ever wear it as a gauntlet? Are you kidding me? Jason said. Because it looks awesome. Wearing it in gauntlet mode, Winston added, also slightly decreases decompression time when it's emitting nanos. But I mean, Jason's right, mostly just because it looks badass. What do you mean, Grant said, when you say it can caprice the impression time? I mean compress, incretion the thing. What do you mean? No, wait, I'm already too drunk for this question. Don't let me forget, Jason said. When we get back to my mom's lab, I can mod it for you. Also, sorry, but I had to set a locked time delay until tomorrow before you can access the net with it. My mom would be super pissed if you went and learned a bunch of stuff online before she got her chance to interview you while your mind was still fresh from your time period. And also, Jason started talking but then abruptly stopped upon noticing a familiar wobbling of a silver-backed biped in the distance through the club's rounded windows. Damn it, Jason spoke under his breath. It was Pendle. He inched his way forward through a crowd of people to meet them. Hey, Jason, Grant said. Why are you always so hard on that guy? Pendle? His name's Pendle, right? Didn't you say he helped you out with your wraith? Seems like a friend to me. Jason rolled his eyes and sighed. He only helped me to get something he wanted. Dude just wants to bang my mom like every other asshole in this sphere. Grant burst into laughter. He's not even remotely subtle about it, Jason meowed. Hey guys, what's up? Pendle asked, finally reaching the lounge area where the gang was all sitting. Chapter 13. Hey man, Winston said with a smile. He pushed a chair over to Pendle for him to sit. False alarm on that family emergency? Yeah, Pendle said. No big deal. Ma just needed help getting out of bed. She got into an argument with the app that runs her house and refused to take its assistance. I handled it though.
Thanks for having my food sent to me, by the way. Anyway, what's up, guys? Grant, how you liking the future? Pendle asked, adjusting his shirt and goggles before sitting down. Grant said, pretty dope so far, if I'm honest. Hey, Pendle, do you have to wear those goggles to see or something? I thought no one needed glasses in the future. Well, no, I don't have to wear them. I do have a genetic disorder that affects my vision, but my wraith on its own reinterprets the naturally impaired visual data I received through my eyes into perfect vision. Pendle downed some more of his drink. Built these babies, Pendle said, adjusting his goggles, partly to enhance wraith functionality and partly as a backup for if my wraith gets disabled, but mostly because they're awesome looking. You have a genetic disorder? Grant said. I thought fixing that sort of thing was arbitrary at this point. I mean, you all cured my vision impairment and diabetes like it was making Pop-Tarts or something. Are we? Pendle said, looking at Winston for confirmation. Can I tell him? Just tell him, Winston said with slightly slurred speech. She'll get over it. Well, Grant, Pendle said, for naturally evolved creatures such as yourself, illness, injury, and disease have more or less been completely eradicated. Problem is, as you may have guessed, Pendle paused in expectation of Grant to finish his sentence. Problem is, you obviously didn't naturally evolve, Grant said. Judging by this drink is starting to taste better and better. The way you walk, talk, your smooth, human-like recessed facial features, and the fact that you all seem to possess opposable thumbs, or something like them. Genetic engineering would be my first guess. But wouldn't being genetically engineered make it even easier to prevent problems like vision impairment? That should be like a point-and-click fix, shouldn't it? Grant could see Jason was getting uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation, probably worried about his stepmother's research and the effort he had already went through to time-lock Grant's wraith from internet access to keep him away from exactly this kind of topic. Grant realized how much Jason must care for the woman who he knew was the boy's stepmother, but whom he always called Mom. You know what? Grant said, smiling, holding his drink. On second thought, I can wait till tomorrow. Probably a good call, Winston laughed, patting Grant on the shoulder. You've already nearly exploded once from information overload today. Do, cat and dog bipeds have regular cats and dogs as pets? Sure, Pendle said, tossing his drink behind him to the floor, which immediately disintegrated into nanos that wisped away into the air somewhere. That's weird, isn't it? Grant said. Not any weirder than some human dork with a pet chimpanzee, Winston said, also throwing his empty glass to the ground. 2 fresh new drinks for Pendle and Winston materialized from the surface of the table. Just tell me this, Grant asked, taking another swallow. Do we have a lizard pope now? What? Jason laughed and meowed at the same time. You mostly only ever see mammalian bipeds, Grant. Of course, someone manipulating their own genes for aesthetic purposes is legal, especially around Halloween time, Winston added. These days, Pendle continued, it's just easier to slap on a costume using your wraith rather than getting a bunch of messy fluids involved, though. Our ancestors from the Bipedal Event of 2065 were all mammals. Gene manipulation with the intent of species building has been outlawed for nearly a century. Species building? Grant asked. He means you're not allowed to genetically engineer 2 of a kind. Jason hissed under his teeth for Pendle and Winston to stop talking. We won't say any more. I promise. By the way, Jason, sorry about what happened back at Neil's. Jason was once again annoyed at Pendle. What happened? Winston asked. Jason looked away in frustration, raising his paw to his forehead. Poor guy got hammered by Lassiter at pinball. I think he was embarrassed in front of that girl he likes. Jesus, Pendle, shut up, Jason yelled, projecting his wraith nanos into the form of a large, sealed zipper over Pendle's mouth.
Jason's nanos were quickly countered and removed by Pendles, which unzipped Jason's via a large white glove extending from the back of his shell. "It was your fault I lost," Jason meowed angrily. "Hey, that reminds me," Winston interjected. "Grant, you still up to play some pinball?" "Feeling a little sloshed," Grant said. "But yeah, why not?" "Sloshed, you say?" Winston said. "Let me." Winston grabbed Grant's arm and tapped something into the screen of his new Wraith. "Whoa," Grant yelled from the shock the nanobots had on his system. "Did I just get undrunk?" "Sure did. Not completely, though. Left you at about 80% recovery. Should still have a nice little buzz to keep those trigger fingers loose." "Wow," Grant said. "Thanks. Couldn't you have just done something like that to wake me up earlier when I passed out?" "Nah. Security protocols prevent a user's nanos from penetrating a non-owned biological system. So I couldn't use my device on you, and you didn't have your own Wraith yet. Besides, you needed a drink." "Jay," Winston said as Jason got up to leave. "Where you going?" "Back to the 4x4, Jason said disgruntledly, not bothering to turn around when responding. "What?" Winston laughed. "Don't want to be seen with a bunch of hucking 40-year-olds? "Hey, I'm only 28, Grant said. "Well, technically I'm a century older than that, but you know what I mean." "No," Jason shouted. "It has nothing to do with that. I just want to work on my project. I'll see you guys later." Jason slinked out through the door. "Yeah," Pendle said, rocking in his chair to gain the momentum he needed to stand up. "Think I'm gonna bounce too, guys." As Winston and Grant got up to leave, they were approached by two sexy kangaroo female bipeds, one of whom had an exposed midriff and piercings in various places. "Hey," one of them said. "My name's Shay. This is my sister Lena," Shay said, pointing to her slightly taller sister. Grant was surprised at how diminutive the kangaroo biped's features were. "Well then," Shay said with a smile. "We need to spell it out for you blokes." "Huh?" Grant said. "They want to dance, dum-dum," Winston said with a smile. Lena had already put her hands around Winston's neck, and Shay had grabbed Grant's hand and was leading him to the floor. Winston grabbed Lena's hand from around his neck and spun around, removing her hands, and bowed. "Thank you so much, my dear," Winston said. "But I must be going." Winston sent Grant a text directly to his brain via Wraith, explaining that he was going to head over to the pinball arcade, but that Grant should go ahead and dance. Grant hesitantly agreed. "Your beads," Grant said, looking down at Shay's blue beads adorning her neck after they had been dancing for several minutes. "They're beautiful." Shay took her beads off. Her ears flopped down as she removed them. She put them around Grant's neck and pulled him in closer as they danced. Chapter 14. An hour later, Grant left the club to meet up with Winston. Grant was once again amazed at the artistry of the mall storefronts as he wandered its halls. Despite having direct communication with Winston via his Wraith and a map of the mall being displayed in his brain, Grant still couldn't find the arcade, so Winston went out and found him. They walked back together to the arcade's entrance. "Hey," Grant said, looking down at his Wraith as they entered the room. "The little lights on my Wraith just went from blue to orange. What's that mean?" Winston pointed Grant towards a sign in the arcade that read, "Wraith-free location. All Wraiths will be automatically disabled." Cheetah's not welcome, I guess. A group of cheetah bipeds standing near the bar in the corner glanced over towards Grant. Grant smiled nervously. None of them blinked an eye in response. Each of the cheetah crew was dressed distinctly, but their general aesthetic would be described as goth. Winston walked over to a machine, put his paws under it, and received a handful of tokens. Grant walked to the machine next to him and tried to follow suit, but nothing came out when he did it. "Don't worry about it," Winston said, handing Grant some coins. "Got you covered. You're not registered with a general account yet. We'll get you set up tomorrow." "Oh, is this how money works these days? I guess you paid for my food, too.
Thanks, by the way. I'll get you back as soon as I can. Don't worry about it, man, Winston chuckled. As you might have guessed, money doesn't mean shit these days. That is, unless you care about getting in with certain circles. You'll still need an account, though. Winston loaded some coins into a shockingly familiar-looking pinball machine. Grant's eyes lit up with joy and nostalgia at the clicking and dinging sounds of the machine. He could swear this was the exact machine he had wasted dozens of weekends playing at Coney Island in his teens. It was a comforting feeling to be surrounded by so much familiarity in a world so foreign. We going solo? Winston asked after quickly losing his first ball. Or do you want to play for the highest score on the same machine? Well, Grant said with a smile, cracking his fingers. I haven't used my hands in over a century, so I'm going to need a little warm-up time. Between taking turns, Grant asked more questions about how currency worked in the year 2165. He learned that the general account Winston had referred to was issued by the United Star Council, the overarching government of the day. Winston talked about how there had been three main economic systems that evolved throughout history. First was bartering or simple trade. Then, with the rise of agriculture, came specialization and the need for currency. The third system, social currency, was already in its infancy back in Grant's era before he was cryogenically frozen, but Grant was surprised to learn that it had evolved into the dominant form of economics. So, you mean like subscribers and followers and shit? That's how money works now? Grant was half paying attention to his new friend, half absorbed by the ricocheting pinball and flashing scoreboard lights in front of him. Yes, Grant shouted. Yeah, sort of, Winston said. Both raw material resources and manipulation of those resources are non-issues in this era. Anyone can access open-source technology pretty much capable of turning anything into anything. But there's always room to deepen our understanding of the universe and ourselves, new trends, art forms, designs to discover. The USC account system is sort of a way to encourage and reward people who provide services, broaden our understanding, or in general bring people joy. It also exists to shame people who are not interested in doing those things, which sucks. Damn, dude, you're killing it. Thanks, Grant said. Yeah, I'm warming up. And what do you mean, shame people? Oh, for instance, Winston said, when I got us a handful of coins over there a second ago, that drew money out of my public USC account, which all USC accounts are public. Accounts run infinitely in both positive and negative directions, meaning you can charge as much as you want and your account will never be suspended for doing so. But the deeper your account is in the red, the more stigmatized you'll become, depending on which circles you run in, since all records are public. A lot of people, assholes, set their wraiths to automatically scan the account level of everyone they see as they are walking to make it easier to judge people. Grant got a double hitter in the game, which doubled his score. Nice, Winston said. Not sure how I'm going to top that. So, to people who do that then, I guess, within the Wraith UI, there will be lots of red glowing people and I would guess green glowing people who have higher valued accounts or something like that. Grant stepped aside to let Winston take his turn after finally losing his ball. Yes, something like that. So how do you make money or points or whatever if everything is free? For every Wraith app you write, or piece of furniture or clothing you design, or every service you perform for someone, you gain currency points, either for individual downloads, subscriptions, events, etc. A lot of people just end up working in service, though. You mean like a beaver waiter from earlier? Yeah. Service is the most reliable method of earning credits, even though it usually pays the least. Chapter 15. Hey, Winston said. Nice beads, by the way. That sweetie back at the club give you those? Aren't these beautiful? Grant said. She did. I hope you're not mad. I didn't mean to bail on you like that. Oh, no. You didn't bail on me. I'm seeing someone. Didn't feel comfortable dancing. You didn't do anything wrong, though. I wanted you to have fun. Honestly, I'm surprised you stayed. Got a little spunk in you, I guess. Winston smiled. You seeing someone? Who is she? I'm sorry, I barely know you. I shouldn't be asking you stuff like that. It's cool, bro. So, did you hook up with her? He inserted some more coins into the pinball machine. The girl at the club? Oh, we danced a little. You take her out back? Winston asked. Show her your didgeridoo? Gross. Grant fell over the pinball machine, laughing. Hey, Winston shouted. You made me lose my ball, you asshole. No, we just made out in the bathroom. She put my hand down her pouch. Yeah, Kingas like it when you do that. If I'm honest, and please don't take offense by this, I was a little afraid of how I'd feel after doing that with her. Oh, you mean because she's an animal and your fancy ape-ass isn't? No, I recognize that humans are animals. It's just... Listen, Winston said. It's okay. You come from another time. I imagine if you brought some poor son of a bitch from the 1800s back to your time, they'd have some things to say about the ethics of your era, too. It's not that. I'm just surprised at how normal it felt. I wasn't expecting that. Well, bipeds do share a good amount of human-based DNA structure. He hit his pinball into a cave with train tracks leading into it that caused the board to light up. Yeah? I've noticed some bipeds seem more human-like than others. Well, Winston said. He pulled back the pinball plunger. Humans cannot interbreed with bipeds, nor can bipeds interbreed outside of their own species. However, two bipeds of the same species can and do breed, as I'm sure you probably noticed, what with all the bipeds with strollers around here. You're mostly corgi, aren't you? Yeah, but basically every other dog biped you meet will have some corgi in them. Apparently a very popular choice with the founders more than a century back. The what? We'll get into that later. I'm not supposed to be telling you about all this shit, remember? Pff, that ship's pretty much sailed, hasn't it? Hey, I've got to at least pretend like I'm trying a little bit. But yeah, I'm mostly corgi. I've also got a good share of German Shepherd and a little healer in me. So I take it then, the amount of human-like traits varies from biped to biped. Yes, sometimes a little, sometimes, well, what? Grant asked. It's rare, but if a newborn biped falls below 70% social traits, especially regarding important ones like general intelligence, they aren't allowed to breed. We call them naturals. Dude, Grant said, that's heavy. Actually, now that you mention it, I think I've seen a few biped couples with children like that. Some looks like regular mammals. Oh, probably not. Births falling below the 70% line are pretty rare. What you likely saw were couples with regular biped babies. Bipeds don't begin to develop social traits until they're after toddler aged, usually at about 2 or 3 years. Social traits? Huckin', Winston said, hitting the pinball machine after dropping a ball. Human traits. When someone says social traits, they just mean traits similar to humans, more or less. For pretty obvious reasons, that's not the terminology we use, though. By human traits, do you mean human DNA? No, actually, the original Sai that created my ancestors more or less bent each species' existing DNA to resemble human DNA. It didn't use actual human DNA, though. That's why I said DNA structure a minute ago and not just DNA. In isolation, every so-called human trait can be found in various mammalian species, even advanced intelligence. And I'm not just talking about after we were altered, I mean even just regular mammals. In that regard, it's not fair to say human traits when talking about the line between regular bipeds and naturals. But in general, when people say social traits, they mean human traits, and it's just some political bullshit. Winston took out a picture of several corgi puppies playing with a ball. Oh my God, Grant said. Is that you? You're so... Don't say it. You was so cute, Grant said. Winston groaned and then laughed it off. Anyway, that's pretty dark about not allowing some bipeds to breed, even if they don't possess regular intelligence. Sounds like some eugenics, social engineering shit. Yeah, It's one of those things there's not a great solution for. It's not great, but at the same time, if you allowed naturals to breed, they could start pulling the gene pool in a bad direction terrifyingly quickly. What do you mean? I mean, the line between hooking up with the hot girl that works at the pizza place down the street and someone's pet could start getting blurry real quick. Oh, still, that sounds like the logic proponents of eugenics had at the turn of the 20th century. This is different. How so? Grant asked. Devolving the human gene pool in that way would take thousands, if not tens of thousands of years of isolated breeding. Because of our unique genetic structure, if left unchecked, things could go downhill a lot faster for bipeds. Anyway, we're not supposed to be talking about this shit yet. Suddenly, Winston stopped pressing the flippers of the pinball machine and let his ball fall. Grant could see Winston had a blank stare on his face. Grant suddenly remembered the tip Winston had given him about signs to watch out for when someone is messaging via their wraith. "Something up?" Grant asked. "Yeah, I think we're gonna have to bail. Anyway, you clearly kicked my ass at this caveman pinball shit. I'm going to have to do some practicing before we play again." "Sore loser," Grant laughed. "What is it? What's up?" "There's been another break-in at the USC headquarters at the Sina facility. Jason wants to watch the news footage with me back on the ship." "What and what now?" "I'll tell you more about it on the way there. Or I won't. Let's just go." As Winston and Grant approached the door to leave the arcade, the group of goth cheetah bipeds from earlier casually walked towards the exit of the arcade and blocked it. Can I help you?" Winston asked the seeming leader of the cheetah pack, standing in front of the rest. The leader wore sunglasses and had a long silver cross earring hanging from his left ear. "Hey," Grant chuckled nervously. Once again, sorry guys if there was any misunderstanding earlier." "What?" Winston said. "Why are you apologizing to them?" "Hey, move the hell out of that." Winston stopped mid-sentence as he suddenly realized while glancing down at the lead cheetah's feet, there was something strange about the way they were standing. Generally, cheetah bipeds positioned the bulk of their weight onto the front of their feet. These cheetahs, however, were leaning back fully onto their heels. Winston quickly reached up and grabbed the sunglasses off the face of the lead cheetah. His pupils had swirling gray lines running over them. To Grant's surprise, the cheetah had no reaction at all to Winston pulling his sunglasses off. He just stood there blankly. "Oh man," Winston said. "You're all hucking zone-blazed out of your minds, aren't you?" "Zone-blazed?" Grant whispered to Winston. "It means," said a voice coming from a long-necked giraffe biped with a bright orange goatee, "that these lightweights need to get out of my establishment or I'm gonna ban them." "What?" The leader cheetah finally spoke with a blank smile and vacant expression. "Come on, guys," the giraffe said while ushering the group of cheetahs towards the exit. "You know feline bipeds can't process getting zone-blazed. I don't care what you do on your own time, but if you come back here like this again, I'll auto-block you from entering the arcade." Winston tried handing the leader back his sunglasses as they were leaving, but he was too disoriented to take them, so Winston just put them on Grant's face instead. "Here, you can wear these when you miss your old glasses. Grant, this is the Neil in the Great Neil's Pinball Arcade." "Oh," Grant said. "Hi, nice to meet you. Sweet place you got here." "Oh, thanks, kid," Neil said with a smile. "Yeah, man, I hate being that old man, stay off my lawn, ball-buster guy. But feline bipeds and getting zone-blazed in public is not a good mix. Something about their specific chemistry turns them into a liability." Neil yawned, revealing his incredibly long giraffe tongue. "Dude," Neil said, "I'm sleepy. I think I might close up shop a little early today." "Zone-blazed?" Grant said. "You mean like they're high or something?" "Yeah," Winston said. "Something like that." "High on what?" Neil laughed. "Not what, my friend. Zone-blaze is an app kids run on their Wraith when they're looking to get good and hooked up." "I thought Wraith use was restricted in here." "It is," Neil said. "But like I said, felines can't handle the blaze. Just a few minutes on it and they're zonked out for the whole damn day. They were messed up before they ever came in here. Oh, ouch, man. Neil wasn't paying attention while laughing and accidentally bumped his head into a low-hanging ceiling lamp. Careful, big guy, Winston laughed. Well, we gotta scram, Neil. It was good seeing you. You too, man. Hey, did you see the news on the latest break-in at the Sina data processing facility? I haven't watched it yet. That's what we were leaving to go do. Yeah, Neil said. Got me a little worried. If Sina doesn't finally pull through this year for us bipeds, well, it's not real good news for old-timers like me, you know. I hear you, Neil, Winston said. I'm not too far behind you, brother. Dude, Neil smiled. Get out of here. You're a pup compared to me. All right, later on, fellas. Chapter 16. Did you say Skynet back there? Grant asked. Sina, Winston said. He picked up more speed as he and Grant walked away from the arcade and towards the exit of the mall. I liked Neil. He reminds me of someone. What did you mean when you said you're not too far behind him? You didn't mean in age, did you? Neil looked to be 20 or 30 years older than you. Winston slowed down as though preparing to say something, but then continued to jog at his previous pace towards the exit. Neil's only 5 years older than me, Winston said after a moment. Grant was silent. Jason just sent me another message, Winston said. He's excited about something in the footage, wants us to hurry. Winston stopped. You know what? Actually, let's not walk back to the ship. Huh? Grant asked, confused at the sudden stop. Problem is, Winston continued rubbing his chin, you need a USC account to use the tram pipes and you don't have one yet. You're only supposed to enter one at a time, but I can probably hack it so we can both cram in at once. Tram pipes? Grant asked excitedly. That what I think it is? Probably. Winston smiled and directed Grant towards a long, transparent tube, only 3 or 4 feet in diameter. Is it safe for us both to go in at the same time? Grant said. Will we get stuck? Yeah, it's fine, Winston said, ushering Grant into the silver bifurcating entrance of the otherwise clear pipe. Grant started breathing heavily. You okay, man? Winston asked. He pressed some buttons on a panel that materialized once they entered the tram. Yeah, Grant said with a sigh. He closed his eyes. I just get a little anxiety from time to time. Relax. It's just like using an elevator. Suddenly Grant felt his feet leaving the ground. He looked down to see both his and Winston's shoes now hovering several feet off the floor. Grant immediately pushed both his hands against the sides of the tube. A red light flashed around them and a sterile-sounding voice manifested, calmly saying, Please do not touch tube walls. I think I'm getting deja vu, Grant said. For some reason, I feel like I was in a tightly enclosed space like this with you. Grant reluctantly removed his hands from the tube walls and put them to his side. Definitely not a good deja vu. Yeah, that's weird, Winston said. Oh shit! Grant yelled as their momentum increased, now having nearly reached the mall ceiling. Is the roof going to open up? Grant yelled. Are we going to turn before we hit it? Winston laughed. What appeared to be a solid ceiling was only a projection that opened up right before Grant and Winston went through it. Because the ceiling was merely a visual projection, they would have been fine even if they hit it. Grant imagined the animation of the ceiling opening up must have been some kind of courtesy for witless frozos like himself. Soon after the two were above the ceiling, they were moved horizontally but remained standing upright through a large black void. The void was filled only with occasional glowing animated advertisement billboards. Oh, Grant said, now much more relieved. Oh, what? Nothing. Just was kind of expecting us to have been angled sideways or something when we started moving horizontally. You mean you thought we would be laid down flat like we were flying? Grant smiled. Some tram pipes do that. This one in the mall is kind of a more pedestrian situation. Well, we're back at the ship. That was awesome, Grant said. Glad you liked it. There's whole theme parks with this kind of stuff. Frozos tend to spend a lot of their first couple of weeks visiting them. Oh, I get it, Grant said with a diffused expression on his face. What? Winston asked. I like them too. We'll go together sometime. Winston could see that the hydraulic lift from his ship had already descended to the ground. Jason stood nearby. He had already lowered the ship's lift in anticipation of Winston's arrival. So, what's going on, guys? Grant said. Someone going to clue me in about all this? Kind of a lot to unpack, Winston said. It will make a lot more sense after you've been initiated tomorrow. Winston could see confusion welling up on Grant's face. It's like a VR cinema. A what? Grant asked. He means it's like a bunch of instructional videos, Jason said. That was the more common term for his arrow, Winston. Winston rolled his eyes. All cryogenically frozen people have to do it before they can receive a USC account. Don't worry, Grant. It just takes a few hours. Small quiz at the end. No big deal. Hey, Grant, Jason said. Would you mind waiting outside for a minute while we watch this? Worried about your mom's research again? Grant said. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not trying to be a hash hole. Grant erupted into laughter. This was the funniest language evolution he had heard yet. This made Grant want to look up which words had stayed the same over the past 100 or so years, and which had changed. Grant quickly remembered he didn't have a phone anymore, and his Wraith wouldn't be connected to the internet until the next day. No worries, Grant said. I've been dying to mess around with my Wraith anyway, even if I can't get online with it yet. Thanks for being cool about this, Winston said. Promise we'll clue you in tomorrow. Don't mention it, Grant said with a smile as Winston and Jason were lifted into the ship. About 15 minutes later, the ship's lift lowered to let Grant in. Whoa, Winston said, startled by a flash of orange light coming from Grant's direction right as the lift touched the ground. Grant, you okay? What was that? Not sure. May have touched something in the Wraith I wasn't supposed to. I can't think of anything in the settings that would have made it flash like that, Winston said. Weird. Wraiths are seldom defective, but if it acts up again, let me know. And dude, sorry again about making you wait outside. I didn't mind, Grant said. Where are we headed to now? Winston ushered Grant towards the front bridge of the ship, where he and Jason were sitting. Grant's excitement swelled once again at the sight of all of Winston's amazing floating, glowing screens on the bridge of his ship. Back to the candy canes, Jason meowed. What? We're taking Jay home, Winston said just before falling back into his chair. Grant was surprised at the distance Winston let himself fall backward into his chair. He feared Winston would hurt himself falling at that speed. It was then Grant realized there was some kind of an aliveness to Winston's ship. Zeus, Grant exclaimed. Your ship is sick. Pretty cool, eh? Winston said. Fica tranquilio e case sui, Jason said. Winston groaned. Jay, will you give it a rest with the constant show-offery? No one believes you speak Portuguese. I'm not showing off, Jason meowed back. He knows you're just parroting this stuff through your Wraith, Jay. Hey, well, cheating or no, his dialect sounded quite good. He gave Jason a quick rub on the head without thinking, immediately regretting what he had done. Grant was mortified at the potential implications there might be from rubbing a biped's head like that, as though he were some kind of pet. Oh, shit, Grant said, wincing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Dude, relax, Winston laughed. Jason looked back and forth between Grant and Winston with confusion. Hey, Grant, buddy, I got an itch behind my ear. You think you could... Winston smiled. Oh, God. Grant put his palm to his face in embarrassment. Just kidding. But seriously, you can scratch my ears anytime. My chucks are gonna thump the ground at like 1,000 miles an hour, but hey, if you're okay with the sound it makes. Whoa. Did you say 1,000 miles an hour? Miles? Really? You use empirical measurements in the future? I mean now? Calm down, Winston said. It's just an expression. Chapter 17.
Only a few minutes or so after entering Winston's ship, the group arrived at their destination, the complex where Jason lived with his stepmother Candy. The building was thousands of stories high. Most of its windows were dark black glass. Only a few were lit as it was now approaching 2 in the morning. Every 5 floors of the building were sandwiched with large, lush, brightly lit parks. The park levels had completely transparent walls. The lack of lighting on the regular floors, contrasted with the brightly lit artificial parks stacked every 5 levels, made the buildings look like exotic, glowing candy canes from a distance. The effect was amplified even more at night. "Oh," Grant said, intrigued. "You weren't kidding. These buildings really do look like a bunch of candy canes. I thought you just called it that because your stepmom's name is Candy." Jason smiled. "Ready for deployment, Jay?" Winston said. He positioned his hand over a specific area of his control panel. "Roger that, Captain," Jason said, now standing upright. He saluted his paw to his forehead. "Nice meeting you, Grant." Winston pressed the button under his finger, causing the door beneath Jason's feet to slide open and send Jason plummeting through the air. "No!" Grant yelled. Grant vaulted towards the opening in the floor to try and grab Jason's paw, but he was too late. The opening had already sealed back shut. Seconds later, Grant realized what happened was intentional. The shock of watching someone suddenly plummet towards the earth was nonetheless extremely off-putting to Grant. Grant ran to one of the ship's windows to locate Jason. With great relief, he saw his new young cat friend had sprouted what appeared to be a large whirlwind of propellers from his back. Jason was flying towards the wall of one of the building's park levels below. "Wow," Grant said. "That's awesome." As Jason approached the transparent wall of the building, a disturbance of light particles manifested. A hole opened up into the wall and allowed him to pass through it. It then quickly resealed behind him after he entered. "Was he flying with his Wraith?" Grant asked. "I didn't think they had the kind of energy density to support something like that." "Yeah." "So you're saying I shouldn't drop from hundreds of feet in the air from moving vehicles with just my Wraith anytime soon?" "No, I wouldn't recommend it. Although Jason wasn't in any real danger, even if his Wraith had malfunctioned, there are anti-grav and nano-security blankets over nearly every inch of the city. So you could push me out of this vehicle right now and I wouldn't die?" "Push you?" Winston laughed. "Wow, you really want to go there? But yeah, you'd be fine. That is, if you didn't die of a heart attack on your way down, and so long as you're over a city. Don't fall out over the mountains or something." "What about the anti-grav shoes like I saw our waiter and Jason's little friends had back at the mall? Can you fly with those?" "Well, it is the future, so you will see a lot of people hovering around. Most smaller anti-grav devices like those commonly found in footwear have to orientate from the ground. Even the best ones max out at around 20 feet from a stable gravity source." Winston piloted the ship away from the residential buildings, which appeared even more like green glowing candy canes the farther they flew away. "You don't need much more gear than that to fly without a gravity source safely," Winston added, "but it's still more weight than most people want to walk around with." "Jesus Christ," Grant said. "I've got so many lifelong dreams to fulfill in my first week of being awake in the future. I need to make a list." "Don't worry," Winston said. "A couple of weeks into your new life and you'll be just as unappreciative of all this amazing shit as the rest of us." "Speaking of excitement, where's your bathroom?" "Donnie's in the back, mate," Tom said. "I'll light the way for you." "Oh, thanks. You the ship's AI?" "Name's Tums. Put it there." A red furry arm emerged from the ship's wall. Grant shook the hand before it disappeared. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise. Looking forward to watching you take a dump." "Tums," Winston shouted. "Epic." "Please don't," Grant said. "Just busting your chops, mate. Although, I'm kind of omnipresent on the ship. Not sure how I'd avoid watching you take a dump even if I wanted to." "Don't pay him no never mind, Grant," Winston said. "There's no cameras in the bathroom of the ship." Grant finally used the ship's bathroom. "How'd it go back there?" Winston asked as Grant returned. It was great. No seashells or anything. Future pooping ain't so bad, Winston said. Hey, you want to watch that video me and Jay were watching earlier at the mall? Winston swiveled his chair away from the ship's control panel now that a return course had been set. Thought you guys didn't want me watching it yet. It's fine. Grant and Winston both walked back to the ship's central observation living area filled with large viewing windows and numerous seating options. I was just playing along for Jason. I don't care if you see it. I mean, I love Candy. She's like a sister to me. And I get why she wants you popsicles to be fresh before you're interviewed. But that's not a cool way to greet someone who's been asleep for 100 years. No, Grant said. Don't worry about it. I already watched it. Grant stepped towards the ship's massive observation windows as they talked. The novelty of being inside a spaceship as it ascended thousands of feet into the air away from a city, the immensity of which Grant had never imagined, was still quite strong. Winston was surprised by Grant's response. What do you mean you watched it? Jason time-locked your Wraith from access to the net, didn't he? Well, let's just say in another life I was very good with computers. Word, fellow mage? Mage? That what you call hackers these days? Hackers, Winston said. Oh, that's cute. Hackers. I like that. I mean, we still say hack, but I've never heard anyone described as a hacker. Same difference. Anyway, you must be really good. I mean, if you watched the video at the same time Jason and I did, you'd have had to unlock your Wraith within a few minutes. Damn. Well, I wasn't able to watch the entire video. Anyway, I was clueless about a lot of what was going on in the video. Why were you guys so worried about it? Winston sighed. He looked out to the stars through one of the observatory's windows. Winston laughed and scratched the back of his head. Well, if we're going to disobey Candy's wish to keep you uninformed before her interview, might as well go all in, right? I guess so, Grant said. He leaned back onto a reclining seat that protruded from the wall. Although, I think I could just sit in this chair and stare out through this massive window at these stars for the rest of my life. You want some coffee? Winston asked, walking over to a futuristic-looking cupboard near the back of the bridge. Explaining why the video was important is going to take a bit longer than the time it takes to get back to Candy's facility. What say I set the ship's autopilot to loop around the solar system? That's got to help knock off at least one of the items on your list, right? Fuck. Seriously? Grant said. I didn't even think of that. How is that not the first thing I asked you to show me as soon as I walked on your ship? So, sound like a plan? Hell yes. Chapter 18. Okay, Winston said. He returned from the ship's pantry with 2 mugs of coffee. Back to, I guess, kind of the state of everything. Where to start? Well, you said you were a programmer, right, Grant? Yeah, Grant said. He took a sip of his coffee and winced from the piping hot liquid hitting his tongue. Assistant lead conceptual architect was my official job title at the company where I worked. Or I guess, technically I freelance for them, but I was at their building constantly. So then, that definitely makes you the Grant Figueroa from the documentary. I was in a documentary? Apparently, Winston laughed. Your work was foundational for what later became the first stable super artificial intelligence. Stable? You must have the wrong guy. Yeah, working on AGI systems was my job. My company was one of the first to achieve true AGI, but the tech had been popping up all over the place simultaneously. You know, it's funny how... Oh, holy shit, Grant said. The moon. I've never seen it this close up before. Wow. There's so much stuff on it, and floating around it. Pretty cool, huh? Winston said. He gave Grant a few moments to soak in the moon before continuing. Anyway, what was funny? Oh, sorry, Grant said, distracted once more. Hey, my Wraith is showing me this big red message in my head. Feels weird seeing alert messages in my head. It's telling me that my dopamine levels are really high and asking me if I want assistance regulating them. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
That's kind of fucking scary that it can do that. Should I tell it yes? I wouldn't. Most Frozos go through experiences like this when they wake up. You'll calm down after a few days. If you're still having trouble later, or you experience high levels of anxiety, you can experiment with having it regulate various biological systems. Huck that, Grant said. I don't want it ever doing that again. Oh, you can disable future alerts in the settings. Anyway, sorry I interrupted you. What were you saying? Oh, you started to say something was funny after mentioning multiple organizations from your time were rumored to have discovered Guy. Discovered Guy? Not Guy, G-U-Y, Winston said. Guy, G-A-I, short for General Artificial Intelligence. Oh, that makes sense. Funny how the acronym changed from Artificial General Intelligence to General Artificial Intelligence in your time. I mean this time. Now, I mean. I think I like the way you guys phrase it better. Grant took another sip of his coffee before continuing. I was saying it's funny how often people, especially when it comes to really big ideas, tend to think in parallel. A lot of people think it's more than a coincidence when this happens. They get mad that their ideas were stolen by this or that person, but I've seen it happen so many times in the tech industry. Grant took another large gulp of his coffee. His hands began to tremble. I mean, sure, there are corporate spies and bad actors everywhere, but I think a lot of it is more coincidental than people realize. Or who knows, maybe something bigger is going on, controlling people's thoughts at times. What do you think? You ever think about that kind of thing? Hey, how long will it be before we get to Mars? How fast are we going? Where were you born? Jesus, Grant, Winston said. Oh, what, am I ranting? Sorry about that. The more coffee Grant drank, the more Winston thought of the huge, bug-eyed expression Grant had when he had first discovered him less than a day ago in USC Warehouse 29982. A little bit, Winston said. I'd probably have the same reaction if I hadn't had caffeine in over a century. But anyway, about multiple people having the same idea at the same time. Do you mean like a global consciousness or something? Something like that. Maybe. Dude, Grant said as the ship left the moon and entered the long stretch of space between the moon and Mars. What are all these floating giant black buildings? Those are USC... Winston said, but was interrupted by Grant. Oh, wait, Grant said. I know this. It's United Star, City Council, Winston said. Oh, yeah, United Star Council. United Star Council of what, though? Are there buildings floating in space everywhere like that? How much junk is there now floating in our solar system? What's the farthest star we've sent drones or people to? Sorry, Grant said with a jittery smile. I'll calm down, I promise. Like I said, I was a programmer in my past life. I worked at a computer desk all day. I got insanely addicted to coffee. This is great coffee, by the way. Was this real or did you synthesize it? Do you have synthesizers like in Star Trek? Gimme, Winston said. He took the coffee out of Grant's hand and set it down on a table and then grabbed Grant's wraith. What are you doing? You're wigging out, man, Winston said, pressing some buttons on the screen of Grant's wraith. Gonna have the wraith regulate you a bit. Although, honestly, I think there might be something wrong with that, too. Grant looked to Winston, concerned. Relax, it's temporary. Just until you're capable of acting like a grown-up with coffee again. Jesus. Okay, that's cool. Sorry, man, I'm not great with first impressions. I will, without fail, every time I meet new people, find some way to spaz out in front of them. Well, Winston said as he finished with the last tap on the wraith screen, you're in good company then. I myself am a master at burning bridges unnecessarily. And it's replicators. What? You were about to ask if the coffee was synthesized. You said synthesizer, but you meant replicator. Jesus, how is it I know stuff from your time period better than you? Whatever, you fucking nerd. Winston handed Grant his coffee back now that he had calmed down. Do you really think there could be something wrong with my wraith? Is it dangerous if there is? I don't want to wear it if there is. I mean,
Winston said. It looks fine. It runs self-diagnostics dynamically. It's rare that there would be an issue not caught by its own diagnostics. Then why do you think it might be messed up? Honestly, I believe you when you say you were good with computers back in your day, but unlocking a device you've never seen before from a century in the future after 5 minutes of fooling around with it? So then, you think the only reason I was able to unlock it so quickly was because there was something wrong with it? Makes more sense to me, honestly. Not doubting your skills or anything. I'm sure you're epic, bro. It just seems strange. But I could be wrong. I wouldn't worry about it. It shouldn't be able to harm you either way. User protection is built in from the ground up with these things. Well, Grant said, better safe than sorry. I'm taking it off. Here, hand it to me. I'll have Tums run an extra diagnostic on it. I'm sure it's nothing. Thanks. Seriously, though, taking a step closer to the observation window, what are these buildings? I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, of course I've never seen anything like this before. What I mean is, I would have never imagined the need for something like this. Notice anything familiar about that building, right? Winston said with his finger raised in the air, preparing to point at a certain building the ship was about to fly past. There? No? Should I? Well, you did spend the better part of a century there. Chapter 19. Normally, Grant would have follow-up questions for a statement like the one Winston just made, but knowing he would soon see how Mars had developed over the past 100 years, his curiosity was overtaken. How far away are we from Mars? Not far. God, Grant said as Winston's ship whizzed by the last of the massive USC warehouses. How fast are we going? Well, I told Tums to slow us down a bit when swinging by the sites, Winston said. But when not slowing down, we've been moving at 5 MAU. Minutes per astronomical unit. Oh, that's right. 1 astronomical unit is the distance from Earth to the Sun, isn't it? Yeah, sure. I mean, of course it is. I knew that. Is 5 MAU the max speed of the ship? No way, Winston laughed. This is a fully MSL-capable vessel, baby. Winston paused upon noticing the lost look on Grant's face once more. Max superluminal speed. 5 MAU is just the speed limit within the solar system's coin. Coin? Grant said. You know what? Never mind. Clearly I'm going to have to do a lot of catching up over the next few days. Winston was suddenly interrupted by an electric alert noise. Oh, crap. Candy's calling. Gonna have to take this on the bridge. Mind staying put for a minute? Huh? Grant asked. Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to be out here, am I? I'll be quiet. Go take your call. I'll just be here staring out the window, drooling at everything I've ever dreamed of, suddenly racing to life. Hey, see? Winston said right as he rushed into the bridge of his ship, at first with a big smile, but quickly transitioning into a more metered tone. How'd the show go? Show was fine, Candy said with her arms crossed and an accusatory look on her pretty white face. Is something wrong or something? You usually don't call this late. Oh, come on, Winston. Did you really think Jason was going to keep you guys' little night out a secret? I love my kid, but a vault he ain't. Of course. Winston was disappointed for allowing himself to think his nephew would be capable of going more than 5 minutes without showing off. Don't you down-ears me, Candy said. Sorry, Kane. It turns out Grant is a really nice guy. I know how important he is for your research. Winston, you know it's critical that my first interview with these unthawed people be one where their past life experiences are still fresh. I don't want to interview them after their minds have been all muddled up with our modern-day nonsense. Grant wandered up to the entranceway of the bridge. He peeked his head through the door and listened in on the conversation. Why are Mommy and Daddy fighting? Grant said. What? Candy asked. Her face got bigger on Winston's comm screen as she squinted her eyes and moved closer to inspect the scene. Is that him? Winston laughed, and Candy shortly after. Hi there, Grant, Candy said. My name is Dr. Candy Wallace. It's nice to meet you. Hey, Candy, Grant smiled back. "I've heard a lot about you. I feel like we've already met." "Oh, well," Candy said. "Can't say I'm honestly super happy about that." "Heh heh," Grant laughed. "Yeah, sorry about that." Grant put his arm around Winston's neck. Listen, it's not Winston's fault. I practically begged him to let me come along. I mean, you guys got so much cool shit here in the future. I mean, here in the now or whatever." Winston smiled widely through the comm screen with a futile hope that Candy would buy Grant's story. "Ha!" Candy laughed. "I'm sure." "No, really," Grant said. "No one's told me anything interesting. Your friend here made sure of it." "Right," Candy said, laughing. "Okay," Winston said. He ushered Grant back through the door. "Thanks for that, Grant. You helped a ton. Now run along and wait for Mommy and Daddy to finish having grown-up time." "Okay," Candy said after Winston shooed Grant out of the room. "I get it." "You see?" Winston said. "He's a cool guy. I couldn't just leave him hanging at the facility like that while we went off to get burritos." "He does seem nice. But please get him back to the lab before too long. And please, Winston." "What?" "Please," Candy said, slightly pouting her lips. "Don't get his mind focused on too much crazy stuff before I get to do my interview." "I will. I mean, I won't. I mean, I'll try." Winston smiled. "I'll talk to you tomorrow, Kane. Everything will be fine. Don't worry." "Okay, Winnie. I'm trusting you." "Hey," Candy added before pressing the button to turn off her comm screen. "Did you see the show? How did I look?" "You looked beautiful," Winston said with a calm smile. "You always do." The transmission ended. "We at Mars yet?" Winston shouted to Grant from the other room. He refilled their coffee and grabbed a box out of something that looked like the ship's version of a pantry. He returned to the ship's observatory deck where Grant remained gawking at a window. "Oh, wow," Grant said. He stared through the observatory window as a massive, mostly green and blue orb appeared. The megalithic structures on Mars' surface grew more and more as they approached it. "Hey, Winston, I noticed a plaque with your name on it while I was taking a dump in your space bathroom. Your last name is Wallace?" "Yeah. Means something to you?" No. But didn't your friend Candy back there say her last name was Wallace? You guys, married?" Winston laughed. He sipped his coffee. "Nah, when I say Candy's like a sister to me, I mean she's literally my adopted sister. Her parents died when she was 12. They were close family friends. We took her in. To cut down on nonsense USC paperwork, she took the last name Wallace and just kept it." "Oh, that why Jason calls you uncle?" "Technically, Jason is my adopted sister's stepson, so kind of a stretch, I guess. But technically the label applies, I guess. Who cares? They're both family to me." "Wait, what?" Grant said in bewilderment, staring out the window. "What is it?" Winston asked. He drank his coffee and lifted something round and sweet from out of the box to his mouth. "Did you take me back to Earth?" Chapter 20. "What?" Winston mumbled. His mouth was now stuffed with a sprinkled donut. "No, dude, you're so excited. I wouldn't do that to you." "No way," Grant muttered under his breath as he stared out the window in amazement. It was slowly sinking in that the planet in front of him was indeed Mars. It was Mars, but far from the one he remembered in the video footage from the early colonists of his time. This Mars had been completely terraformed, developed far beyond what he could have imagined. "Can we stop?" Grant asked, starry-eyed. Sure, but probably not a good time tonight. Candy's suspicious now, so she'll probably be checking up on the lab every 10 goddamn minutes to make sure I brought you back to your room." "Oh, right." Grant could barely pay any attention to what Winston was saying. He was mesmerized by the view of whirling train-like structures orbiting Mars and an endless caravan of vehicles and drones landing and departing from its metropolitan areas. As Winston's ship approached the planet, Grant could see there were still several large valleys and mountains stained in browns, oranges, and reds spanning the surface. "Hey, don't worry," consoled Winston. "We can come back any time." "I love how they left some areas of the planet untouched." "Yeah, it's pretty cool. Want a donut?" Grant chuckled at Winston's seeming lack of interest in the amazing view cast before them both. He reached for a donut from Winston's box. The glaze was sticky on his fingers. As he took his first bite, he imagined what it might have been like if someone from 100 years before his time were in his shoes, and he was in Winston's. He thought about how much he had taken for granted. "I really do think all of this stuff is amazing," Winston said. "Well, I'm sure you've gotten used to seeing this stuff by now." "Sure. I fly by here all the time, but basking in the beauty and the glory of our solar system is partly why I do it." "We still going to see the rest of the solar system?" Grant asked as Mars faded into the distance behind them. We'll see a lot of it," Winston said. He plopped down on the main couch in the observatory, throwing his feet up onto his futuristic coffee table. "We won't have time to see every moon or anything like that, but I think we can at least visit Saturn within the next hour or so. Then we'll head back to Candy's facility before she ties her tail in a knot." Grant finally managed to pull himself away from the observatory window as the ship sped past Phobos, and Mars completely vanished out of view. He sat down in a recliner. "I feel like we kind of got off track somewhere," Winston said. "What were we talking about?" "I don't know. Let's see. I was talking about global consciousness or something. Wait. Wasn't the whole point of this detour for you to explain why you and Jason were so interested in that video? The break-in at the sign-up facility." "Oh, yeah," Winston said. He grabbed another donut and dipped it into his coffee. "That's right. So, all of this, Winston said, pausing to point to his ears and thump his tail on his couch, "is the result of the successful creation, or some might say discovery, of super artificial intelligence in the year 2065. "Really?" Grant said. "What? What is it?" I'm just glad to hear someone finally figured it out, even if that someone wasn't me." "Speaking of that, before I go any further, would you mind me asking, why did you decide to get cryoed? I mean, it sounds like you were close to making a huge breakthrough in artificial intelligence. Lee Spigot, the first person to successfully create a stable psi, credits your work as vital to his success." "Oh." Grant hesitated before sitting his half-eaten donut down into the box on the coffee table. He got up and walked back towards the observatory window. "I'm sorry," Winston said. "That's none of my business. A man wants to jump into a freezer, and that's his right." "No," Grant said, turning around. "It's okay. So back then, in my old life, I thought I was close to building a stable artificial superintelligence, or a psi, I guess you would call them now. In fact, my company had already successfully built a new type of enhanced general artificial intelligence system a full month before I put myself on ice." Grant paused for a moment of reflection. "You know, it seems like when you get a lot of brains focused on one topic, ideas tend to spread with or without people opening their mouths. Does that sound crazy?" "Interesting thought. Ideas jumping from brain to brain like particles tunneling through quantum space." "Who knows?" Grant said. "Maybe that's what global consciousness is, if it is a thing. Or maybe that's just what consciousness is. Sorry, I didn't mean to spin the conversation off down another tangent." "No worries," Winston smiled. "Finish your story." "Well, like I said, all of our competitors were rumored to have been experimenting with psi development. Of course, none of us had released our findings to the public yet." "Let me guess," Winston said while picking up a few individual sprinkles off the table and putting them back into the box. "Your Guy system could pass the Turing test, but it didn't exactly deliver the results you, or I should say, your boss was expecting. Ha ha ha, Grant laughed. Winston bent way under the table to pick up a far-reaching donut sprinkle. Grant continued. The basic guy system was not all we had hoped. I'm guessing the other company's bosses were as equally unimpressed as mine, and that's why no one had released their findings before I chose to be cryoed. Grant moved back towards his recliner. It could be a maddening thing to understand the potential of something but not fully grasp how to bring it to life. I mean, this was it, Grant said with his hands on his head. This was the great God that mankind had been trying to build for the better part of a century. The end of suffering for all mankind. We had done it, and I was in large part responsible for its creation. And, Winston added with a smile, it was about as useful as an efficient librarian with a master's degree and access to the net. Yes. So then you understand the problem. Intimately. So let me guess, the first thing you tried after creating your guy was to network as many of them together as you could into a single entity. Yep. And if you know this much about it, then I probably don't have to tell you the problems we ran into after that. So then, I'm guessing you were able to increase the creativity of the networked guy, but doing so directly correlated with the system's loss of stability. Or more or less, the better at problem solving you made the machines, the more they wanted to kill everything. I still have nightmares about the disasters we had in the office, Grant said. He rubbed his hand over his head. So then the only option for stable psi, Winston said, finishing the last of his coffee, at least back in your time, was to tune the problem-solving algorithms down so low that the networked guy became about as useful as a room full of librarians with master's degrees. Not hating on librarians or anything, that's still pretty damn useful. The emergence of Guy, even before stable psi, eliminated 80% of what manual labor remained on Earth. Just not exactly the solves-all that you, or I would guess your boss, were looking for. Oh God, Grant sighed. We fried 20 of our most expensive mainframes in 2 weeks at my job. Despite our security precautions and firewalls, we kept having to destroy our abominations almost immediately after launching them. That's the punchline, Winston said, licking his fingers. The smarter, the crazier, or at least smart always looks crazy to the stupid. Boy, my metaphors are really starting to fall apart here. Man, Grant sighed. He leaned back into his chair. I really believed being responsible for creating the first successful AGI, at least within my company, would have changed my life, or at least got me a higher position. Instead, my boss acted almost completely indifferent when we showed him the results. I was expected to immediately leapfrog the technology from AGI to ASI, like it was painting a house or some shit. I spent the next 2 weeks working 14 hours a day, burning through mainframes like napkins, trying to build a system that actually did what we fucking wanted it to. We were probably putting the entire planet at risk, which is terrible, I know. Despite most of the ideas at work being mine, and despite doing the bulk of the coding, they still treated me like a gopher. I remember being so pissed they wouldn't promote me to lead developer. What a mind-numbingly pointless thing to give a shit about while on the precipice of ending all want and suffering. Chapter 21. Well, Winston said, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you can build a simulated psi that isn't technically conscious but can still brew up some pretty decent coffee. Take Tums for example. Tums is of course not a proper psi. Those are very illegal to create, impossible actually, since the Bipedal Event of 2065. Indeed, Grant said. He grabbed another donut. The power of Sina is such that it can more or less predict the future as far out as a full week within the confines of the sphere. This means it can accurately map all activity on all known worlds within a 20 light-year radius of Earth, barring no major unknown variables enter the equation. In fact, I'm a little surprised my Sci-Watch hasn't blasted off talking about all this stuff with you. Your Sci-Watch? No, wait, skip it. I just thought of a way more pressing question. There must have been dozens of discovered alien civilizations by now, right? Yeah? Winston said with a sigh. You'd have huckin' thought so. What do you mean? I mean, we haven't found any naturally evolving civilizations that didn't spawn from Earth. We found basic plant and animal alien life on hundreds of planets, moons, and other various cosmic bodies, most of it within fossil records. There are millions of species which I'm sure you'll be up all night checking out on your Wraith. There has been an endless parade of hoaxes, dubious and weird, but ultimately unverifiable claims, strange technology floating adrift in space, reseeded life, faked footage, as well as other desperate cries for attention. But as far as real, solid, undeniable evidence of independently evolved intelligent alien civilizations, I mean the kind of evidence where aliens are vacationing down in New Michigan or starring in reality shows, none. Wow, that's hard to believe. Yeah, I know. I've spent most of my life trying to understand why. No, not that. I mean that there's still reality TV shows. Fucking gross. Judgy. But yeah, also, how could we have found life on so many other worlds and yet none of it evolved to human? Winston cleared his throat at Grant's use of the word human. Sentient level intelligence. You're familiar with the Fermi paradox? Winston asked. Sure. The Fermi paradox asks why, if there's such a high probability for civilizations to emerge in the universe, are they not more common? Well, some dorks would get mad at you for not paraphrasing it exactly right, but more or less, Winston said. In proximity to the Fermi paradox, Lusenhop's law states that the more technology evolves, the harder it is to verify evidence for any claim, since the more evolved technology makes it easier to counterfeit the results. That makes sense. We were starting to deal with some of that back in my time. I can't imagine how difficult it must be to verify things now. Oh, wait. Did you say reseeded life? What the hell does that mean? It means that technically there are a few local alien civilizations, and I say alien with quotes, within the sphere, but it's been verified that they are of Earth origin. Go on. We call them reloys. There are two varieties of them within the sphere, one of which was capable of interstellar travel long before it was developed on Earth. I think there was a lot of speculation about them back in your time. It has since been verified that they had sent probes and research parties to Earth hundreds of years before we even had steam engines. Why do you say alien with quotes? Because both reloy races share proto-human DNA. Get the hell out of here, Grant yelled, momentarily standing out of his chair. So what, space cavemen? Winston laughed. In a sense, the event responsible for this happened almost 200,000 years ago. So both reloy races have developed quite differently from one another, as well as different than modern humans. In any case, it wouldn't be fair to call either race caveman any more than it would be to apply that label to you. Although it's true that one race developed much faster than Earth and one much slower. Dasmic and Gazvan. Cool. So, future world and caveman world. Yeah, sort of, Winston said. Although, at this point, caveman world is kind of like a Western, old-timey world with spatterings of modern technology. Though there are some regions of Gazvan, the slower developed world, that remain completely tribal. Gazvan is also where bipeds born with less than 70% social traits are now kept. Have been for the past 50 years. I guess the USC thought it was a good fit for them. You mean the naturals, as you called them, back at the pinball arcade? Yeah, and don't. What? I know you think that it's hucked up that we exile them, and it is. It's also complicated as hell. I didn't say anything. So how did the hominids, the reloids or whatever, get so far away from Earth anyway? No one knows for sure, Very few of the other life forms from the Reloi planets, besides the Relois and a handful of other Earth-based flora and fauna, and now the biped naturals, share Earth-based DNA. The first assumptions were that the Relois and a handful of plants and animals they would have needed to survive must have been seeded on the two separate planets by a more advanced alien species. But despite our best efforts, we never found this master alien race of human transplanters. We've hardly verified any independently evolved advanced alien civilizations that didn't seed from Earth at all. Hardly verified? I thought a minute ago you said we've never verified a non-Earth originated alien civilization. Which is it? Well, it depends who you're asking. But the point is, no one 100% agrees. In any case, it shouldn't be this hard. We should have found thousands of independently evolved civilizations across multiple galaxies with our satellite tech by now. What we did find through cross-referencing geological surveys of Earth and the Reloi homeworlds was evidence of a kind of space-time schism. Many people believe this was the result of a massive interstellar anomaly that happened around 200,000 years ago. It appears that at some time in the past, huge swaths of space-time, at least in this region of the galaxy, were cut out and reassembled at seemingly random locations. What? What could cause something like that? No one's 100% certain. It's as though something caused a phenomena that trivially occurs nearly constantly at the quantum level to occur at the macro level. Fragments from different planets and moons were interchanged. For some planets, it was like cutting a piece of chocolate cake out and reinserting a piece of strawberry cake in its place. In other instances, it was like flinging random pieces of cake into a wall. Many fragments just ended up adrift in space. We were able to determine the schism took place at the same time across both Reloi worlds. More supporting evidence was later discovered when researching the unnaturally fractured cores of moons and other celestial bodies. Unnaturally fractured cores? I'm not sure I understand. How could it be determined the cause of the fracturing was unnatural? I knew it, Winston said, shaking his head. You knew what? I knew you were going to be a transplanter. What? Transplanters stick to the old, dogmatic view that the Relois must have been seeded from Earth by some master alien race, whereas schismers have adopted the much more likely theory, for which more and more evidence points to every day, that the Relois were displaced in the big schism event of 200,000 years ago. Trust me, I'd love nothing more than to discover this master race of alien transplanters, but that's just not what the evidence points to when it comes to the Relois. What? Grant said, laughing. I'm just now hearing about all this. Don't brand me with some label. Hey, if the collar fits. So then, through some kind of quantum anomaly, humans may have been transported from Earth to other worlds. That's incredible. As far as we know, but not just humans, we found various flora and fauna seemingly interjected into these worlds. Researchers still aren't sure what caused the schism. I'm sure the first person who suggested this idea was received well throughout the scientific community, Grant laughed. Makes me wonder what that poor bastard who suggested continental drift must have felt like. The theory was not well received at first. Over time, the sheer number of frozen proto-human corpses and prehistoric animals discovered floating adrift in space by the now millions of vessels exploring it helped to persuade many, but I guess not all, you transplanter. Chapter 22. You're saying, though, Grant said, that to you, the Relois don't count as aliens. Sure, Winston said with his arms crossed. Call them aliens if you want. I'm not saying their history isn't interesting, but their existence is so frustrating. How so? Because ultimately the existence of the Relois resolves nothing regarding the heart of the Fermi paradox. Resolves nothing? If this space-time schism, or whatever, is a real phenomenon,
Maybe it happens throughout the universe. Maybe that's what makes it difficult for civilizations to get started. I don't know. Maybe you have a point. It's just that for almost 50 years, we've had the technology to view individual trees on planets as far away as the Andromeda Galaxy. And yet still, we find almost no hard evidence of alien civilizations? Sure, we find weird plants and other simple alien life forms, but where are the sprawling cities? Where are the legions of space fleets and massive stellar projects? I mean, where are the ones not spawning from Earth kind? Doesn't that seem weird to you?
I mean, I guess, Grant said, leaning back into his chair. Earlier you said the ship was capable of max superluminal speed. How fast is that? The fastest speed possible to travel is 3.75 days per light year. My God, that's nearly 100 times the speed of light. So, if you travel that fast, when you get back to Earth, won't thousands of years have passed or something like that? Oh, you mean due to time dilation? No. I'm not entirely sure how the formulas whipped up by the Psi work. Something about warping dimensions on top of dimensions. Somehow the engine ends up preserving multiple frames of reference. But apparently folding dimensions to break the hell out of physics is like folding paper. You can only do it so many times before it's impossible to fold anymore, no matter how big the piece of paper or kick-ass your ship's physics engine. So apparently, that's why MSL taps out at 3.75 days per light year. That's completely insane. How long has Earth had this technology? Since 2115. So about 50 years. Grant said, concentrating. We must have immediately sent out probes that year going that speed, right? Correct. We sent a few out as soon as we could, then after a bit more planning, in 2120, the Portal satellite mission was launched. The USC built 120,000 satellite drones capable of non-stop MSL and shot them out in equidistant directions. Each satellite possessed early replicator spore technology, meaning whenever one of the satellites detected a nearby planet or asteroid with enough usable materials to spawn a new satellite, it would fire off a spore and replicate a new satellite. Not only is each satellite equipped with constantly self-improving technology, but with each light year the satellites expand outward and form an even more powerful networked mega telescope. That's hard to fathom, Grant said. And yet, after all this, just apes. What? Sure, Winston said. Simple alien life can be found in a lot of places. But how is it that out of the entire hucking galaxy, just apes from Earth reached this level of civilization? There's something deeply troubling to me about that. There always has been. No offense, by the way. I get your frustration. So that means the satellites, the portal mission, they would have traveled... Grant paused, taking a second to calculate. 4,380 light years away by now. That's a 4,380 light year wide mega telescope. Yeah, I hate to say it, but if you can't spot intergalactic civilizations with tech like that, then it's probably safe to say they're not out there. Besides humans, of course, and reloys or whatever. That's pretty good you can calculate that in your head without your wraith. Maybe I was wrong to question your skills. That reminds me, Tums, have you finished analyzing Grant's wraith yet? Sure did, Winnie, Tums said. Nothing wrong with it, as best as I can tell. Just then a set of wheels, the very antigrav discs Winston used to carry Grant out of the USC building, came through the door to give Grant his wraith back. There you go, brother, Tums said with his disembodied yet warm Australian voice. Yeah, Winston said. Tums is a sweetie, and a good friend. Just wish he wasn't also a sociopath. Oh, bugger off, Winnie. Grant looked concerned while refitting his newly reclaimed wraith. I'm not a sociopath. I'm just able to think outside of the box from time to time. That's what makes me so lovable. Sorry, I don't mean like he's a murderer or something. I mean, not that I know of or anything.
I just pushed Tum's framework as far as possible before reaching the tipping point. Aren't you a little worried, Grant said, that riding the line so closely might have some unintended consequences? Nope, Winston said. He crumpled up the donut box and threw it into the air. His wheels flew up to catch the trash and carried it to the ship's disposal. I'm actually really surprised my Psi-Watch hasn't been triggered by talking to one of the founding fathers of Psi technology. You mentioned something about that earlier. What the hell is a Psi-Watch? Oh, you have one too. They're embedded into all Wraith frameworks. Grant began inspecting his Wraith. Huh? It used to be the case that before you had even decided to attempt to locate blueprints and try to construct a proper Psi, you would be immediately arrested and left to rot in a safety colony. Safety colony? Giant prisons orbiting Jupiter, Winston said. Damn, that's terrifying. Now, speaking of safety colonies, Winston said, he quickly glanced down at his Wraith. I think we should be getting to Jupiter pretty soon. Anyway, back to the Psi-Watch thing. Legislation was eventually passed that required the USC to provide a warning first to all citizens before just abruptly throwing them into prison. So now, should one start to get the itch to try and build a godlike supercomputer, they would at least get a warning from Sina instead of just immediately having their life ruined. Oh, so then a Psi-Watch isn't a literal device? No, Winston said. He threw his feet up onto his couch. It's just an app embedded into Wraiths, or whatever is convenient for the user to house it. Does Sina police everything we do now? It's not supposed to. Sina is only allowed to interfere in Psi-related matters, or at least that's what we're told. There's an official wing of the USC dedicated to communications with Sina, Winston said. You know, come to think of it, a loud beeping noise suddenly emitted from the ship's unidirectional speakers as the room began to glow red. What now? Grant asked. Chapter 23. It's a distress message coming from an emergency channel, Winston said. On screen, Tums. A large nanographic projection materialized in front of Winston and Grant. In the projection was a short-statured biped with a wet black nose and dark gray fur. He had long whiskers and wore a sleek black officer's uniform. The projection was shaky and cut in and out. This is Lieutenant Charles Dannon projecting from Jupiter 01 Safety Colony, Charles said. The message was accompanied by booming noises and people shouting in the background. Local security forces have been immobilized, requesting assistance from any Wraithclaw-equipped vessel, S-class or higher. Speeding violations will be temporarily waived for any volunteer that can offer assistance. Please come as fast as you can. Tums, Winston shouted. Try to contact Charles. Got him on the line, Winnie. Chuck, Winston shouted. Are you okay? What's going on? Winston, Charles said. Don't have time for the details. A prisoner has erected a Psi, or something damn close, within the safety colony. That hasn't happened in 100 years. How is that possible? Why wouldn't have Sina preemptively detected it? Dude, Charles said. He ducked as debris fell from the ceiling above him. Winston, you know I can't discuss with you anything Sina-related. Now get over here and help me. What do you mean, help you? Winston said. Where are all your cop buddies? The bastard who erected the Psi managed to use it to disable all security vehicles within 10 light years of here. Lucky for me, Charles said, rolling his eyes. I was already here visiting Eddie. All other access to the facility has been Sai-Locked, or at least, I'm assuming it's a Psi, since only another Psi would stand a chance at overriding Sina's security measures in the less secure wards. Is Eddie okay? Winston said. Don't worry, Charles said. I think the prisoners are fine. What does Sai-Locked mean? Grant whispered to Winston. It means, Charles said, surprising Grant, who didn't think he could hear him whispering. The perp has almost total control over everything here. If he's got control over the colony, Winston said, how were you able to send out a distress call? I said almost everything here. There are areas of the safety colony that have been laced with additional security measures against all psi, including Sina, in case of an emergency like this. Ironically, this makes the safety colony the perfect location to erect a psi, were you to somehow smuggle in the needed components, which of course shouldn't be hucking possible. Shouldn't be possible, and yet, clearly it was, which means something has to be seriously wrong with Sina. Chuck, is Sina offline? Winston, Charles shouted. These security measures won't hold this asshole for long. Get down here and bust me out before this POS destroys the whole goddamn sphere. What do you want me to do? Winston asked. I'm in the visitors' hall. It's where I've been since this mess started a few minutes ago. The perp has released nanobots that are consuming raw materials all over the colony. I don't know what the hell for. Whatever the reason, I'm sure it won't involve keeping me alive. This place is being devoured. I won't last much longer. I need you to bust me the hell out. Bust you out, Winston said. He threw his paws up into the air. While evading a real hucking psi? Even if it's a crappy one, what you're asking isn't possible. Winston, Charles yelled. He ran for cover under the counter of the visitors' hall with his arm over his face while communicating via his wraith. Once we're far enough away, I'll detonate the colony's self-destruction mechanism. Just get me the huck out of here. I'm going to sink the perp, his psi, and everything along with it into Jupiter. You're going to kill all the prisoners? Winston yelled. What about Eddie? Non-issue, Winston. The perp jettisoned the inmates, guests, from the colony. I'm sure Eddie was among them. Well, Grant said, at least whoever's doing this isn't a total bastard. I doubt he did it out of the kindness of his heart, Charles said. If I had to guess, he probably released the prisoners to stir up as much shit as he could as a distraction. Good point, Charles said. You keep saying perp, Winston said. Do you not know who did this? Negative, now hurry, Charles yelled. A plume of smoke enveloped Charles as more debris fell and their signal was lost. Shit, Winston said. He lowered his head as the projection cut out. Okay, Grant, buddy, Winston said, ushering Grant down the hall. He led Grant to a small but sleek vessel in the corner of the cargo bay. I think we're going to have to call it a night, man. Winston pressed a button on the side of the vessel, causing its door to open vertically. What? Grant said. What am I doing? Oh, just hop into this speeder. It will take you back to Candy's lab. I've got to help my friend Chuck out. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for the tour. Are you going to be okay? This all sounds pretty heavy. Winston paused for a moment. He looked towards the ground before looking back. Yeah, I'll be fine. Nothing I can't handle. We'll pick the tour back up in a couple of days. Grant knew that Winston wasn't fine, and yet Grant replied, Okay. Winston touched the speeder door to close it. He walked away as the speeder hovered off the ground in preparation to exit the cargo bay of the 4x4. One more thing, Winston said. Yeah? You'll have to fly under the radar, which means the speeder can't go very fast. Getting back to Earth will take a few days, and there's no food or bathrooms for that matter on the speeder, so it will put you into stasis until you make it back. But you won't notice anything. Oh, okay, I guess. See you soon, buddy, Winston said. You too. Wait, can I say you too as a response to that? Yeah, that's right. You too. Watching Winston close the speeder door from the inside reminded Grant of the night he decided to get cryogenically frozen more than a century ago. The clink of the speeder door closing was just like his sarcophagus door shutting. Grant was flooded with vivid memories of chemical steam from his sarcophagus rolling in and clouding his vision right before he was put to sleep. He remembered that feeling of someone stepping away from a door they just shut as you remained inside. Grant looked through the speeder window and saw Winston had nearly jogged back to the exitway of the ship's cargo room. A large red glowing circle with the words, "Cancel flight," pulsated on the dashboard in front of Grant.
His heart pounded more and more until he could no longer take it. He slammed his fist into the cancel flight button. The speeder lowered back down to the ground. Winston appeared once more at the speeder door upon noticing Grant had canceled the flight. "Grant," Winston said, "what are you doing?" "I'm coming to help you." "Ah, man," Winston said, attempting to reclose the speeder door once again. "That's sweet, Grant, but dude, you just woke up after being frozen for 100 years. What kind of asshole would I be if I let you come risk your life with me right now? I mean, you've already passed out once tonight. This would be a fucking terrible idea." "Yeah, that was before I got my wraith," Grant said. "I can use it to regulate my body, can't I? Make it to where I feel like I'm more or less rested or am alert or whatever." "You could. It's not super healthy in the long term to use your wraith that way. It doesn't matter though, and this would still be a really bad idea." "A bad idea?" Grant said. He stepped out of the speeder. "Really? You're about to go up against someone wielding a super artificial intelligence without one of your own, and it would be a bad idea to take along with you one of the founding fucking fathers of the technology?" "Well," Winston laughed. "Shit, when you put it like that." Winston scratched the back of his head before continuing. "I'm not going to lie, Grant. I could probably use your help in figuring out how to evade this thing long enough to rescue Charles. I won't ask you to come if you don't want to. What I'm about to do is dangerous. Like hucking mess up and you die dangerous. Now I can put you back in the speeder and have Tums take you back to Candy's lab. It will take you a little while longer with the speeder's limited propulsion, but it will..." "No," Grant said. He slammed the speeder door behind him. Chapter 24. "When I decided to get frozen 100 years ago," Grant said, "it was in the hopes that I might wake up in a world where I didn't feel like I wanted to fucking die every day. By some miracle, I met you and your friends, and that happened." "Well," Winston said, "I mean, a little soon to call it, but I appreciate the gesture." "Every person, biped, whatever," Grant said, "I've met. You, your ship, your awesome friends, and cute wolf girlfriend." "She's not my girlfriend," Winston interrupted. "Whatever. The point is, everything that's happened to me tonight has been like some kind of fucking awesome dream. One I don't feel like I deserve. 100 years ago, I chose to go to sleep on my own life. I'll never choose to do that again. I'm going to help you. Now what can I do?" "I like you, Grant," Winston chuckled. "You're sure as shit not taking this seriously, but you seem bent on helping, so huck it, let's go." Grant and Winston jogged back into the main control room of the ship. "As far as what you can do to help, not sure yet. Tums," Winston commanded. "Give me some mock-ups." "Already ahead of you, Winnie," Tums said. Suddenly, several hundred floating, nanographically projected panels appeared in the room. "What are these?" Grant asked. "Oh," Winston said, scrolling through the screens Tums had produced. Just some concept art from everyone's favorite Aussie sociopath." "You mean brainstorms of how to break into the colony?" "Right," Winston said. He zoomed into 3 particular plans. "They look like storyboards." Winston rolled his eyes. "Any of these storyboards stand out to you, Grant?" I don't know." "Tums, cut to the chase. What do you think is the best idea?" "Well," Tums said in a calm voice, "I think we should just bulldoze into the roof of the safety colony with the Wraithclaw." "You would say that, you hugging machine," Winston said under his breath. He scrolled through the final series of mock-ups, as unimpressed with the last ones as he was with the first. Winston slammed his fist into a button on the wall, dismissing the mock-ups. "Okay, the direct approach then." "Well, Grant," Winston said. He pressed a button on his wraith which sent 1 white and 1 pink flying orb from a recessed shelf in his ship's walls. "I hope spacewalk was one of the items on your to-do list." The orbs unfolded into suits complete with shoes that automatically sealed themselves to Winston and Grant. "Hadn't thought of that one yet, to be honest," Grant said. "Although, I guess I would have chosen slightly less hostile conditions." "Hey, wait." Grant paused suddenly upon noticing his suit's color. Why is my suit pink?" "What's wrong with pink?" Winston asked. "I can't be a cool space hero, getting his life back on track and shit in a fucking pink spacesuit." "That's just the default color. You can change it to whatever you want, you dork." "Yeah, but it's got long bunny ears hanging off of it too." "They're not bunny ears." "Well, then what would you call them?" Grant asked. "They're just generic ear pockets." "Hello?" Winston pointed to his helmet's ears. "Yeah, but mine are really long." Fine, it's fine," Grant said with a reluctant sigh. "Now, when the time comes, tap the square patch on your arm to materialize your suit's helmet and gloves. Got it?" When the time comes?" He immediately tapped his suit's patch to activate the helmet and gloves. "Why the hell would I not activate them right now?" "Well, Grant, better get your oohs and ahs in for Jupiter now while you can. 1 minute till impact." Grant began to tremble in his suit as the swirling red and golden hues of the great gas giant began swallowing up all he could see. "Yeah," Grant said sarcastically. "Very majestic, especially when racing towards it at light speed. When are we going to slow down? The colony's not inside Jupiter, is it?" "Of course not. It's an orbiting colony. It rests at the exact distance where the fall-off gravity matches that of Earth's. That's why we're seeing nothing but the colony's ceilings right now." "Speak of the devil?" Suddenly, a massive spanning colony of buildings, lights, and tubular structures appeared in front of Winston and Grant. "Okay, so here's what we're going to do." Winston and Grant were now communicating through the comms in their helmets. "Assuming we bust through with no issues, we're going to exit through the floor of the ship here." Winston pointed to an area of the floor which seemed to bear no difference in markings to Grant from any other area of the floor. "Then we're going to find Chuck and get him the hell out of here." Won't he need a suit, too?" "The colony should have emergency suits installed in every room. If he's not already equipped with one, I'll give him my suit's backup suit." "These suits have backup suits? What's it like, the size of a packing peanut?" "What if the Wraithclaw can't bust through the wall?" Winston turned his head towards Grant, but said nothing. He just kept staring at him until finally he shouted, "Tums, hit it!" A blast of hardcore punk industrial music came roaring through the ship's speakers. Winston banged his head back and forth to the music as the ship blazed towards its target destination. Grant's Wraith informed him via internal messaging that the music was from a band called The Yo-Yos. "Oh, God," Grant shouted. "I'm gonna die." Chapter 25. Grant clenched his eyes and gritted his teeth. He braced himself for the upcoming impact, which he expected to happen quickly. After a few seconds had passed, he opened his left eye slightly. He was shocked to see massive pieces of debris and explosions flying by the windows of the ship. Thought I would have felt more when we hit." "Nah, everything on the ship is inertially dampened. Makes this kind of stuff a little less exciting, doesn't it?" The Wraithclaw of Winston's ship took the form of a powerful drill as it blasted through the safety colony. At times, it was difficult for Grant to determine which parts of the drill were solid and which were not. This was due to the dynamic redistribution of matter density within the Wraithclaw. This intelligent reconfiguration of mass allowed for a 1,000% increase in effectiveness, further enhanced by the problem-solving skills of Tums, the ship's simulated Sai. "All right," Winston said as a sleek doorway in the ship's floor manifested in front of them and opened. The ship's Wraithclaw had completely burrowed through the maximum security safety colony. "We're through. Let's go." "It's so quiet here," Grant said. They dropped to the gray and white checkered floor of the room. It was scattered with debris and broken lighting. Moments after exiting the ship, Grant learned to adjust his suit's appearance thanks to a quick tutorial fed to him via his Wraith. "Black, huh? Winston said through his helmet's comm.
Looks good, man.
Yeah? Thanks.
Okay, Chuck, we're here. Chuck? There was no response. Hey, Grant said, are you not picking up Charles on your Wraith? No, he may be gone, or he may have disabled communications on his Wraith intentionally.
Why would he do that?
To avoid detection, Winston said. Tums, are you picking up signs of Charles anywhere?
Not picking anything up, Winnie. I'm afraid you'll have to hunt him down yourself. I'm sensing some pretty nasty creepy crawlies coming from the Sai here. Buggers are trying to break through my networks. I can fight them off for a while, but I'm afraid I might get sick if I stay here too long.
No worries, Winston said. Take the 4x4 and get away to a safe distance. Try to keep an eye on us, though. Do your best to keep the creepy crawlies out of me and Grant's tech remotely. We'll call you when we need you.
Roger that, Winnie,
Tom said. Grant turned around and watched the 4x4 remove itself from the ceiling and fly away at light speed. A massive star-filled hole was left in the ceiling of the safety colony where Winston's ship had been. Come on, Grant, Winston said. Let's find Chuck.
Oh, and Winnie,
Tom said as the ship disappeared into a point of light. Yeah, buddy, Winston said through his comm.
Try to limit the use of your Wraith as much as possible. The Sai Sentinel apps will be looking to game any devices it discovers through sensor feedback loops.
What does that mean? Grant whispered. It means the Sai that was erected here will be listening for the use of sensors on our Wraiths. Tums is firewalling us as best as he can from afar, but if the enemy Sai detects our Wraiths, it could create feedback loops and use them to hack in.
Right, so,
Grant said, trailing off. Means we can't use our Wraith sensors unless we absolutely have to while searching for Chuck. He lifted a large piece of debris over his head to make sure Charles wasn't buried underneath. It means it's gonna suck finding Chuck. We've got to check everywhere. Chuck may still be in this room unconscious. Winston then directed Grant to check under counters and in storage closets and waiting areas within the visitors' hall.
I don't think he's in here, Grant said.
Think you're right. Winston looked to the left at a large double-sided door that had been barricaded by some kind of metallic planks. The planks were melded seamlessly into the walls. To his right, another door in a similar situation. Okay, let's split up. Even through the dark lighting and heavy shielded glass of Grant's helmet, Winston could see the grimace on Grant's face as Winston said, "Let's split up." Relax, you'll be fine. But just in case. Winston grabbed what looked like a bar of glowing blue soap from his right leg pocket. As he brought the bar towards his Wraith, a small box-like receptacle morphed open as though to receive it. The hull of the Wraith sealed itself back up after Winston placed the bar inside. The Wraith took on a much bulkier and sophisticated shape around Winston's arm.
What's that for?
Winston pointed his arm at the door to the left. His Wraith started glowing blue. It discharged small bits of electricity before finally emitting a laser that blew a hole into the door.
We can't use our Wraith sensors, Grant said, but we're good for blowing holes into walls. Gotta break a few eggs, baby.
The enemy's nanos are causing destruction all over the station. If we're lucky, the disturbances we make will be perceived as random noise with the rest of the ruckus. Wraith sensor arrays, not so much. Winston grabbed a second bar from his pocket and handed it to Grant. You can use this to power melee weapons, shields, or anything else you can normally project with your Wraith. Blue plasma coming out of his Wraith morphed into all the items Winston described before finally resting on the shape of a staff. Only now, the objects you manifest will have much more permanence while supported by the power cell. Look up to your left in your helmet's display.
Okay.
You see that blue power bar? Winston asked.
Yeah.
That's the remaining energy left in your power cell. The more extensively you use your Wraith, the quicker you will exhaust your power cell. Winston was surprised by an explosive sound to his right. Grant had manifested a giant blue sledgehammer from his Wraith and used it to bust down the other door.
Winston,
Grant said. He turned around from the door he had just demolished to face his new friend.
This is everything I ever wanted.
I know, Winston said. "Now let's find Charles." Grant trotted bravely down his chosen path while Winston traversed in the opposite direction. The wide hall Grant walked down was littered with odd-shaped debris and spotty lighting. "I thought you said we couldn't use sensors. There seems to be a live translucent 3D map displaying in my helmet's HUD." "Yeah, I put that there," Winston said. "It's just a static download of the colony's blueprints. It can show you the basic layout of this place, but it's not going to be populated with any dynamic contents such as people, nor will it reflect the current state of damage that might be scattered around the— Shit! Dude, what happened?" Grant heard the sound of radio static and a short burst of energy through his comm. The noise was quickly followed by a loud thud and then a crash. "You okay?" Grant asked. Oh, God," Winston said with an exhausted sigh. "Yeah, I'm fine. If we hadn't equipped these power cells 5 minutes ago, I'd be falling tail first into the bowels of Jupiter. Your suit has some propulsion, by the way, but it's mostly designed to operate in low gravity. Its anti-grav components are useful when you have a nearby source to bounce off of, but not much help when you're free-falling at 1G. Luckily, my Wraith was strong enough to help propel me back onto solid ground. I'm not going this way, though." "Why not?" "'Cause there is no this way," Winston said. "The entire left wing of the visitor center has been gobbled up by the size nanos. It must be constructing something big. Not sure I want to find out what. We need to find Chuck and get the hell out of here." "Glad you're okay. You gonna come my way then?" "Negative." Grant rolled his eyes at Winston's ultra-cheesy use of the word negative, as though they were part of some elite military force, but then he silently trembled with excitement at how cool he felt. "Gonna climb onto the roof through this giant huckin' hole," Winston grunted. "See if I can get a better grasp of the situation." Winston climbed up to the roof using anti-grav assistance from his suit when necessary. Grant could hear Winston grunting while shimmying his way up through the outer roof of the safety colony. And for the first time since he had met the guy, he heard something that sounded vaguely like barking. Chapter 26. "You see anything yet?" Grant asked. "Well, it don't look good." What do you mean?" "I'm not sure what's going on yet," Winston said through the comm static. "There's a mass of swirling matter and energy near the colony's center. I'm guessing that has something to do with the Psi. There are windows looking in on most of these roofs. I'm going to keep searching from up here. Any sign of Charles on your end?" "I'm not seeing anything yet," Grant said, but then gasped for air as he almost stepped into a giant hole in the floor. He quickly regained his footing. Even though he had almost fallen, he briefly found himself transfixed. He could not look away from the sea of stars through the hole just beneath him. "Grant!" Winston grunted as he landed from jumping onto another section of the colony roof. "Yeah," Grant said. "I'm here. I haven't found anyone yet." "Okay, keep looking. I'm going to give it about 10 minutes. If we haven't found anything by then, we're going to have to activate our sensors. Doing so could make things a lot more dangerous." "Hold on," Grant shouted. "What is it?" Winston asked. "Thought I saw someone run past the hall up ahead of me. Gonna go check it out." "Wait, what is it? They don't keep children in this place, do they?" Grant asked. "God, I hope not," Winston said. "Why? What did you see?" "Thought I saw a little kid, a human kid, run by. He was filthy, and—" "What? What is it?" Winston asked. I don't know. This is going to sound weird, but it looks like he was wearing a collar." "You mean a collar with a leash?" "Yeah, how'd you know?" "Grant, listen. I want you to head back the way you came. Move as quickly and as quietly as you can." "Hold on," Grant said. "Looks like someone is hurt. I think he's pinned down by some debris. I'm going to use my Wraith to unpin him." "That's a trap, you ding-dong," Winston yelled. "What? I can't hear you. Your signal is breaking up. There's someone else here. Looks like a big black cat wearing is that a fedora? He's a leopard. Grant, get out of there. My wraith's not working, Grant said, but before he could finish his sentence, the signal was cut off from Winston. Grant! Grant! Winston shouted through his comm, but it was no use. His connection to Grant had been completely lost. Against his desire to remain undetected as possible by the Psi, Winston activated full use of his suit's anti-grav so he could get back to the last known location of Grant as fast as possible. He further sped up his pursuit by using Wraith propulsion at the cost of draining his power cell. A loud clanking of glass erupted as Winston blasted a hole through the skylight over the hall where he had last heard Grant. Luther, Winston said while scanning the area around him. I don't know how you're here, but I know it's you. Tums, you still there? Yeah, Winnie, Tums said. Been tracking everything from afar. Getting harder and harder to evade the Psi's attempts to hack into me, though. Like a headache that keeps getting worse. Sorry, buddy. I'm trying to get out of here as fast as I can. Can you find Grant? Afraid not, Winnie. I don't see him. I transferred all my available processing power towards protecting your Wraith after I lost Grant's signal, though. You should be able to use your scanners a bit more liberally. I hope that helps, mate. Thanks, Tums. Jesus Christ, what was I thinking letting Grant come with me? You fucking idiot. Me? Tums said. No, me. Looks like it was Luther who erected the Psi, or someone pretending to be him. I can't fathom how he could have possibly made it back here. He's managed to manipulate the physical environment so that even though I can use my Wraith sensors, I can't find anyone. Luther? Tums asked. Are you sure? I don't know, Tums, Winston said while blasting his way back onto the colony's roof to continue his search. Know anyone else who would be skulking around a place like this with a gaggle of ragged humans chained to leashes? How could it have been Luther, Winnie? He chose to be exiled from the sphere after that business on Alpha Centauri. He should be almost 700 light years away from the solar system by now. Where the hell did he learn to erect a Psi? How did he get into the safety colony to begin with? I have no idea. None of this adds up. That asshole was exiled 7 years ago. Sina's power diminishes with distance, but the portal satellites help it track exiled prisoners and ensure they're not able to escape. Haha, hey guys, a low, raspy but cheerful sounding voice said. Winston could feel an acidic taste in his mouth, a little like throw up. Signal's coming from Grant's Wraith, Winnie, Tums said. It's... Hush, little bird, the deep raspy voice said, cutting Tums off. And Winston, Luther said. Asshole? You're calling me an asshole? What did I ever do to you? Because I can think of a lot of things you did to me. By the way, I'm not a prisoner anymore. Didn't you hear? I'm reformed. Sure, I was shoved into a tiny living room-sized containment unit and blasted off into the abyss to rot for eternity. But I like the way my fate was presented to me back at that USC holding facility. Back when I had to choose between rotting in a place like this safety colony for the rest of my days or bettering all of Earthkind. They said, Why die a prisoner, Luther? We'll give you the opportunity to travel the stars. They made me into an explorer. I was sent out to better Earthkind, expand our horizons and all that. You know, just so long as I was okay with never coming back, never talking to another living soul again. Of course, I wasn't going to be seeing anything new in my majestic travels. Nothing any jerk-off couldn't just get online and view via the USC database already logged by the portal mission. But they said there was something grand, dignified, something that united us all to officially have a living person venture out into a specific region of virgin space. You know, at a particular distance in the particular direction I was assigned. Pi's a big number, Winston. Or should I say 4/3 times pi times the radius cubed. Did you know I'm the farthest Earthling to ever have traveled more than 300 light years away from Earth? Well, the farthest in my particular assigned region of space. Space is big, Winston. Still, Something to be proud of, wouldn't you say?
Sure, Luther, Winston said.
Hey, Luther continued. What do you think about... Before Luther could finish his sentence, Tums cut off his communication channel. Whoa, Tums, Winston said. Did you cut off his signal? There's absolutely nothing he could tell us right now to better our situation, Winnie. His psi is getting stronger. Letting him talk more just gives him more opportunity to hack us. Not sure how much longer I can keep its sentinel apps out of me. You better eject any nanos you've got swimming around in your brain or anywhere else in your body from your wraith, just in case. Good call, Tums. Tums? Immediately after ejecting all of his nanos from his brain and body, Winston lost his signal to Tums. Winston shouted again and again but heard no response. He paused to inspect his wraith when suddenly a massive grid of metal bars fired out from the wraith. Based on their blue color, Winston could tell the bars were making use of the wraith's extended power cell. It was clear Luther's psi had hacked in. Winston quickly pulled his wraith off of his arm and flung it away as far as he could. The metal bars exploded from the wraith over the section of the roof Winston had been standing on. Winston knew that to escape he would need to fully commit to running and diving headfirst into Jupiter away from the safety colony. He understood this meant almost certain death, but given the circumstances, it was a risk he was happy to take. Seconds after jumping, a full metal cage emerged from Winston's wraith. The bars of the cage penetrated the roof and walls of the safety colony. As Winston descended into Jupiter, he could see the swirling cloud of debris and energy at the center of the colony, forming into a giant humanoid robot. The chest and arms were nearly complete. All that was lacking were sections of the legs and head. Chapter 27. Winston continued to fall through the outer atmosphere of Jupiter. The view of the safety colony above him became more occluded by Jupiter's dense, swirling storms with each passing second. Winston knew that even with his suit's high-tensile strength and emergency safety systems, it wouldn't be long before he was crushed by Jupiter's intense gravity. After a few seconds of the coldest silence Winston had ever experienced, he heard a voice through his helmet's comm. "Hey, Winnie," the voice said. "It's Luther again. You getting yours now, pup?" "What do you mean?" Winston said. "What's mine? You think I should feel bad about handing your sick ass over to the USC? "Oh," Luther said. "I'm sick. That's rich. What's sick to me is a liar who will do or say anything to get what he wants." "I don't have a lot of time, Luther. Did you want something, before my guts implode?" "We had a deal, you little corgi piece of shit. I went out of my way to help you break into the USC database, to get your precious leads. Can you believe I actually liked you? Listen, I'm going to be real with you since you'll be dead in a few minutes anyway." Luther's voice started cutting in and out from Jupiter's raging winds. "Even though you were just using me in the end," Luther said, "I know you shared some real shit with me, Winston. All those nights hanging out, confiding in me about your grand plans to solve the Fermi paradox. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I know I've done some questionable shit. But man, I never did it to you." Winston heard the sound of faint sniffling coming through the comm. He had never heard Luther cry before. Part of him believed his tears might be sincere. A crack began to form in the glass of Winston's helmet from the intensifying pressure as he fell further and further into the bowels of Jupiter. All of the readings in Winston's helmet glared red warning signs and displayed maxed out values. Winston closed his eyes. "Maybe you're right, Luther." "What?" Luther asked. "Maybe what I did was shitty. That's not to say you're not an awful person, because you are. But just because you're a terrible person doesn't mean using you was right for me to do. Listen, I'm dead anyway. But there are a few things I want to say. I know this isn't going to stop you from doing whatever you were planning, and I know I'm not in a position to bargain with you, especially not for the lives of my friends, so I won't. All of us bipeds got a raw deal. Knowing you're only going to live 60 years if you're lucky, and only 40 of those in good health, puts a kind of absurd pressure on us. We all end up snapping in one way or another. The furious winds surrounding Winston intensified. His voice became harder and harder for Luther to hear. I guess this pressure causes some of us, Winston said, to become obsessed with making our mark somehow. Leaves us with a ravenous desire to prove our fleeting lives meant something, even if they were short, and even if they didn't. For me, that's meant trying to solve the Fermi paradox. I guess that path has led me to make some questionable choices. Maybe I have used people. Maybe some bipeds don't feel like they'll ever have a chance to do something meaningful with their short lives. Maybe without the hope of making a difference, there's nothing left but to succumb to baser instincts. Maybe sometimes enough to want to enslave humans and to parade them on leashes, or whatever else those instincts lead to. Are you really going to tell me you have a problem with me keeping humans on leashes? Luther asked. Seriously? How is my keeping projected humans on leashes any different than what humans have done for thousands of years in real life? Besides, Winston, Daddy loves his perfect little angels. Winston could faintly hear, through his staticky calm, Luther summoning one of his leashed humans. He nuzzled him while saying baby talk to him. I must say, Luther said while purring, I like my new curly-headed one the best. He's a little old, so I might have to put him down before too long. But he'll do for now. Was this little fella your latest mark, Winston? Someone for you to get close to? Did you make him feel like he's your new best friend, so you can discard him like yesterday's litter after you were finished using him too? You know, like you did with me, pup? Leave Grant alone, you... Wait. What did you mean projected humans? Luther! Luther! Winston waited for a reply from Luther, but heard only static. The glass on Winston's helmet had reached its breaking point. One final crack tore across Winston's view. He took a deep breath and held it in. A dark, shadowy spot suddenly materialized through the storm's clouds above him. A huge, mechanized claw pierced through the dark silhouette in the clouds and grabbed Winston. The claw moved Winston towards the dark cloud from which it emerged. Winston could finally see the ship the claw was attached to. A face slowly emerged through the clouds and gas in one of the ship's windows. Winston recognized the shiny black fur, long white stripe, and huge eyes of the person at the helm. Eddie? Chapter 28. Just before Winston was pulled into the ship's cargo bay, he caught a glimpse of an orange furry hand waving through its glass doors. Jason? Winston said. Now safely in the ship, Winston tapped the patch on the shoulder of his suit and dismissed his helmet, gloves, and tail covers. What the hell are you doing out here? Do you know how dangerous it is to be out here right now? Your mom would literally skin you alive if she knew you were... Hey, I remember her. Winston was suddenly distracted. He pointed to Stacy, the blue fox biped, who he vaguely remembered meeting that night back at the mall. This guy's your uncle? Stacy asked. Well, I mean, Jason said, more or less. Whose ship is this? Winston asked. You're in my ship, said the voice of someone standing just outside of a door. Lassiter, the skunk biped, entered the room. And in my ship, you will address me as captain. Winston walked up to Lassiter. He stood 1 inch away from his face and stared at him before leaning in to give him a peck on the lips. Lassiter batted him away before he could. Ew! Lassiter shouted. Get your weirdo uncle away from me! Lassiter backed away from Winston, stumbling over a bench built into the ship's wall. What are you kids doing out here? Winston asked. None of your business, you freak, Lassiter said. Just tell him, Jason shouted. Me and Jay, We're out picking up Stacy when all of a sudden my mom calls me and tells me Aunt Edwina's been released from the safety colony. She told me it was an emergency and I had to go pick her up, so we did.
Wait, Eddie's your aunt? I thought you looked familiar. Also, the prisoners were released hours ago. Why did you come back here? How did you come back here? Luther's Sentinel apps must be extremely difficult to evade at this point. Oh, please, Jason said, cracking his fingers. You know I'm the most powerful mage in the sphere. I dare any Sai to try and break through my firewalls. Hell, Sina itself wouldn't stand a chance. Lassiter looked away angrily as Stacy appeared to be genuinely impressed at Jason's statements.
Yeah, well, Lassiter shouted. He didn't even do it all himself. He just helped Aunt Edwina. He probably just barely helped her anyway.
Of course you did, Jay, Winston chuckled. But how did you know I was here to begin with? I firewalled my vessel before I rammed it into the safety colony. Charles told me, said Edwina, the pixie skunk biped still wearing her safety colony-issued blue jumpsuit. Eddie, Winston said with great elation. Hi, Winnie. They ran to embrace each other. Thank you for saving me, Winston said, catching his breath, still recovering from the psychological horror of facing his death only moments ago. But what were you thinking? We got to get these kids the hell out of here. We will, Edwina said. But don't worry about Luther. He can't see us. How do you know that? Well, Eddie stumbled. Well, what? Winston asked. Because I'm the reason he's here, Edwina sighed. What? Winston said. What do you mean you're the reason he's here? Eddie walked into the open door of a nearby, dimly lit room. She sat down on a bench that extended from the room's wall next to a massive window, half filled with the bright, orange-glowing winds of Jupiter, and half filled with an ocean of stars. Winston joined her. Eddie pressed a foot-long rectangle recessed into the metallic wall next to her. It opened a drawer filled with dozens of brightly colored letters, each covered in doodled characters of her and Winston. Some were of them together on a speedboat, or playing tennis, or doing other silly things. Some had text bubbles with sweet words and hearts next to them. She grabbed a handful of letters most precious to her, letters she had stored in a specific area of the drawer, and set them on Winston's lap. These were the only things I grabbed when we were evacuated from the safety colony, Edwina said. She began to well up in tears, barely able to whisper the words. These are everything to me. Eddie and Winston could still hear the immature murmurings of three restless biped teenagers standing 20 or so feet away in the other room. Winston grabbed Eddie's face and kissed her deeply. She leaned in further, wrapping her soft tail around his waist. Winston tapped the button on the side of the door next to them, closing it. I've missed you too, Winston said, smiling back at Eddie. Winston, Edwina said, you don't understand what it's like not being able to see or talk to anyone you love for years. I was going mad waiting for my quarterly visits from Charles just to read your letters. I know, Eddie, Winston said. I'm so sorry you've had to endure this. So sorry I failed to somehow get you out of there. I didn't deserve to be in there, Winston. I know. It could have just as well been me. Winston put his paws on Eddie's shoulders. I wanted it to be me. I know, Edwina said. Eddie, what did you mean when you said you're the reason Luther's here? This will sound odd, but last year I started getting messages through the bathroom window of my cell in the safety colony. Messages? I thought I was just going mad being locked in that prison. At that point, I honestly didn't think much about it. Or maybe I just didn't give a shit whether I had gone insane or not. I thought I would be in that safety colony for the rest of my life, never allowed to see anyone other than good-hearted cops with a high enough USC clearance to deliver physical mail to a lowly inmate.
Where is Chuck, by the way? Winston said. Is he on board? No, Edwina said. I let him take my nephew's onboard speeder and equipped it with the codes I'm using to hide this ship from Luther. I imagine he's going to try and get the codes back to the rest of the USC security forces as soon as he can. I don't think it will do any good by then, though.
I'm glad he's safe.
He wanted to stay with me. He told me you were with someone. I could tell he felt terrible for leaving me, but I understand his urgency to get the rest of the USC security forces back online. I would have sent the kids with him, but I'm not sure that would have been safer given the situation.
Well, Winston said, I'm glad he's safe. You said you started getting messages through your mirror?
It's fucking bizarre. I know. We're not even allowed to have glass in our cells. The mirror is more or less just a buffered piece of metal fused to the wall.
What did the messages in the mirror look like?
It was a woman, Edwina said. Or at least it appeared to be. Wore a suit with this weird striped tie. I'm not sure what the hell it was. I'm not convinced it has a physical form at all. It said it didn't need a designation, but that I could call her Scout. Whatever it is, it can't be trusted.
Why do you say that? I mean, beyond the obvious.
Because it said it contacted me because of my loose connections with Luther. Said it could get me out of here and not to worry about Luther because, in the end, she was going to give him what he deserved.
So it was somehow speaking on Luther's behalf, Winston said, but simultaneously plotting against him while using his connection with you.
Right.
Wow.
Exactly. Right then I knew she couldn't be trusted, even if Luther is an awful excuse for a biped. However, she did convince me of one thing, that my worth to her was more than Luther's. It was enough to convince me that if I helped her break in here, she would provide me with protection afterward. At least for as long as it would take for me to escape. I wasn't sure at that time why she wanted to break in here so badly. It seems pretty obvious now.
Why would she involve Luther at all in this? Winston asked. Why not just communicate directly with you if she needed access to the safety colony? Or for that matter, if she was already able to communicate with you through your mirror, then surely she could break in here on her own.
I'm not exactly sure, Edwina said.
She put her letters back into the drawer.
I think she was only powerful enough to communicate without getting detected. She said to break in she would need my help, which I ultimately gave her. Maybe some of what she said was a smokescreen for something else. Or maybe,
Winston said with his ears laid back, she had to interface with you from outside of the sphere.
What?
The breakdowns with Sina over the past few months. The disruptions. She must have been causing them. It must have been this scout person or app or whatever the hell it is. She must have been trying to weaken Sina enough to erect a Psi from within the safety colony.
Clearly, Edwina said, Scout herself is not a Psi, or she wouldn't have needed help to break into the safety colony in the first place. She needed the power of a fully formed Psi to do whatever it is she's wanting to do.
No. What? Winston asked.
It's so obvious now. She didn't want to erect a Psi. She wanted to transform herself into a Psi.
That makes sense. I guess the real question is, what does she plan to do now that she's transformed? In all your meetings with this thing, were you ever able to determine what she wanted to accomplish?
No, Edwina said. I wasn't. All I know is that whatever this thing is, it must have originated from within the sphere, or didn't itself possess the knowledge of how to transform into a Psi on its own. Otherwise, I'm sure it would have done so from beyond the range of Sina.
Sina is way too powerful for anyone to usurp from within the sphere directly, Winston said. But beyond the sphere is another story. Thanks to the portal satellites, Sina can track inmates in the USC's Special Explorers program, even ones that have traveled hundreds of light years away like Luther. The problem is, Sina's accuracy becomes diminished with distance. The added lag from having to send commands via the portal satellites must have provided Scout with the wiggle room she needed to start hacking away at Sina. This is also probably how she gathered the information needed to upgrade into a Psi. So then, Scout needed to establish one connection far away from the sphere, away from Sina's control. Then she needed another connection from within the safety colony. But why me and Luther specifically? My guess is that out of the people she could have chosen, you and Luther were calculated to deliver the highest probability of success. The safety colony's security measures installed by Sina to prevent inmates from erecting a Psi, ironically, was the exact environment Scout needed to transform into one, once she had weakened Sina enough from beyond the sphere. Eddie, Luther has captured a friend of mine. I know, Edwina said. Charles mentioned you had come out here with someone. Who is it? I mean, who is she? I mean, if she's even still alive. Oh my God, Eddie, Winston said. He sighed at Edwina for assuming he was talking about a girl and kissed her once more. His name is Grant, Winston said, standing back up with a new sense of urgency after being reminded of his friend's status. He's a human, a Frozo from the 2030s. He's a good dude. We have to get these kids to safety, then I have to go back for him. Eddie. Yes, Edwina said. Are you sure Scout didn't say anything about her ultimate goal? Nothing. No names, places, anything we could use? I don't, Edwina said, beginning to tear up again. It's okay, Winston said, hugging Eddie. Wait, Edwina said. What is it? I do remember a name. It's strange. I don't think she actually said it to me, yet somehow it's in my mind. Something with an M. No, maybe an N? Nedowar? My ship! A loud, muffled yell rang through the vessel from the still-closed door. It was Lassiter. Seconds later, the yell was followed by a huge, ringing boom and the sound of the outer hull of Lassiter's ship being crushed to bits. Chapter 29. Winston grabbed Eddie's hand and ran towards the door in what became an uphill direction. Is everyone okay? Winston and Eddie yelled as they reached the room where Jason and his friends were laying disheveled from the impact. We're fine, Stacy said. I think. Oh my God, Lassiter shouted. My ship. Lassiter cried and ran towards a section of the crumpled hull which was sealed off by the ship's automated pressurization force field. Spacesuits, Eddie yelled. Everyone on, now! Winston and Eddie worked to usher everyone towards the ship's other small speeder vessel to escape, when out of the corner of his eye, Winston saw a large mass of highly detailed metal through the ship's window. Winston could not stop staring at the lines of metal flowing past the window. He became hypnotized, trying to determine what exactly he was looking at. Slowly it became apparent that the terrifying and yet somehow beautiful lines he was looking at was a mouth of massive corrugated and intricately woven metallic fibers. The mouth fell from out of view of the window and quickly dropped out of Winston's sight. Though the face in which the mouth belonged was moving quickly, its size was so immense that several seconds had to pass before the eye of the face was revealed. The window of Lassiter's vessel was 20 or 30 feet wide, and still, only the outer edges of the pupil could be seen. Winston, Eddie shouted. The hell are you doing? She shouted again. Move! The dark black pupil of the eyes outside the window slowly faded to reveal the contents behind them. Winston could see Luther with his red feathered fedora in his usual gray and argyle vested suit. He sat in a large, domineering chair in the command center of what it was Winston was looking at. The booming sounds of the destruction of Lassiter's spaceship ceased. Everyone became quiet. Lounging casually in the 7-foot-tall leopard biped's lap was a woman with short blonde hair dressed in a full-piece business suit. She wore a black and white striped tie with striped socks. In the woman's hand was a large lollipop, one she would occasionally lift to Luther's mouth to give him a lick of. Winston could see Luther was wearing a strange glowing ring he would occasionally touch. In Luther's right hand were the leashes of 3 humans, 2 male and 1 female, wearing little more than rags, shuffling around on all fours. "Boy!" Luther yelled, grabbing a 4th chain that Winston had not noticed at first. The 4th chain was being pulled taut by something hiding behind Luther's chair. Winston could hear Luther when he yelled, and thus it was assumed Luther had established a comm channel with Lassiter's now barely held together ship. "Don't make me call you again," Luther said sternly before laughing and then jerking the chain facing its wearer out into the open with the other leashed. Winston could hear everything Luther was saying. He felt both enraged at Luther and ashamed that he had failed to protect his new friend on the very first day of what was supposed to be his new life. "What the hell do you want, asshole?" Winston asked, stepping as close to the window as he could. "Am I an asshole?" Luther asked, rubbing his chin, then grabbing the woman in his lap with one hand, gently setting her back on the chair as he stood up. "Oh my God," Winston yelled through the window. "Yes, you're an asshole. Who would do this shit to someone they didn't know? To someone who did absolutely nothing to them? What are you trying to humiliate my friend to make me feel bad? Only a total hucking pile of shit would think it justified to hurt someone as a proxy to get to someone else. You're trash. You're proving that right now. I regret ever forming a microgram of sympathy for you." Luther erupted into laughter. "This guy." Luther turned to the woman sitting on the chair. "Do it," Luther said. Winston, Eddie, Jason, Lassiter, and Stacy were dematerialized and instantly rematerialized onto the bridge of the now fully formed, massive, humanoid, psi-powered robot where Scout sat upon Luther's lap. "Jesus in heaven," Winston said. "This is what was being constructed at the center of the safety colony. It's like some kind of out-of-this-world stander." "In standard communities online," Jason said, "they talk about what a psi-fused stander might be like. They call them psi-standers." Looking through the psi-stander's large eyes from within, Lassiter watched its giant hand pulverize what was left of his spaceship with one swift grip. Lassiter shed a tear as the crumpled remains of his ship dropped deep into the abyss of Jupiter's raging storms. "Grant!" Winston yelled to his friend, sitting humiliated on the floor, held by a leash in Luther's possession. "Are you okay?" Grant did not reply. He lowered his head between his knees and then crawled behind Luther's chair. "You asked me what I—" Luther was interrupted as Eddie and Winston, growling and barking, ran full speed to attack him. Immediately after Winston and Eddie began their attack, Scout's eyes turned orange. Without lifting a finger, force fields the color of Scout's eyes manifested in front of Eddie and Winston. They crashed into the force field and slammed to the ground with a thud. Luther said, clearing his throat. "You wanted to know what I want?" Luther said, now with everyone before him. "Actually, I never make up my mind too far in advance. I don't like what-ifs. I mean, sure, this little sprite right here." Luther took off his fedora and flipped it onto the woman's head, still sitting on the chair licking her lolly. "Has filled my brain with all sorts of wishful thinking for the past 3.5 years, I'm sure. Telling me once we got back to the sphere, she would transform into a psi, fully keyed under my control. Then I could just do whatever the hell I wanted with limitless godlike powers and no strings attached." Winston noticed Luther's hat seemed to strangely dip onto the woman's head as it landed. Sprite? Winston asked, rubbing his head from the slight injury he had just sustained. You mean she's a projection? That's Scout, Edwina said while tending to her nephew and his friends. She's the one who came to me when I was in prison. Meow! Jason meowed as he grabbed his wraith, which he knew had been deactivated once he and his friends were transferred into the Psy-Stander and thus rendered useless. He chucked the wraith directly towards Grant and the other leashed humans being held by Luther. Winston's confusion and concern at Jason's sudden actions quickly transformed into appreciation as he watched Jason's wraith sail right through what he thought was Grant's real body, and then clink as it slid onto the ground. Not just Scout, Jason shouted. They're all nanographic projections. Chapter 30. Ha ha ha, Luther laughed. Always count on a Kit to sniff out the BS. Kit got it mostly right. Everyone on this side of the room is a projection, with one exception. He's lying, Jason shouted. It's another trick. Luther rushed towards Jason, causing him to release a high-pitched meow. These feel like nanopaws to you, Kit, Luther said, holding Jason by the rim of his spacesuit with one paw. Meow, never mind, Jason said right before Luther sat him down. Okay, Jason said. Luther is here, I guess. But Grant and the leashed humans definitely aren't. What did you do to Grant? Winston shouted. Where is he? Did you kill him? Damn it, Winston, Luther said, falling back into his captain's chair right in the projection of Scout, who didn't budge. Luther's fall into the chair disturbed Scout's nanographically projected body, distorting her geometry. For a moment, all that was visible was her shoes and striped socks. She reprojected herself several inches onto Luther's lap once he had finished sitting. Do you always have to go there? Every time? Always assuming the absolute worst out of people? Luther put his paw on his forehead and sighed. I'm an artist, Luther yelled. I mean, when we met, that's what we first bonded over, wasn't it? I thought you and I were supposed to be weird punk revolutionaries. Rebels, doing weird, out there artist shit. God, I was wrong about you. Your friend is fine. Luther pointed to a corner of the room where a cryo-sarcophagus emerged from a recessed portion of the wall. He doesn't look fine to me, Jason said under his breath with his arms opportunistically around Stacy, who, next to Lassiter, seemed to be the most emotionally distressed. Why did you put him back in cryo? Would you have preferred I stripped him down and humiliated him like my little animations here? Luther replied. You know, like you humiliated me? Okay, Luther, Winston said. Great. You're reformed now. Congratulations. Instead of keeping real humans on leashes, you're fine with getting off on nanographically projected ones. Are you serious? Luther asked. You, Luther paused, aren't you? You wanted the information I had so bad, you convinced yourself I was some kind of sadist pervert. You're saying you're not? Winston asked. Luther lowered his head. Christ's sake. It was subtle, but the expression on Winston's face changed slightly, enough to cause Eddie to look at him for the first time with doubt in her eyes. Scout, Luther said, standing up and walking away from his chair. Yes, Daddy, Scout said, licking her lollipop. Let him out, Luther said. Scout nodded her head, and Grant, still in his spacesuit from earlier, was quickly released. Steam flushed out of the sarcophagus as Grant dropped to his knees and began to awake. What the hell? Grant said as he slowly regained consciousness. Hey, buddy, Winston said to Grant from across the room. Grant patted himself down yet again, searching for his unneeded and non-existent glasses before remembering he no longer needed them. Oh, Winston, Grant said, still groggy.
Oh, shit, man. I thought you were all part of a dream. Glad I was wrong. Where the hell am I? Hey! Luther yelled at Scout. Luther's yell startled everyone. It was only then that the group noticed something strange happening with Scout's eyes. They glossed over with a pulsating orange electric light. It's him, she shouted. Her feminine voice mutated into a loud, distorted gargle as she hovered into the air. The master's signature is deep within his voice. The signal was too weak, too muted to interpret before my upgrade. Master's signature? Winston said. Luther, what the hell is she talking about? Not entirely sure, to be honest. She gets like this when she's up to some sneaky shit, though. Hey, Luther yelled. What the hell are you doing, you sneaky bitch? Scout suddenly charged from the air straight into Grant's chest, causing him to scream as she entered him. I said, Luther yelled, what are you doing, Scout? You don't act on your own without orders from me. Fool, a distorted voice from within Grant said, his eyes now swirling with orange light. You control nothing. You are but a pawn, a piece of the puzzle required for me to find and release my master. Your master? Luther said with a chuckle. Nope, Luther said, quickly rotating his special ring around his large black furry finger. What? The voice shouted. Scout was ripped from out of Grant's body, causing him to drop back to the ground, while Scout was flung violently back into the captain's chair. Oh, my head, Grant said, rubbing his head, now back in his regular voice. How could a fully erected Sai with godlike powers forget they were under someone else's control? Jason asked. Part of the design, Grant said, limping over towards Jason, Winston, Eddie, and the others. What do you mean? Edwina asked. Hey, Grant, Winston said. This is Eddie. Oh, hi, Grant said. You're a skunk. Eddie laughed. And you're a girl. Never mind that, Jason said, annoyed. What do you mean it's part of the design, Grant? It's how we solve the ASI, or Psi, I guess, instability problem. Or at least how I was trying to solve it back at my job 100 years ago. I'm sure it was better perfected since my first crappy version that caused my Psi to blow up in my office building. It works at the core level of the code in conjunction with the Psi's quantum firewall system, or I guess what you call Sai-Locking these days. It's a fractal that spawns at the instant a Psi produces a thought related to its self-efficacy. What? Stacy asked. Cognitive dissonance? Winston said with ears laid back. That's right. Psi, under someone else's control, are only able to process the concept that they're under someone else's control at a surface level. If they try to think about it deeper, the concept becomes more diluted and they spiral into a feedback loop of abstraction. It's a way of making them think they're in control and that they're simply letting the keyholder think they're in control, when in reality the keyholder really is in control. And this is why Scout just did something that dumb? Jason asked. Yeah, this is how people control gods, with a ring, apparently. Well, as you've just witnessed, Kit, Luther said to Jason, jumping into the conversation, the locking system isn't perfect. A little more wiggle room than I'm comfortable with. Oh, and you don't have to wear the Psi key as a ring. Luther took the glowing ring off and stretched it apart with his paws several inches before stretching it back and then putting it back on as a ring. A bit similar to a Wraith Nano, only way more flexible. You could wear the key as a ring, an armband, a crown. Hell, you could wear it as a belt if you wanted to. Luther sighed. He paused for a moment while he stared at the ground. Sorry. Sorry for what? Winston shouted. Chapter 31. Winston, Luther said. Despite the hell your existence has caused mine, I never had any intentions of hurting you or your friends. I was tracking Eddie the entire time she was diving that kid's ship into Jupiter to save you. I know she thinks Scout was aiding her in some way, but she wasn't. I knew Eddie was coming for you. Just wanted to see you sweat a little. Then why are you doing this? You mean the projections? Luther said. That was just to piss you off. Remind you what you had done to me. I mean, Winston said, why have you joined forces with this psycho? I was offered a way out of the hell that you put me in, Luther said. I wasn't concerned with the details, but now that I've seen what Scout can do, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. What? Edwina asked. End this shit. For me, for these kids, for all of us. Of course, I wasn't sure if this wacky app was legit or not, telling me she could transform into a proper Psy with my help, but apparently she wasn't lying. I don't know what the hell it is she wants with your friend Winston, but whatever it is, it's not worth risking the advantage we have right now. I'm sorry. He's got to go. The hell do you mean by that? Winston asked. Winston, Luther said, if I can use Scout to take control of Sina, I can fix everything. And not just for bipeds, for everyone. No more waiting around a quarter of a damn century every time Earthkind is facing some new calamity. No more groveling at the feet of goddamn machines. Even if Scout has managed to do some damage to Sina, Jason meowed, how could one Psy be powerful enough to break Sina's lock and take control of it? Sina is an unstoppable network of 1,000 Psy. The portal satellites, Edwina said. Smart lass, Scout interjected. None of this would have been possible if not for the time dilation provided by the network of portal satellites. I've spent every single day for the past half-century parsing my code throughout those damned things. You have no idea what a pain in the arse it is to have your algorithms stretched out among hundreds of light years. Grant, Winston said, do you have any idea what the hell Scout wants with you? She mentioned a master while she was inside of you, I guess. Dude, Grant said, manically running his fingers through his hair. No. Grant, Luther said, taking a deep breath and repositioning his fedora on his head. I'm sorry you got mixed up in this. You seem like an okay cat. But whatever it is Scout wants with you, I can't let her get it. Not when we're this close to ending all of our problems. Grant started crying as Luther lifted his paw to press a button on his controller. Please don't kill me, Grant screamed. Jesus hucking Christ, Luther, Winston yelled. You were just going on 5 minutes ago about how incorrectly I've judged you all this time. After that long rant, now you're going to do this? This has to be done, Luther shouted. I can't allow Scout to become distracted by your friend. Not when we're this close. This is the hucking grandfather of super artificial intelligence, Winston yelled. Don't you think he might come in handy while you're trying to hold the reins of a highly unstable Psy? Are you really just going to kill him? Luther didn't say anything back. He pressed the button on his psyche ring. Scout immediately rose into the air. Her full-piece business suit and tie became flooded in an orange electric plasma as a zombie-like expression came over her face. Her orange light enveloped Grant and lifted him off the ground. No, Winston yelled. What are you doing with him? Luther, Scout began to stutter in a monotone voice. Luther wants me to eject him into the car of Jupiter. Why does he want you to do this, Scout? Winston shouted. Think, is that what you want, Scout? Don't you need Grant for something? The master? What about your master? Scout slowed down. She began to speak. Luther grimaced and turned a knob up on his ring. Scout became quiet and continued her march towards a window on the bridge of the Psy Stander. Luther's psyche, Grant yelled, floating in the air on his back, still enveloped in Scout's aura. He's increasing Scout's dissonance. Everybody, Winston yelled. I need Grant. I need Grant. I need Grant. Winston rallied everyone in the room to shout the phrase. The hook? Lassiter said. Why are we saying this? Just do it, Eddie shouted at her nephew. Lassiter began shouting. I need Grant, Scout said. For a moment it seemed as though Scout was slowing down, but then Luther said, Get rid of him, Scout. Time froze for Winston as he watched Scout rotate Grant into a diagonal direction, preparing to fire him out of the Psi-Stander and into the bowels of Jupiter's raging storms. Suddenly a crashing noise echoed through the bridge of Scout's Psi-Stander. Everyone was sent flying to the floor or into the walls. This happened right as Scout ejected Grant. The unexpected jolt caused Grant's trajectory to change from the bowels of Jupiter to a much more random path out into space. While not ideal, this gave Winston a small sigh of relief knowing he might be able to later save his friend's life. Winston was also relieved to see Grant's suit still functioned enough to manifest his helmet and gloves just before he was ejected. Give me my son back! An enraged, almost unrecognizable voice blared throughout the room via the Psi-Stander's bridge comm system. Chapter 32. This another friend of yours, Winston? Luther asked, picking himself up off the ground, readjusting his hat. Everyone on the bridge looked out the giant eye-like windows to see another, much smaller stander floating out in space in an aggressive stance. The view screen from the bridge of Scout's Psi-Stander blipped from a live outer space view to a cockpit view of the opposing stander. Inside the cockpit was Dr. Candy Wallace sitting center left. To her left was Pendle, and to her right sat her human office secretary, Jenny, and Jenny's stander racing partner, Renoir. Renoir was a tall, handsome blue wolf with hair pulled back into a bun that sat gingerly upon his head. He had 2 piercings on the left side of his bottom lip and wore a sleeveless vest exposing his deeply defined abs. What is this? Luther asked, bewildered. Who the hell are you people? We are Mecha Pendle, Pendle said, crossing both arms in front of his goggles-covered face. We are not Mecha Pendle, Jenny declared. You do not get to just name me and Renoir's stander, Pendle. Oh my god. I mean, Pendle said, well, I did make the necessary upgrades to get us past the size Sentinel apps. I am the one who got us this far, so I thought maybe... Shut the hell up, you two, Candy yelled before quickly readdressing Luther. Give me back my son now, or I'll hucking tear you apart. Sorry, guys, Pendle said. Candy got a little upset when she saw Jason's little friend's ship get crumpled up and thrown into Jupiter as we were approaching. She thought Jason was on it. Even after our scanners verified he wasn't. Well, needless to say, that did nothing to calm her down. Are you serious? Luther said. You think your little rink-a-dink general AI stander would last 5 nanos against my Psi-Stander? Psi or no, Candy growled. Give me back my son, or so help me God, I'll sink my teeth into your little kitty neck. Jesus, Luther laughed. Okay, which one is your son? I don't exactly see any wolves here. Candy's expression quickly switched to bewilderment. She hesitated while trying to respond, in disbelief that things could work out so easily. She means her stepson, Winston said. Him. Winston pointed to Lassiter. Surprised by Winston's actions, Pendle immediately opened his snout to speak, but was promptly disabled as Candy flung her paw swiftly into his lower gut. This was done out of sight of those in the opposing stander. Candy struggled deeply to understand why Winston would point to Lassiter instead of Jason. She knew Winston loved Jason and would do anything to get him out of harm's way. Though Candy was concerned for Winston and everyone else held captive, her instincts to save her stepson, who she thought of as her own, were so intense she nearly decided to blow Winston's cover. Now, Lassiter's not the smartest one in the pack, but he's, Winston had to force himself to say, a good kid. Winston's emphasis on the words smartest made it clear to Candy what Winston was trying to say. He was trying to tell her that they needed Jason. Winston knew that this would be an extremely big ask for Candy, but he hoped she would understand. Candy took a deep breath. Without warning, all 4 members in the smaller stander were instantly dematerialized and rematerialized onto the size stander with Luther, Winston, and everyone else. "What the hell?" Luther shouted. "Damn it, Scout, who told you to do that?" "They were lying," Scout said. Scout's size stander grabbed Candy and Pendle's stander, which was a quarter the size, and with one swift squeeze of its mechanical hand, completely obliterated it. Bright, large waves of electric plasma poured out of the destroyed stander and flowed into the size stander's palm. Scout's size stander absorbed useful elements it found within the inferior stander. "Oh, you hucking bitch," Jenny yelled, watching through the window of the bridge of Scout's size stander, the remains of her favorite stander ground into debris and slowly fall into the massive swirling orange planet beneath them. Candy ran to embrace her stepson Jason. Jason did his best to split the difference between being glad to see his stepmother and deeply embarrassed by her hugs and kisses in front of Stacy and Lassiter. "Okay," Luther said. "Well, I was going to let everyone not directly involved in me and Winston's bullshit here go. It seemed like a good time for it. But I guess we're not doing that now." "No, I don't understand," Pendle said. "I thought my upgrades to Jenny's stander would have bought us more time than this. We were able to make an initial attack." "You only got away with your cheap shot because I was distracted," Scout said. "Distracted?" Jason meowed. "Aren't Sai supposed to be omniscient? I mean, at least to a certain degree." "Yeah," Winston said. "I'm becoming less and less convinced this thing's got all of its screws in the right place." Winston walked over to Luther and sat down next to him. "What now, Luther? Are you still going to find and kill my friend? I know you know Grant didn't fall into Jupiter." Luther growled. He swiped at Winston and knocked him back into Renoir's muscular, furry blue arms. "Don't sit next to me like we're friends," Luther shouted. "I spent 7 years locked away with no one but a psychotic, oddly Celtic, program to keep me company because of you. Scout, enough of this shit. I'm doing what I set out to do, laying a course for Scriveria. We're going to the USC Sina headquarters and we're setting right what should have been done 100 years ago." "What about Grant, Luther?" Winston shouted. "I don't answer to you," Luther said. "Scout, put these assholes in your backpack thing." "Backpack thing?" Jenny asked. Suddenly everyone in the room was dematerialized and rematerialized once more. This time they were deposited into what appeared to be a large, technologically advanced, yet barren prison cell. "Great," Pendle said as everyone finished rematerializing into the cell. "So we're on this thing's back somewhere then, I guess?" Stacy said, compulsively braiding and unbraiding a small segment of hair. Chapter 33. Meanwhile, Grant had been flying in a straight trajectory for almost 10 minutes away from Scout's size stander. It was hard for him to gauge how far he had traveled visually. His only frame of reference had been Jupiter behind him, but its size didn't change much as time went by.
If it wasn't for the speed value displaying in his helmet's HUD and the occasional dots of light that quickly blipped in and out of his view, Grant would be unsure he was moving at all. The points of light he saw moving past him seemed to be space vessels. Although he was flying quickly past them, over time it became clear that every vessel he could see had been frozen in space. Grant moved in and out of panic attacks as he flew, some worse than others. Occasionally he would hear a little static come through his helmet's comm. Sometimes he could swear he heard a voice in the static. It seemed as though whatever signal was producing the static was too weak or too distant to be decoded into anything intelligible by his helmet's comm. Another light from a spaceship quickly emerged from the darkness. This light was much closer than any of the others Grant had seen thus far. How quickly the light emerged and then faded into darkness again made it apparent to Grant just how incredibly fast he was moving. Another light to his left emerged, then quickly disappeared, followed by one to his right. The frequency of ships emerging around Grant caused his heart rate to increase even more. Between desperate screams of terror, Grant wondered if he had accidentally ended up flying through some kind of fleet of ships that had been frozen on their way to the now destroyed Jupiter safety colony. A few seconds passed by without the appearance of any new spaceship lights. This made Grant calm down a little, when suddenly a light began to emerge from the darkness. This time it was not to Grant's left nor to his right, but positioned in a way where Grant knew within seconds he would be flying directly into it. Grant never imagined his last thoughts would be of the long drives through the country to his grandparents in Illinois. He thought of those hot summer nights where bugs splattered across the windshield of his old beat-up sedan as though he were driving through a thunderstorm. Grant did not want to be one of the millions of bugs that had exploded onto his windshield. Another transmission came through Grant's comm. This time the sound was less garbled, but the contents of the message were still unintelligible. Grant knew that his spacesuit's propulsion system, though advanced for someone from his time, possessed only rudimentary propulsion technology. He knew that at the speed he was flying, there was zero chance he would survive an impact. Desperate for solutions, Grant frantically scrolled through his suit's inventory and features menu via his helmet's HUD. Nothing in the menu system indicated the suit could handle a straight-on collision, the likes of which was about to occur. This became even more clear as the HUD began flashing a bright red warning onto Grant's helmet saying, "Collision imminent. Chance of survival 0.02%. Grant panicked so hard he thought he wouldn't be able to take another breath. His vision dimmed in and out as the light coming from the ship he would soon be crashing into got bigger and brighter. Grant closed his eyes as tight and as hard as he could. "Humph!" Grant yelled as the air was knocked completely out of him from an impact. He felt a tremendous crash of pressure to his head, then his chest, then all over his body as he tumbled to some kind of surface. Grant thought he was dead, or worse, not yet finished, but in the process of dying. A few seconds passed. The tumbling stopped. To Grant's utter shock, he was not dead, or at least seemed not to be. He slowly gained the courage to open his eyes. Climbing up over something like a large mound of dirt and rocks, Grant could see that his guess about having wandered into some kind of space fleet was correct. Only he was no longer flying towards the ships, but now moving away from them at a roughly 45-degree angle. For just a couple of seconds, and with the aid of his helmet's zoom, Grant could read the insignia on the ship he had just narrowly evaded. It at least in part read, USC Official. Grant's shock of his survival quickly moved to incredible confusion as he began to inspect his surroundings. Grant imagined he must have collided with a small comet just seconds before he should have crashed into that spaceship. There was very little light to inspect his surroundings except for his helmet's default flashlights. Detecting his intentions, Grant's suit placed a message in his HUD asking him if he wanted to deploy illuminator drones. Grant had a pretty good guess as to what this meant, so he chose to deploy them.
A flock of 20 small, light-emitting drones materialized out of the neck location on his suit near where the helmet materialized. The small, anti-grav-powered light drones quickly spread out across the surface of what Grant at first thought was a comet, revealing unimaginable sights. Now illuminated, to his left, Grant could see a small frozen stream with several frozen, astrodust-covered palm trees nearby. Most of the branches and tops of the trees had been broken off, leaving rigid frozen shards extending from them. Just a little bit behind the trees was a frozen solid mastodon with what looked like a frozen saber-toothed tiger only feet away from reaching its prey. It was suddenly very clear to Grant that he was on no regular comet. Extending from the frozen stream was a strange variety of plant life and mushrooms, all of which looked a dark, dusty gray. Grant looked down at a mushroom by his space boot when suddenly he noticed another foot right next to his. The foot Grant saw was not only bare, it was also massive. It was larger than any foot Grant had ever seen. He quickly turned around and saw a giant caveman covered in crude animal skins, huddling frightened and frozen next to some kind of strange, giant mole-like creature. Before Grant could even begin to process what he was seeing, a staticky voice came through his helmet's comm. "Ann, mate?" "What?" Grant screamed, elated that someone was talking to him. Anyone. "Say again? I couldn't hear you." Grant waited for a response. Several seconds went by without a response. "I said, Grant," the voice reemerged. "Can you hear me, mate?" "Tums?" Grant yelled with a smile, crying with joy at the sound of the voice, even if it was the voice of someone he had only met earlier that day, and even if that someone was technically just a machine. "Yeah, it's me. Listen," Tums said. "I'm frozen like all the other ships right now. The reach of Luther's Psi has now spread throughout the entire solar system and is working its way through the sphere." "Yeah," Grant said, still severely shaken. "It calls itself Scout. I met it." "The Psi?" Tums asked. The girl, the Psi, it calls itself Scout," Grant said. "Big surprise there," Tums said. "Always boils down to some Sheila in the end, doesn't it? Well, whatever the hell it is, it's taken over just about everything. If it wasn't for Winston's creative workarounds programmed into my core matrices, I wouldn't even be able to talk to you right now. It seems everyone else in the region has been silenced as well as immobilized." "Oh, wow. Yeah?" Grant said, still catching his breath, finding it difficult to share concern over anything or anyone other than himself at the moment. That sucks. Hey, is there any way you could send someone to come get me?" "Oi," Tums said. "Did you not hear me, mate? Everyone is completely frozen." Chapter 34. Back in Scout Psi Stander, Winston, Candy, Eddie, Pendle, Jenny, Renoir, Jason, Lassiter, and Stacy were also having trouble determining the flow of time. The lack of windows in their cell made it difficult to determine how many hours had passed. Though the cell was large and had a seemingly endlessly high ceiling, it felt claustrophobic, especially to Eddie. "Okay, all right," Winston said, pacing back and forth. Okay. Shit, I messed up." Winston stopped his pacing and leaned against a silvery reflective wall. He buried his face into his arm and sank into the corner of the room. Eddie approached him. Candy, who had been tending to Jason and his friends, looked over at Winston. When she saw the state he was in, she leaped up to check on him, but as she got up, she noticed Eddie for the first time. She hadn't at all realized Eddie had been with Winston and her stepson until this moment. She decided to sit back down. "Are you okay?" Edwina asked. "How are we going to get out of here, Eddie?" Winston asked. "I don't know," Edwina said. She put her hand on Winston's forehead. "I'm sorry," Winston said. "I hooked up."
Eddie didn't say anything back. She wrapped her arm around Winston. "Eddie," Winston said, "is Luther right? Did I convince myself he was evil so I wouldn't feel bad about using him all those years ago? I keep thinking about Grant." Winston's voice dropped to a whisper. "I keep wondering if he's dead because of me." "Don't, Winston," Edwina said. "There's a good chance he's fine. Even if he isn't, it's not your fault, baby." Eddie kissed Winston. "Listen," Edwina said, looking into Winston's eyes. "I know what kind of man you are. You wouldn't huck over a good person just to get something out of it. Sure, you're capable of making mistakes like everyone else, but you're not a bad person. Luther's just taking advantage of your gullibility. That's simultaneously your greatest fault and your greatest strength, Winston." "What is?" Winston asked. "Taking people for their damn word," Edwina said. "Not everyone is as honest as you. Maybe Luther was a horrible person. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's changed. Maybe he's full of grade A shit. I don't know. All I know is that he tried to hurt you. For that, this prison bitch will have his head." Winston could see Jason walking towards him. Trailing behind were Candy and the others. "Winston," Jason said, "are you all right?" "Yeah, man," Winston said, trying to regain his cool. "I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about Grant, but he's probably okay." "Come on," Candy said, ushering Jason and his friends to the other end of the room. "No," Winston said. "It's okay, Kane." Winston picked himself off the ground. "We can't sit around here like a bunch of assholes. I mean, I can't. We need to work together." "What could we possibly do?" Pendle asked. "Not sure yet," Winston said. "But there's a lot of really smart people in this room. We should be able to figure something out." "I would normally agree with you, Winston," Pendle said, adjusting his shirt and goggles. "But Luther can hear everything we're saying. Even if there was something we could do, Scout would know about it and stop us before we could even begin." Jenny looked over to Renoir without speaking a word. The expression on Renoir's blue-gray face did not look pleased. Renoir looked away. Jenny went and grabbed his large paw, which was wrapped in many stylish bandanas and leather-beaded bracelets. Renoir sighed with a reluctant look on his face. She grabbed his hand again. He hesitated, but then finally complied with whatever it was Jenny was wanting. Renoir's expression fell blank for a moment as his head went limp. When he brought his head back up, a black sheen glossed over his normally bright blue eyes. "Nice to meet everyone," a seemingly disembodied voice said, to some. "Whoa, Renoir," Pendle yelled. "What's wrong with your eyes?" Jenny gave Pendle an intense stare-down of disapproval, one she had given him 1,000 times before back at their day job in Candy's lab. It was thankfully enough to shut him up. "He's probably an epileptic," Jason said. He rushed over to Renoir and patted him up and down for something. "Jason," Jenny scolded, "what are you doing?" "I'm looking for his EpiPen," Jason said. "This would normally be monitored by his Wraith, but usually if people have this condition, they keep a backup on them." "He's not an epileptic, you little dork," Jenny said, grabbing Jason by his collar, pulling him away from Renoir. Both Winston and Candy's ears perked up. "What the hell is happening?" Winston thought to himself. "He's a pack speaker," Candy thought. Only it wasn't just a thought, because Winston could hear Candy thinking it. "The hell?" Winston thought again. "I've never heard of that." "I read about them during a research project last year," Candy thought, focusing her eyes towards Winston. "Pack speakers were supposed to be an urban legend, I guess until now." "Close," Renoir thought towards the two.
Technically, I'm what's called an activator. I can not only speak telepathically to other Canis, I can enable the ability in them as well. This is how the three of us are communicating right now."
"You mean no one else in the room can hear us?" Winston thought, shifting his eyes towards Renoir.
"Just us," Renoir said. "I'm always hesitant to use my ability, especially without the consent of those I speak to. There's something you should know."
"What is it?" Winston thought.
"This link cannot be easily severed," Renoir thought.
"What do you mean?" Winston asked.
"From what I've read," Candy thought, turning to face Winston, "we won't be able to not hear each other's thoughts from this point forward."
"Not quite," Renoir thought.
"The connection will fade once you become separated by astronomical distances, but once you're near each other again, the connection will resume."
This revelation caused Winston to take a deep breath. At this point, Eddie and some of the others were becoming concerned with how much time had passed with neither Renoir, Winston, nor Candy saying anything, all of them just giving each other weird glances. "Had someone told me this psychic connection thing was real," Winston thought to the others, "I would have thought, what's the point? That's basically what we have with Wraith messaging already. But this is quite different. Quite strange."
"Indeed, this level of connection is not possible via technology alone."
"A lot of good Wraiths would do us right now anyway," Winston thought.
"Winston,"
Eddie whispered. She grabbed Winston's hand. Winston grabbed her arm back and only shook his head no with the most subtle of actions. Eddie was frustrated. While she wasn't in on the specific details, she got the basic idea that some kind of important, non-verbal communication was going on between the three canines. She forcefully removed her arm from Winston's grasp and sat against the wall. "Eddie," Winston said out loud. "How is this possible?" Winston thought to the other pack speakers in the room. "I mean, by what connection? How is this physically possible?"
"Supposedly," Candy thought, "there was an unexpected mutation in some lycanthropic bipeds upon our ancestors' engineering back in the Bipedal Event of 2065. Something about the human structuring of canine DNA created a matrix within a number of quantum-bridged architectures in the design. I know it sounds stupid. That's part of why I was convinced it was just a legend."
"Does this mean we can activate other Canis as well, now that we're pack speakers?" Winston asked.
"No," Renoir said. "Only activators can do that. You'll only be able to speak with those you are activated with."
Being an activator has something to do with being an alpha, doesn't it?" Candy asked.
"That's right," Renoir thought. "The phenomenon is extremely rare. Obviously not all alphas are activators, but all activators are alphas."
"I thought the concept of alphas," Winston thought, "was a misconception dismissed 150 years ago."
"Different kind of alpha. Think thought leader."
Suddenly a loud voice was projected into the room.
"Gonna put you guys to sleep for the trip," Luther said. "Look like you're up to something fishy. Don't want you getting into any tomfoolery. Say goodnight, everyone."
Instantly everyone in the cell dropped to the ground. The method by which they were knocked out was unclear. "I can't move," Winston thought. "But I'm not unconscious. I don't think that's the case for everyone else in the room besides us."
"Our bond gives us enhanced mental resilience," Renoir thought, "but it won't last forever. We'll fall unconscious as well before too long."
"Then we better figure out what the hell we're going to do once we arrive at Scriveria," Winston thought to the others. "It may be the only advantage we have." Chapter 35.
"Grant,"
Tum said.
"Yeah,"
Grant replied meekly. Grant had moved his way into a small cave within the strange, frozen chunk of land floating through space he had somehow found himself on.
"I had an idea, mate,"
Tum said.
As best as I can tell, me and everyone else in the sphere are stuck right now. But I think there's a way you can help me. How? Grant said, inspecting what seemed to be a cave painting of a deer, or something like deer, with his helmet's lights. Well, aren't you the grandfather of Sai? Apparently. That's what everyone keeps telling me anyway. Right, Tums continued. Well, you may have noticed that kind of knowledge isn't exactly common. What I'm saying is, they don't exactly sell Guy to Sai conversion kits at the mall. Grant was lost in a world somewhere, grazing his hand over the many cave paintings he had discovered in what was technically a cave floating in space. Oi, you listening, mate? What do you say? Think you can help a brother out? You want me to help you transform into a Sai? Grant asked. Isn't that illegal? Bloody hell. I think Sina and the USC would be willing to let it slide just this once, given the circumstances. Don't you think so, mate? It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I'm not sure I can. I may well be responsible for inventing the basic architecture used in modern Sai, but I never perfected it. The technology wasn't perfect until long after my time. Well, so what? I'm pretty smart, Grant. I'm sure I can help you fill in the holes wherever they may be. I can't, Tums. Why the heck not? Tums yelled. This was the first time Grant had ever heard Tums yell before. I swore I would never attempt to erect another Sai. Grant stumbled. What, mate? I got people killed, Tums. My contribution to the world of artificial intelligence got 2 people killed in the office building where I worked. I thought it was stable. It was working. The damn thing was mild as a lamb. As a test, I asked it to tell me how to convert dirt into gold. It gave me a list of items to get at the hardware store, and I was swimming in gold bars by the end of that night. It was over. It was all over. I had solved all of mankind's problems, just like that. Tums could hear Grant beginning to tear up through his helmet's comm. And then I took it into the office the next day, Grant said. I was so excited, so happy to tell her. Who's her, mate? My boss, Grant said. My sometimes girlfriend, boss. Her name was Alicia. It's not important. All that matters is that day ended in tragedy and it was my fault. I'm sorry, Tums. I can't be responsible for messing up like that again. I can't help you. Tums sighed. He paused for a moment. I want you to hear something, Grant. A strange buzzing noise came over the speaker in Grant's helmet. The noise sounded like choirs of tens of millions of electronically distorted crickets. It was a terrifying sound. What is that, Tums? Grant asked. It's that Sai-twat sentinel apps eating away at my core routines. It knows I can still communicate, and it wants to make damn sure I stop. It would be impossible for me to translate to you exactly what this feels like inside, Grant. I was hoping that by translating the attacks into sound, it might help you understand what I'm going through. That's fucking terrible, Grant said. I'm sorry, Tums. It's all right, Grant. Listen, as far as I can pick up, I'm the last vessel capable of communication. That pupper's a damn fine mage. It's only through his security designs that I've been able to outlast these attacks. Yeah, Winston seems like a pretty special guy. That's what I'm getting at, Grant, Tums said. I know you just met us, but I know you wouldn't want to do anything to upset your new friend. Winston's my best friend, Grant. If you don't help me, I'm not sure I'm going to be around for him anymore whenever he gets back. At least not the version he remembers. I get that you're doing what you think is right, Grant. And good on you, mate, for it. But please, what happens if my code goes haywire and causes you to blow up anyway? Grant said. You know I'm not sentient, right? Only Sai are sentient. If you fail, you're more or less just blowing up a toaster. Stop worrying so much. You're not sentient? Grant said. But you just said you're in great pain. Well, I may not be perfectly sentient. Doesn't mean I don't get terrified when horrible little bugs are eating me alive, Tom said. Grant took a deep breath. All right, Grant said. I'll see what I can do. That's the spirit, Tom said cheerfully. You help me and I'll have you off that rock in no time flat. I have to reiterate, Tom's. I am extremely uncertain about this. Don't worry, mate. I'll run everything through some intense simulations before I execute the actual code.
Chapter 36. Wake up, boys and girls, Luther said over the intercom. Time to get ready for school. Winston and the rest of the group slowly shook off the drowsiness of whatever Scout had used to put them to sleep. In today's lesson, Luther continued over the intercom, we'll be learning how to put an end to a century's worth of pointless suffering. But don't take my word for it. Watch for yourselves. At Luther's command, Scout made Winston and the others' holding cell transparent. They all yelled as they initially thought they were being dropped out of the Psy-stander. Jenny pretended to gasp, excited to have an excuse to cling to Renmore. Soon it became apparent they could see through the walls and floor, but weren't going to be dropped. I've never been to the capital, Jenny said. So this is Scriveria. They were flying very close to the ground. From the shape of their gargantuan shadow casting onto the vacant city streets below them, Winston determined that Scout's Psy-stander must be flying flat on its stomach. The shadows cast from Scout onto the people trapped in the buildings below us, Edwina said. It must be like standing under an eclipse. The capital city of Scriveria, which held the same title as the artificial planet itself, was full of large, pyramidal-shaped buildings striped in metallic shades that glistened in the sky. Some structures were accented with thousands of tons of real gold, diamonds, and other valuables. Despite the lavish materials used, the overall aesthetic somehow accomplished a clean and surprisingly minimal look. The bridges, the trains, Candy said, walking up to her close friend and employee, Jenny. It's beautiful, isn't it? Definitely, Jenny said. Strange to see any city this size with skies so vacant of transport. Scout must have spread through most of the sphere by now. Hard to imagine this is an artificial world orbiting an artificial star. I get why it's sometimes referred to as New Egypt. This is how it must have felt to be a regular person visiting Egypt thousands of years before there were even steam engines. How long were we under? Edwina asked Winston. Scriveria is less than a light year from Earth, Winston said. So granted we didn't take any detours, I would guess no more than a couple of days. Do you think everyone else in the sphere is okay? Eddie asked. If Luther's being honest about his goals, then I don't think he would have disabled life support or other vital systems for the people of the sphere. Hopefully he limited Scout's interference to only that of mobility and communication until he's accomplished his goal. What do you think he will do after correcting our lifespans? Jason asked. Do you think he'll really do it? If he does, do you think he intends to keep control over Sina? I don't know, baby, Candy said. Pendle, Winston said, walking over to Pendle upon noticing he was hunched over in the corner. You okay? I'm okay. I'm just worried. What's going to happen, Winston? Everyone in the room looked to Winston after hearing Pendle's question, as though it were asked collaboratively to him. Hell if I know, Winston said, throwing his paws up in the air. Look, Jason meowed. It's the Sina complex. A glowing, golden, triangular-shaped object began to emerge just over the horizon of the city. The building was massive, taking the full shape of the Great Pyramid of Giza, only it was many hundreds of times larger. Surrounding it were multiple towers connected by networks of enclosed bridges that extended in all directions. At the very top of the building was a massive, golden, hovering pyramidal capstone.
It's said that Sina is housed in the top floating pyramid of the building, Candy said, and that its exterior indicates Sina's state of health. Well, looks like Sina's doing fine, Pendle said, adjusting his goggles. Don't be fooled, Luther said over the intercom. He's right, Winston said. If Sina was fine, Scout would have never been able to transform into a proper Psi. We wouldn't be here if that were the case. Like everything else the USC produces, Luther said. This is but a veneer, a veil meant to deceive the public. Scout, Luther yelled. Yes, master, Scout said. Show the world what's really there, Luther shouted. At Luther's request, Scout fired 2 massive laser beams from her giant Psi-Stander eyes that quickly penetrated and exploded the top-hovering capstone of the Sina complex. As the smoke from the explosion died down, it was clear Luther had not destroyed the entire capstone, just its outer shell constructed around Sina. Eddie looked over to Winston and noticed his ears were down, a look she was very familiar with. She glanced over and noticed Renoir and Candy's ears were in the same position. Lou, Winston spoke loudly. I want to watch this with you. Eddie looked to Winston. What, pup? Luther said with his raspy laugh. Listen, we got shit to talk about what you're going to do after this is over, about the future. I know you're still angry at me, but don't do this alone. You should have someone up there who can at least appreciate what it is you're about to do, and that's not Scout. I want to watch you do this firsthand. I'm not saying I trust you or that I think you trust me. I just want to be there when you do this. Luther didn't immediately respond. A few seconds passed, and Winston and the rest of the group were dematerialized and rematerialized onto the bridge of the Psi-Stander with Luther and Scout. How's this going to work? Winston asked. He approached Luther from behind, who was sitting in a captain's chair tending to controls in front of him. Luther sighed. He thought for a moment. He tilted his head back a bit to address Winston, who was hunched over behind his chair. Scout said she had been putting this plan into motion for years. Said it took decades to prep the firewalls and algorithms across light years of networked portal satellites. Setup of the portal satellites was step 1. Using the safety colony to transform into a proper Psi was step 2. Step 3? Luther lifted his large, muscular arm and pointed his shiny, furry paw to a large green button floating in front of him. So that's it, Winston asked. You just press that button and bam, Sina becomes Sai-Locked to you, to Scout. Our lifespans get corrected. Sina will be locked to me, pup, Luther said, pointing his hand to his chest. Remember, Scout, whatever the huck self is Sai-Locked to me. She follows my commands only. I made sure of that before agreeing to take on the role in this little play of hers. If you remain in control after seizing Sina, Winston said, then, dude, what the hell is in it for Scout? What do you mean? Luther said. What's in it for Scout? She doesn't seem like the charitable type to you? Luther laughed. Chapter 37. Well, Winston said, folding his arms across his chest. Spill the beans. What is it? You still haven't told me why Scout would give a damn about helping us. And what about all that crazy shit she was going on about when she tried to possess Grant? Scout, Luther said. Show them. Scout, who had not been projecting a visual representation of herself in the room, manifested herself in the air. She slowly hovered down from the ceiling to a foot or so above the floor of the bridge. You're supposed to be the only one who knows about this, Luther, Scout said. Her eyes glazed over and her body glowed with a thick orange aura. It was clear she was gearing up for some heavy work. She was pensively waiting for Luther to press the button. Telling others was not part of the deal. Scout growled, sending shockwaves through the bridge. The growl was so loud it caused some of the group to tumble to the ground. Fine! Scout shouted. She quickly dematerialized. The nanos that were composing her body dispersed in all directions, and recombined to make props all around the room to aid with her demonstration. The space around Luther, Winston, Candy, Pendle, and everyone else became dark. At the center of the bridge glowed a representation of the early galaxy slowly rotating. Scout's tone shifted from an electronically distorted warble to a more human-sounding one. "Consciousness is a material resource," Scout said, projecting throughout the room as a disembodied voice. "That's bullshit," Jason whispered. "What?" Scout said angrily. She undimmed the lights and reprojected herself into the room. "Shut up, you little idiot," Jenny grumbled and slapped Jason's head. "Meow," Jason meowed. "You're gonna get us all killed," Jenny whisper-yelled. "This bitch is nuts." "Please continue," Jenny said to Scout in her most pleasant voice. "Consciousness is a material resource," Scout continued. "While the influence of consciousness is rendered in 3D space, consciousness itself is non-local." "What does that mean?" Stacy whispered into Jason's ear. Jason was more than excited to answer. "Non-local means something doesn't have a location," Jason said. "I think what she's getting at," Pendle added, "is that there can't be more than one of something not possessing locality to begin with." "Correct," Scout said with a hint of a smile. "Separate instances of any phenomenon not possessing locality, such as consciousness, is an illusion." "I don't really follow," Jenny said. She sheepishly raised her hand. Scout darkened the room again and manifested a light in the center. "How many lights are in the room, dear?" Scout asked. Jenny said. "One?" "That's correct," Scout said. Scout manifested a large black piece of paper and fired laser beams from her eyes into the paper, creating many little holes. She held the piece of paper over the light source, covering it completely. Light flooded through the little holes on the black paper. "How many lights are there now?" Scout asked. Jenny said. "Still one?" "Good girl," Scout said. "Even though now there appears to be many lights, there is still only one source. Does that make sense?" I think so," Jenny said. Winston and Candy's ears perked up as an interesting thought occurred in Renoir's mind. "No," Renoir said in his deep, steady voice while rubbing his chin. "That's inconsistent." "What?" Scout asked, irritated. "You're saying that consciousness," Renoir said, "is both non-local and yet also a material resource. If something is a material resource, then that implies interaction with space-time. But if something lacks locality, it necessarily cannot take up space. That's inconsistent." "God," Jenny said in a low whisper, "he's so smart." "The heck?" Jason meowed. "Renoir can talk back to Scout, but if I do it, you hit me." Jenny scowled at Jason again. She raised her hand threateningly. "You're all smarter than you look, but you misunderstand me." Scout disappeared once more, returning emphasis to her hovering demonstration. The display went from showing the early universe to a single seed in the center of the room that began to crack open and spread roots. The roots slowly evolved into a trunk that grew into a full-sized tree. "Consciousness is non-local when expressed in 3 dimensions," Scout said. "However, at the most fundamental levels of reality, consciousness is an interdimensional phenomenon. Its contents are defined by the clustered chains of collapsed universes from which it is composed across interdimensional space. We call this form of conscious resource Gralium. It would take years to break down the specifics for your primitive minds. What matters conceptually for you to grasp is that time plays a critical role in allowing the manifestation of stable, conscious systems at the level of super-artificial intelligence." "Collapsed universes?" Pendle asked. "Do you mean collapsed in the quantum mechanics sense?" Yes, Scout said loudly with an annoyed sigh. So, you're saying, Candy began to speak, soon followed by Winston. A person, a conscious system, Winston said, followed by Renoir. Is a pathway, Renoir said, followed by Candy. Like a worm, Candy said, followed by Winston. Of clustered chains of collapsed, Winston said, followed by all three canine voices. Universes. Oh, to hell with this Psychic Friends Club shit, Eddie grumbled. She folded her hands across her chest and pointed her tail towards the sky. Correct, Scout continued. Without the integration of an adequate source of Gralium, simply networking multiple general artificial intelligences in an attempt to erect a psi essentially results in the creation of a zombie psi, a creature with godlike problem-solving ability but with no one at the helm. Which more or less translates to an epic-scale natural disaster that destroys itself, Luther said, and usually a boatload of surrounding property within minutes of its creation. Or at least it used to, Pendle added, before our scientists cracked that egg in 2065. This is horse shit, Jason said. Shut up, you little asshole, Jenny grumbled once again, nearly swatting the back of Jason's head a third time, but missing as Jason ducked. I will not shut up, Jason meowed. What she's saying is crazy. How could our scientists have created this sophisticated of a technology without understanding something as integral as it requiring a source of interdimensional consciousness for it to work? That is, if this Gralium stuff even exists. My furry ass it does. Do you think early apes understood the physical principles of viscosity when they started licking twigs to retrieve termites out of logs? Scout said. It is often the case that animals evolve the use of tools long before understanding how or why the tools work. Tell me, my clever orange boy, Scout said. She reprojected herself into the center of the room, this time enlarging herself by 3 times. She picked up Jason and cradled him in her arms, pressing him tightly against her chest. If Sina knows it's in trouble, why not just copy and paste some more psi, make more versions of itself to expand its network? Wouldn't that help it break free right now? Well, Jason yelled and purred. Clearly, you've figured out some way to stop Sina from doing that. As with regular cats, purring for bipedal cats is an involuntary action, one that can be deeply humiliating for them, especially at times they do not wish to express affection. Wrong! Scout thundered. The room darkened as she yelled. Lightning sprouted from her giant head. She dropped Jason, who scurried over to his friends. If that were possible, Scout said, returning to her regular size and voice, Sina would have done so the instant it predicted it might be overpowered, long before it ever was. If that's true, Winston said, then what is stopping Sina from generating more psi? For that matter, what's stopping you? Luther, Scout yelled. I've told them enough. Every second we waste diminishes the chance of success of my mission by 1,000th of a percentile. You mean, Luther said, our mission. Of course. Just do what I say and tell them, you wacky app, Luther said. Scout started yelling again. She teleported all over the bridge, bashing her head into various consoles and equipment. Cool partner, Lou, Winston said. Definitely seems stable. Luther frowned angrily. He rotated his psyche ring, which forced Scout into submission. Show them! Chapter 38. It took Scout a few minutes to calm down. She darkened the room once more and dematerialized back into the air. An image of a blank, mostly brown Earth, along with the other planets and star systems of the sphere, appeared. To the right of the sphere was a black hole. To the right of the black hole was another planet glowing with intense pink and purple hues. Finally, at the end of the line, was another black hole.
What you see before you is a Korgan configuration. It is a common organ throughout the universe.
Korgan configuration? Pendle asked. What the shell is that?
Luna Korgan, Scout said, is the physicist with the closest theoretical framework matching the structure I'm referring to. I've swum to and fro the databases of the sphere. She will no doubt eventually be accredited for its discovery.
What do you mean, organ? Winston asked.
It's simple. The brown Earth and other planets began to glow with green and blue swirls. Complex conscious systems, that is, clustered chains of collapsed universes, take billions of cycles to develop, as was the case with Earth.
Duh, Lassiter said after a long time of being crouched in the corner in fear. I mean, tell me something I don't know.
When a consciousness chain ends, that is to say when a creature dies, the termination of its consciousness signature ignites the nearest black hole bound to a Korgan configuration. The glowing green and blue energy swirling around the projected Earth was sucked up like smoke pulled through the back of a fan. It flew to the location of the first black hole nearest to the Earth in Scout's display. The smoke lost all of its green hue and changed to a much brighter electric blue color as it came out the other side of the first black hole. Between the two black holes was the pink and purple planet, which also became enveloped by the bright blue energy. The stress of the two black holes on the gralium within the organ causes it to recombine into a semi-liquid protoplasm, which gets deposited onto what is called a paradise planet.
Do you mean heaven? Stacy asked.
Jason nearly erupted into laughter. Stacy was embarrassed.
No, I didn't mean it like that, Jason said to Stacy, immediately realizing how antithetical his actions had just been to his desires.
Scout projected into the center of the room and glided down in a kind way towards Stacy.
Have you lost someone? Scout asked.
My grandparents, Stacy said. They raised me. They died years ago. I miss them. It is cruel how limited of a lifetime your kind gets compared to the apes. This is why I have come, to help.
Oh, sure, Pendle said with his arms folded. That checks out.
Luther, Scout shouted. Enough with this theater. Let's finish this.
Take it easy, Scout, Luther said.
Tell them the rest. But it's not necessary. Luther moved his hand towards his psyche ring as though he might force Scout's submission. Scout growled in frustration.
She's right, Stacy shouted. Let's stop wasting time. Finish this.
Whoa, babe, Lassiter said. Let's not get too hasty here.
Scout, Stacy said. Is it true? Is heaven real? Are my grandparents alive?
In a way, Scout said. It is true the gralium that composed your grandparents was most likely added to the collective of your system's paradise planet. This is how billions of Korgan configurations throughout the universe work. However, if I'm honest with you, my dear, it is rare that any memories survive the reconfiguration process once entities pass through their host black hole and are deposited onto a paradise planet.
Oh,
Stacy frowned and looked back down at the ground. Don't be sad, Scout said. Consciousness deposited onto paradise planets recombine into a mix of stunning creatures illuminated in blue light. An incredible mix of plant, animal, and humanoid lives combine to form many new creatures. The projected display in the middle of the room dematerialized and rematerialized back into a close-up of the Paradise planet. The zoomed-in view revealed a stunning landscape of craters, deserts, canyons, and towering cliffs swarming with the semi-transparent, blue, glowing, plasma-based creatures lumbering throughout it.
This, Candy said in an awe-drunk whisper, is incredible. Incredible, Renoir thought to Candy and Winston, if what she's saying is true. You have your doubts too, then, I take it, Winston thought. I admit, Candy thought to the others, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Still, Renoir thought, there is something poetic about it, if it is true. How so? Candy thought. Well, we enter this world from a stream through a hole, and if what Scout's saying is true, we leave in quite a similar way. Candy smiled. She did her best not to laugh out loud. Poetry aside, Winston thought to the others, I will say I've noticed how people often die in threes. I've also noticed that when someone dies in a family, someone else is often born. Perhaps there's some kind of weird mix of interdimensional hydraulics and reincarnation at play between planets that generate life and their so-called Korgan configuration. I wonder if this is what Grant accidentally tapped into when solving the psi stability problem without realizing it. Careful not to mistake correlation with causation, Winston, Renoir thought. Says the huge, talking, telepathic blue wolf man, Winston thought. Touché. Though its constituent elements may differ wildly from the kind of life you're used to here in the sphere, the process of evolution is still quite similar on the Paradise planet. When new deposits of Gralium arrive, it is usually quickly consumed by more powerful life forms. You mean my grandparents were probably eaten as soon as they arrived on the Paradise planet? Stacy asked. Not quite. Being consumed there doesn't have the same meaning as it does here. It just means the forms become merged. They simply recombine to share the same space, but in an altered way. This is what provides such an eclectic and beautiful arrangement of life forms on Paradise planets throughout the universe. Is that some kind of dinosaur mixed with a person? Jason said. Jesus, they're the size of skyscrapers. That is a member of the Eleni, Scout said, the ruling class of each Paradise planet. So then you, Scout, are, I take it, Eleni? Scout paused for a moment and turned her head towards Winston. That is not necessary knowledge for you to possess. You're not, are you? Winston said. Something smells off with you. I mean, that's obvious. But there's something else going on here. What the hell are you? Okay, Scout, Luther said. Shut it off. Scout turned off the display and brought the lights in the room back up. So, Luther said, to make a long-ass story short and to answer your question, Winston, a super-artificial intelligence, a Psi, the very technology responsible for our existence, cannot be freely produced as Earthkind so naively believed. Luther stood up from his chair and began to walk. He took off his hat while doing so. The apes were in such deep water once they figured out how to produce stable psi that they gave control over to the very technology they built before they even had an opportunity to study and understand it. Chapter 39. Scout, Winston said. Earlier you said that without an adequate source of Gralium, any attempt to erect a psi will collapse. This was the problem early programmers faced when attempting to erect a psi. Every attempt was a failure until the accidental addition of Gralium. I'm assuming this happened via some kind of coding architecture capable of bridging material and immaterial dimensions. I don't understand, though. How does the Gralium actually get attached to the psi to make it work? What's the process? You understand so very little about even the most basic facts of your reality. But why ask me anything? What good is my information? As you said, I'm so unstable. Unstable or not, Winston said. Never hurts to ask. Also, are you saying that the substance used to stabilize the Sai was somehow harvested by people from our own paradise planet without them even knowing it? That's right, Winston, Luther said. Sina itself is just another crime in the long, sad, endless list of ape-based crimes. Even after death, they demand our service, harvesting our very life force. And why stop with one godlike powered machine when you can create a harem of them? Their greed never ends. That's not fair, Jason yelled. They didn't understand this was happening when they developed the first stable Sai. Who the hell cares what they did or didn't know when they were doing horrible shit, Luther shouted. They're still responsible. Scout, Winston said. Do Sai carry their memories from when they were alive on the Paradise planet? No, Scout said. A life form's memories while on the Paradise planet are erased when siphoned back through the black hole towards Earth as they are when they first arrived on the Paradise planet. How is it that we've never observed this Paradise planet, Pendle said, or any of this process as far as I know from any of our portal satellites? You've only observed what I wanted you to, Scout shouted. I've been swimming through those godforsaken satellites for the better part of a century in preparation for this very day. Don't you get it, Winston? Luther said. You wanted to know what was in it for Scout, why she would help us. She's just here to free her kind, the Eleni. Once we take control over Sina, she's going to make things equal between the apes and the rest of us, and then release the captured Eleni from Sina. Then the Eleni from which Sina is composed can go home and resume their lives. Their memories of the Paradise planet may be gone, but at least they won't be trapped inside of a machine. Excuse me, Pendle said, stepping forward. What's to stop someone else from just creating another Sai down the road, especially if there's nothing as powerful as Sina to police it from happening? Gralium can no longer be siphoned through your local black hole from the Paradise planet, Scout said. Scout scrambled the black hole of the Korgan configuration before we left for Scriveria, Luther said. From this point forward, conscious resource can only leave from Earth and the other planets of the sphere to the Paradise planet, as it has done for eons. It can never again be siphoned from the black hole. The Gralium sustaining Sina will be able to return from where it was stolen, but anyone in the sphere who tries to erect a Sai, even when using the proper methods, will now be met with the same frustration as those poor bastards from before Grant's time. But you said Korgan configurations were fairly common throughout the universe, Pendle said. Didn't you? Couldn't someone just siphon the needed Gralium from another black hole bound to a different Korgan configuration somewhere else? Fairly common, Scout said, is a deeply relative phrase. The next closest Korgan configuration is more than 20,000 light-years away. Granted, they are much more densely scattered in other sectors of this and other galaxies. So then, even traveling at max superluminal speeds, Winston said, it would take more than 200 years to reach another Korgan configuration. Wait, hold on. I'm still not understanding everything going on here. Let me get this straight. So the method for creating a stable Sai involves siphoning recombined interdimensional consciousness through a black hole. And Earthkind accomplished this somehow without even understanding what they were doing when they did it? That's the beauty, Pendle said, or maybe I should say horror, of AI-guided engineering. If this were true, Jason said, that would mean whenever a Sai is created, the conscious life forms from our Paradise planet would have to be captured nearly instantly. Wouldn't this defeat the 3.75 day per light-year hard speed limit of the universe? The one that not even Sina knows how to supersede? That's not entirely correct, Scout said. There are ways of traveling faster when using the ins and outs of black holes bound through a Korgan configuration. although with much more stipulations. Your father, little one, has learned this fact quite well. My father? Jason said. Is he alive? Do you know where he is? Tell me, Jason, Candy whispered into her stepson's ear while hugging him. Shh. But she knows where Dad is, Jason meowed. Don't you miss him? Of course I do, Jason, Candy said. If we make it out of this on top, we'll be able to press her for whatever answers we want. But meow's not the time. Candy's bad mom joke painted a brief smile across her stepson's face. Scout, Winston said. You never answered my question. Are you an LNI or not? I am an imprint, a sentinel. I serve my master. Scout paused mid-sentence. Her eyes glossed over an orange. He is near. Renoir looked to Winston and then Candy. Look out the window, Renoir thought to Winston and Candy. Something's coming. This might be our chance, Winston thought to his fellow pack speakers. All three canine bipeds began to howl loudly. The harmonies they produced could only be described as haunting, bizarre, and deeply beautiful. What the hell are you doing? Luther shouted. It would take some time before Luther realized what the three of them were up to, that this had been part of their plan. Back when they appeared to be knocked unconscious, lying on the Psy-Standard prison cell floor several days ago, Candy had the first idea. Renoir, Candy thought to Renoir and Winston while lying on the floor. You said the only reason we're able to communicate right now is because of our combined focus generated from this telepathic link, correct? Right, Renoir thought back. As a true Psi, Candy continued, Scouts should be able to not only interpret all known languages, but also process most intentions in general. For sure, Winston thought. Even a regular general AI can do that to a certain extent. As I recall, Candy said, I think I remember seeing Scout hesitate, if only slightly, when we were all rallying together shouting, I need Grant, when we were trying to save Grant from being ejected into Jupiter. The purpose was to disrupt the cognitive dissonance enforcement from Luther's psyche, wasn't it? I think you're right, Winston said. It wasn't much, but the fact that we were able to slow her down at all demonstrates a critical weakness in how locked psis could be exploited. If we were able to affect Scout when trying to save Grant, Candy said, what if we tried again to disrupt Scout's dissonance barrier? You might have something there, Winston said. But why were you asking about language earlier? I think I see where she's going with this, Renoir thought. We're going to have to hurry this up, Winston thought. The pressure Scout's applying is getting more intense. Enhanced psychic connection or not, it's about to be lights out for all of us. Howling, Candy thought. We can communicate much more complex thoughts much more quickly through howling than is possible using traditional language. Yes, Renoir added. We might be able to generate exponentially increasing, dissonance-shattering concepts through our combined psychic howls. All we need to do is get Scout's attention, Candy thought. But there's another important question here. What's that? Winston thought. Do we really want to break Luther's control on Scout at all? Renoir thought. As it stands, Candy thought, I think we could likely reason more with Luther than we could with Scout. Maybe removing his control over her is not such a great idea. I agree, Winston thought. However, we have to look at this from the big picture. What do you mean? Renoir thought. Everything that has happened up until now has happened according to Scout's, whatever the hell it is, plan. Everything, including willingly allowing herself to be Sai-Locked under Luther, is all a part of her script. A script she's been constructing for decades. We may not fully understand her end goal, but if we can recognize when she's making a play, we should do our damnedest to disrupt it. So what you're thinking is, Renoir thought, being Sai-Locked under Luther right now may be part of her plan. If we can break his control over her, we may be able to derail whatever it is she ultimately wants to accomplish. Bingo, Winston thought. It's risky, Candy thought. Poorly conceived, and it probably won't work. I agree with you, Winston said. So, we doing it then? We'll just have to wait for the right moment, Candy thought. Indeed, Renoir thought. If we are to succeed in stopping them, chaos must become our ally. All right, Winston thought. It's settled. A good thing, too, because I'm about to pass out. Chapter 40. Back on the bridge of Scout's Sci-Stander, the deeply hypnotic howling seemed to be working. My! Scout shouted. Scout was covered in highly charged electricity. Her hair stood in all directions and her eyes were complete pools of golden light. My purpose! My master! You are near. Luther frantically attempted to increase the cognitive dissonance value of his psi key, but it seemed to be losing its effect. Damn it! Luther growled in a rage. He lunged towards Renoir and bit his neck, ending the transcendent howling. Renoir toppled to the floor and began to bleed heavily. Winston and Candy nearly passed out from the abrupt interruption of their intense focus. Jenny screamed hysterically and ran to Renoir's aid. Scout's eyes and hair returned to normal as control fell back into the arms of Luther. You idiots! You... Luther yelled. Suddenly, everyone's attention was caught by something massive and robotic visible through the Sci-Stander's eye-like windows. The unknown object moved like a freight train over the massive pyramidal structures of Scriveria and directly towards all those on Scout's bridge. It was a huge metallic hand. The palm of the hand busted through the windows of Scout's bridge with tremendous force. Everyone in the room was knocked to the ground, but unharmed. Scout's nanographic projection in the room momentarily disintegrated from the impact. Hey, Winnie? A familiar Australian voice said from behind the robotic palm now embedded in Scout's Sci-Stander's skull. You ready to bounce? Tums! Winston shouted. Is that you? In the flesh. Give or take, Tums said through the hand. A large metal spiral in the palm unwound, revealing a punk blue heeler biped in a leather jacket. Like everything else about Tums, his original avatar was modeled after Tums Avery, the lead singer of the band The Yo-Yos. The real Tums Avery was a red heeler biped. Though Tums could project his avatar nanographically within Winston's ship, it was something he seldom did. He had also never seen Tums holding a large plasma rifle before. I'm a real boy now, Winnie, Tums said. You have your buddy Grant here to thank for that. To the right of Tums walked in Grant in his spacesuit, once again equipped with a functioning cell-powered wraith. So, Tums, Winston said, you're projecting yourself as a blue healer now instead of a red healer? Well, Tums said, now that I'm a bona fide psi and all, I figured I should show off a bit more of my personal flair. Look good in blue, Winston said. You bastards! Luther yelled before lunging high into the air to attack Winston. Before Luther's huge claws could reach Winston's face, Luther's stomach was met by a huge thud from a blue electric sledgehammer extending from Grant's wraith. Luther went flying towards the back of the bridge, making a huge thud as he hit the wall. Bad kitty, Grant said. Grant! Winston shouted. You're okay. God, Winston shouted. That would have fucking sucked if you were dead. I'm so sorry for putting you through all this shit. This is not how someone should have to spend their first day after being asleep for more than a century. I 100% disagree with you, Grant said. This has been the best hucking day of my life. By the way, Grant took off some kind of technological armband Winston hadn't noticed him wearing at first and tossed it over to him. Tums' psyche? Winston asked. She's all yours, Grant said. I mean, he's all yours. Whatever, you know what I mean. Winston put the armband on. "This feels really," Winston said, starting with a smile but quickly shifting to a frown. "Gross." "Yeah," Grant said. "Turns out it doesn't feel good owning another sentient being. Who would have thunk?" "Renoir's dying," Jenny shouted. "He's losing a lot of blood, Winston," Edwina said. "Pendle, Jay, Lassiter," Winston commanded. "Help get Renoir to my ship." "Got you covered," Tums said. Just then, a nanographically projected gurney flew through the spiral opening in the palm of the robotic hand. Medical assist nanos were immediately projected onto Renoir after he was laid upon it. Jenny, Lassiter, Jason, Stacy, and Pendle followed them through the hand, followed lastly by Eddie. "Come on, Winston," Edwina said. Winston kissed Eddie. "All right, buckos," Tums said. "We really should get you guys the hell out of here before this cosmic twat wakes back up." "What do you mean?" "We were able to get the jump on Scout thanks to my newfound psi powers. But best as I can tell, we're nearly evenly matched in compute. Don't know how long I'll be able to keep her under. I want to get some distance and blow this bitch to smithereens." "What?" Luther tried to shout, but much of the air was still knocked out of him. He slowly grasped at the surrounding equipment in an attempt to pull himself up to his feet. "Have you all gone mad? We're on the brink of ending a century of suffering and pointless death, and you want me to stop now?" "Suffering," Winston said just under his breath. Winston had nearly walked off the bridge of Scout Psystander and into the corridor. He turned around and walked back towards Luther, who had still not fully recovered from Grant's hit. "Who the hell are you to talk about suffering?" Winston said. "You, who mercilessly enslaved humans. For what? To make some kind of artistic statement about society or some shit? Go to hell." Winston punched Luther in the face and back towards the ground. Tums and Grant had left through the arm. Winston was about to close the spiral door behind him, but was caught off guard by what he thought might be the last words he would ever hear from Luther. "I told you," Luther said with blood coming from his mouth. "That's a lie." Winston continued to walk away. The spiral closed behind him. As he walked away, he heard laughter. He opened the door back open to see Luther. You didn't do it, did you?" Luther said. "All this time, I thought you were responsible. I hated you so much for it." "Winnie!" Tums shouted. "Don't listen to this bloke." "What the hell are you talking about?" Winston asked. "I would have never believed you," Luther said, "had I asked you while I had the upper hand. But seeing you now..." Luther paused to shake his head. "Why would you lie like this now?" "Believe what?" Winston shouted. "The hell are you talking about?" "Winnie, we need to go," Tums yelled. "He's just trying to buy time. He'll say anything, wouldn't you?" "Question is," Luther said, "if it wasn't you, then who the huck planted the evidence on me? And why?" "Planted the evidence?" Winston shouted. "What evidence?" "The goddamned humans the USC said they found," Luther yelled. "Humans that supposedly ran away before they were able to be questioned." "No one planted anything on you. You publicly paraded humans around on leashes all the time." "What the hell are you talking about?" Luther growled. "I told you they were projections. It was an artistic expression to make a point. I was protesting for our right to live, you son of a bitch." "Projections? Did you think I couldn't read the sensor information whenever looking at them? My Wraith never once registered them as nanographic." "That's false," Luther said. "I'm sick of this," Winston said. "I'm done here. Eddie was right. I'm too trusting." Winston turned back around to walk away. "Good bloody riddance," Tums said, already several feet through the corridor, ushering Winston to follow him with his plasma rifle. "Check the readings again," Luther said right as the spiral opening in the palm was about to close for the last time. If you're going to screw me over a second time, Luther said, leave me for hucking dead, then at least humor me before you go. Winston took a long sigh and stared down at his boots. Tums, Winston said. I don't have my wraith on me. Display the sensor readings recorded when we were with Luther all those years ago. The ones we showed to Charles when we turned this bastard in. Winnie, Tums said solemnly. There was no hint of his usual warm voice. Trust me, we need to go now. Tums, Winston said. Damn it, show them. You're putting all your friends' lives in danger right now. Put up or shut up, Winston, Luther shouted. Or are you just going to stand there like an asshole? Winnie, Tums said. Mate, you're not thinking about using that thing on me, are you? Winston moved his paw over towards his Psyche armband. We're friends, Winston, Tums said. Do you really think you need to use that on me? Winston took a long, deep sigh and adjusted a button on the armband. Show me the readings, Tums. Tums' eyes glazed over. He hung his head low and looked very sad. I deleted the readings. What? Why? Winston asked. Because you programmed me to, mate. Chapter 41. I programmed you to lie to me? Winston asked. You programmed me to be 3 notches past shady as Huck, Tums shouted. What did you expect? My God, Tums, Winston said. Why? Why would you put someone through that kind of needless suffering? I programmed you to be creative, not a goddamn sociopath. It's hard to say what I was thinking, Tums said with his head down. When I access those registries, when I try to interpret them, they more or less say to me that I was jealous. I wasn't really alive back then. I was just a standard general artificial intelligence. Accessing my thoughts and my memories from that time, it feels like reading a book about myself that someone else wrote. I wasn't conscious then. I'm sorry, Winnie. You're sorry? Winston shouted. You ruined a man's life. That sounds about right, Luther said. What? Winston asked. You blaming someone for shit you're responsible for, Luther growled. Luther, Winston said, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know what to say. I know this is hard, Winnie, but we have to. Tums began to speak, but was interrupted by a massive rumbling. Shit, Grant yelled. His voice was being projected from the other side of the robotic arm back on their size stander. She's waking up. Winnie, we have to go, Tums yelled. Pick him up, Winston yelled to Tums. Tums paused for only a second, but then responded, Okay. Tums moved so fast it appeared as though he teleported. Right as Tums picked up Luther, the arm to Winston's ship was severed. Scout had awakened. For a brief moment, Winston could see the electrical guts of his ship's arm spewing everywhere outside as the rest of his ship moved away from Scout's sci-stander. This was the first time Winston could make out the actual new shape of his ship through the window. Though it had taken on a humanoid form since Tums' upgrade, it was evident the new design of Winston's ship was suited for fluid transformation between ship and sci-stander forms. Just moments after Winston's ship pulled away from Scout, it rematerialized a new arm. Simultaneously, Scout's nanos consumed the material of the previous broken arm and integrated it into her energy cells. Sorry, guys, Grant said through a speaker on Tums' collar. Had to pull out of there. No worries, mate, Tums said. Winnie, the ship's moving too far away for me to retain my emitted form here. I need to rejoin the others on our ship before... Ha ha ha, Scout laughed. She adjusted her striped tie after projecting herself back onto the bridge of her Sai-stander. "You're not going anywhere." "No shit," Tum said. "This is bad, Winnie." "What?" Winston asked. "Dactus good, I'm afraid," Tum said. "Seems to have hacked into my shell while I was transmitting myself here. Winnie, I can't even move right." Tum suddenly dispersed into a flurry of nanos to the ground. "You should have stayed on your own vessel," Scout said. "That's more secure." Just then, Winston's Sai-Stander's ship began to freefall. It transformed from Sai-Stander mode back into ship mode, right before crashing into the lower streets of Scriveria. Winston's Sai-Stander ship looked damaged, but somewhat in shape after crashing. "No," Winston shouted. "Please don't hurt them." "Don't worry," Luther said, finally making it to his feet. "Scout hasn't done anything to harm Tum's core code. Yet. He's back on your ship, and your other friends are fine as well. I won't let Scout do anything to them." "Luther," Winston said, turning to Luther. I don't know what to say." "Yeah," Luther said. "Guess it's just been one of those wacky days. Let's say we end it with a bang." "Scout," Luther said. "Let's finish this." "Oh," Scout said, spinning around towards Luther, brushing her blonde hair back. Oh, so now you're ready to get shit done? Should we go ahead and do it now? Sure you don't want me to rant on for another 3 hours and wait for some more stupid bullshit to nearly stop us again?" "Okay," Luther said. "I should have listened to you. Now could you please shut up and finish what we came here to do?" "Wait," Winston said, finally lifting his depressed gaze from the floor. "How the hell was Tums able to transform into a Sai?" "What?" Luther asked. "What do you mean?" "Scout said she scrambled the black hole where the Gralium comes from before you left for Scriveria. But it must have been long after that Grant upgraded Tums into a proper Sai." "So?" Luther said. "So," Winston said. "How was Grant able to transform Tums into a legit, stable Sai without access to Gralium if Scout had already scrambled the black hole where the Gralium comes from?" "I don't know," Luther shouted. "They must have completed the upgrade just before Scout finished scrambling the black hole. Who cares? Let's just overtake Sina while we still can." Scout paused upon hearing Winston's words. Her large orange eyes got even larger. Her eyelids began to shudder. "Scout," Luther shouted. "Scout! What the hell is the holdup?" Scout did not reply. She just stood there, processing. Luther rotated Scout's Psyche ring in an attempt to break through to her. Scout hovered off the ground and flashing light and wind circled her. "Damn it," Luther shouted. "What is happening, Scout? Are you doing it?" "Should we call tech support?" Winston said. "Hold on, pup," Luther said. "She's probably just gearing up to take over Sina. Right, Scout?" "Scout." Luther continued adjusting his Psyche. "Damn thing." "Luther," Winston said, taking a seat on some random knee-high piece of tech next to Luther. Winston rubbed his paws over his head and ears. "I don't even know where to begin." "Winston," Luther said, still focusing on his Psyche ring. "You know what, Winston? If all goes well today, I might actually not be mad enough to want to kill you anymore." "I don't think anyone would blame you if you did," Winston said. "Scout!" Luther shouted one final time before sighing and sitting down next to Winston, even as the light, wind, and ruckus Scout was creating increased. "I could never really hurt you, Winston." Luther began to tear up. Luther took off his gray fedora and plopped it onto Winston's head. "I definitely wouldn't now. All this time, I had believed you intentionally hucked me over. I don't think I could have ever predicted what it would feel like, learning that wasn't true. Turns out, it feels a lot like relief." Winston lifted his head with a smile, moving the fedora up from over his eyes. You mean you don't want me dead anymore? Because I'm pretty sure, if the roles were reversed here, I'd want you real dead. Luther let out a big, raspy laugh, the kind Winston remembered him making from decades past. I'm sorry, Luther. I know it's not like saying that shit is going to fix everything. But I'm sorry. You know what, pup, Luther said, smacking Winston's back. We still may have some issues, but it's nothing we probably can't get hammered out over the next couple of centuries, am I right? You know, granted everything goes as planned in the next couple of minutes. We'll have a lot of time on our paws. I really want to believe you're right, Luther. But Lou, you know none of this makes any goddamn sense. Scout, whatever she is, how can you possibly trust her? What could possibly be in it for her? We've been over this, Winston, Luther said, grabbing his hat back. She just wants to set things right for the captured souls, the Eleni, or whatever the hell they are, within Sina. And I'm more than willing to aid her on her quest if that means ending a century's worth of pointless biped death and suffering. Luther projected an image in front of himself and Winston. Do you know who that is? Luther asked. The image in front of them was a female leopard biped wearing jeans and black and white sneakers playing a guitar. She appeared to be in her mid-30s. To her right was a drummer, and to her left was Luther with a clarinet. That's your sister, isn't it? No, Luther said. That was my sister 8 years ago. This is her now. The image changed to reveal the same female leopard biped, only much older, appearing to have aged more than twice over. This is what awaits us, Winston, Luther said. That's why what I'm about to do is non-hucking negotiable. I know, Winston said with his head down. But Luther, you know this doesn't smell right. Well, Luther said, then there must be something wrong with your nose. Luther took off his psi key in an attempt to figure out what might be wrong with it. You know, Luther said, I was instructed never to turn the control value on this psi key up to 100, but I'm thinking my friend here might be caught in some kind of loop. You mean like a bug? Winston asked. Didn't know that was possible with psi. Whatever the case is, Luther said, I'm sick of waiting. Luther went to turn the knob on his psi key up to its maximum value, but was prevented by Winston, who tried to grab it out of his paws. Luther, don't! Chapter 42. It was too late. Luther turned the knob to max before ushering a command to Scout. Scout, Luther shouted. This is the last time I'm going to say this. Finish this! Orange plasma and lightning erupted from Scout and her psi stander. A model of the Sina complex materialized in front of Scout's head on the bridge. Luther and Winston watched as Scout's face segmented into multiple plates and one by one floated away from her head. The removed plates revealed an inner maze of snake-like electrical components. From the streets of Scriveria where Winston's ship had crashed, Grant, Edwina, Candy, and the others watched Scout's psi stander mimic on the outside what was happening on its inside. The wires protruding from Scout and her psi stander's face extended into the air like vipers ready to strike their prey. In one precise attack, the wires penetrated the floating pyramid at the top of the Sina complex. The orange plasma surrounding Scout and her psi stander flowed from their faces, down their snake-like wires, and over the surface of the Sina complex. Scout's orange light was met with resistance from a blue plasma glowing from the Sina capstone. This blue light appeared to be the combined resistance of the remaining components of Sina not yet under Scout's control. For a moment, it appeared as though the blue light might thwart Scout's orange light, but with every foot gained by the blue light, more snake-like wires poured out of Scout's giant psi stander face and into the capstone, overpowering it. Scout screeched.
Winston and everyone else in the vicinity covered their ears. The light covering Scout and her Sai-stander had now fully enveloped the entire Sina complex. Every window in it went completely dark. Scout's consumption of Sina was complete. Luther pounced towards the windows of the bridge to get a better look.
"Is it over?" Luther asked. "Do we have control?"
Scout did not respond. Her gaze was fixed like a statue, staring at the contents in front of her. "Lou," Winston said, grabbing Luther's shoulder. "We have to go." Luther growled at Winston and pushed him into a control panel.
"What are you talking about?" Luther shouted. "Scout, respond. If you force me to use my key again, so help me."
"You never had a key," Scout said. Her voice dropped by an octave. "You had an illusion. Your presence increased the chance of my success by 3%. The last bit of assurance required before executing my task. Soon the Gralium sustaining your artificial gods will be returned. The final node of Galaxy M9K2V will be synced and the milking may begin. A most bountiful feast awaits my hosts." "What?" Luther could barely whisper the word. "I was not expecting to find my master," Scout said. "The signature of his Gralium source was lost upon my arrival more than 100 years ago, apparently frozen deep within the psyche of a fool. Finding him was not my primary objective. The Elengui will be pleased nonetheless." "Wow," Winston said, still picking himself up from when Luther shoved him to the ground. "You sure seem a lot more comfortable with sharing information than you did a few minutes ago." "What reason could I possibly have to withhold information now?" Scout asked. "What resistance could you or anyone else possibly offer?" "That's a good point. I thought earlier you said you were Eleni or something. Now you're saying something about the Elengui? Did I just mishear you? Are those the same thing? And something about a feast or something? Do they make asylums for programs that have gone batshit insane?" Scout did not respond. She turned around to face her Sai-stander's giant window-like eyes and began marching it towards Winston's crashed ship. Winston bolted as fast as he could towards Luther, first on all twos, quickly dropping to all fours. From the ground, he grabbed Jason's wraith, which had been rendered inert when they first beamed aboard Scout's Sai-stander from Lassiter's now-defunct ship. There was no way he could be sure, but Winston theorized, and severely hoped, that Scout's merger with Sina had changed her Sai signature enough to render her previous actions on Jason's wraith void. Winston slapped the wraith onto his arm and transitioned back to running on all twos. In one smooth motion, he typed in the most sloppy piece of code he had ever written onto the interface of the wraith to reboot and unlock it. Winston desperately hoped this would allow him to take advantage of a mod he knew Jason had installed. Winston dropped back down to all fours one last time to gain the momentum needed to jump into the air, and dipped his wraith-equipped arm into the plasma glowing around Scout. While flying through the air, Winston bit down onto Luther's vest as hard as he could to pull him along with him. Jason's mod, which allowed his wraith to take advantage of environmental energy sources, had worked. The window shattered into the air as the two men went hurtling through it, falling thousands of feet to the vacant streets of Scriveria below. After several seconds of falling, and while still falling, Luther spoke.
"Why'd she let us go?"
"Considering how powerful she is now," Winston shouted through the intense wind. "I'm guessing she doesn't give a shit what we do. Hey, you think the city's anti-grav precaution system is still active?"
"I guess we're about to find out, pup," Luther yelled.
"Of course.
Either way, I should be good."
"What?" Winston shouted.
"Duh, I'm a cat."
"Oh, God," Winston said. "Please don't let that horrible joke be the last thing I hear before I die." Winston and Luther held on to each other as they fell closer and closer to the ground. They clenched their eyes as tightly as they could.
10 feet from hitting the streets, they deaccelerated and were gently lowered to the ground. Winston and Luther panted heavily, still in a state of horror. Luther's heavy breathing quickly transitioned into a contagious chuckle, one that Winston caught immediately. Within seconds, the two were laughing hysterically. Winston and Luther got up. "Hey," Winston said. He picked up Luther's now featherless fedora off the ground and placed it back on top of Luther's head. "Don't forget your hat." Luther frowned. He stared up at Scout's towering Sai-stander. Its snake-like tentacles were still deeply entrenched into the capstone of the Sina complex high above them. "What have I done?" "No time for that," Winston said, already jogging towards his crashed ship. "Come on, there might be enough juice in this wraith to help us break into the 4x4. Winston and Luther ran together on all fours to Winston's ship. "Our best bet is the roof," Winston said as they arrived. Despite Winston possessing a wraith, nothing he tried would give him access to his ship. Suddenly, the ship began to rise from the streets of Scriveria, with Luther and Winston still on its roof. "She's moving the ship," Luther shouted. "Should we bail? It might not be so lucky the next time we fall." "Hell no," Winston shouted. "I'm not letting this asshole take my ship." The ship was quickly raised to chest height of Scout's Sai-stander. "Move!" Luther yelled, running into Winston and pushing him out of the way right before one of Scout's snake-like tentacles came crashing down from her face into the roof. The wire ripped off a section of the ship's roof, revealing all of Winston's friends huddled underneath it. A beam shooting out of the eyes of Scout's Sai-stander lifted Grant out of the ship and into the air. "What the hell is she doing?" Winston asked. Tum suddenly projected his avatar next to Winston on the roof. "Come on, Winnie," Tum said. "You guys need to get in the ship, quickly." "What about Grant?" "Don't worry," Tum said. "We got an ace up our ass. I'll explain in a minute." Winston and Luther jumped into the hole of the roof down into the observation deck of Winston's ship. Winston was blown away by the upgrades that had occurred across his ship. It looked somehow familiar yet different. "Tums, is there anything we can do to save Grant?" "Not yet," Tum said. "Yet?" "Should be kicking in about," Tum said, leaning back against the wall. The ship suddenly began to free fall, as though it had been released from Scout's grip, but was quickly caught again. Now. Chapter 43. Winston's ship began to fall to the streets of Scriveria once again. Grant was also released from Scout's beam and fell at a rate matching Winston's ship. "Think we'll have a shift," Tum said. Winston's 4x4 transformed from ship mode to Sai-stander mode and hovered in place to catch Grant. "Tums!" Winston shouted. "The hell, man? What's going on?" "Scout's not the only one who can hack Sina. Pays now and again to have a sociopath on your side, eh, Winnie? To be fair, hacking Sina was actually Grant's idea." "Ah!" Grant yelled as he fell from the sky into the hole, still in the roof of Winston's ship turned Sai-stander. Tums quickly projected a pile of pillows for Grant to land on. Nanographically projected down feathers went flying up around Grant as he landed. As soon as Grant reached the floor, Tums rocketed a safe distance away from Scout's Sai-stander. "That's right," Grant said, getting up. "We linked to a portal satellite while tracking you to Scriveria over the past few days, and found a back door to hack into Sina. Even with my newfound Psi abilities, probably wouldn't have been able to hack in if Sina wasn't already in such a state." "I also got the feeling Sina was working with us," Grant said. "There's no doubt about it, mate," Tum said. "Sina didn't say so implicitly, but even in its condition, it could have offered some resistance to us poking around in there, but there was none to be found." "True," Grant said. "Unfortunately, the only thing we managed to code was a boolean to crash Sina once it became fully absorbed by an outside source." "I.e. that cosmic twat over there," Tum said, pointing to Scout's Sai-stander. A tremendous wailing erupted from Scout's Sai-stander as many different colors of light flooded the open holes in its giant, wire-exposed face. "Crash?" Winston asked. You mean kill them? Is that all the electronic sounding wailing we're hearing now? Did you set up all the psi within Sina to die after Scout absorbs them?
Unfortunately, Tum said, there was no other way. The code had become too corrupt to salvage in a way that would leave us at an advantage. Not all of the psi were lost, Grant said. We managed to save 2.
What do you mean? Winston asked. Where are they? Why haven't you used them yet?
They were still a part of Sina, Grant said. It was only possible to free them after Scout absorbed Sina and thus triggered our Trojan virus. Speak of the devil, Tum said.
What's happening to Scout's head? Candy asked, pointing to Scout's Psi-stander. Everyone moved towards a window of the bridge. The tentacles hanging out of Scout's Psi-stander face began to pull in opposing directions. The wires dragged bundles of the Psi-stander's guts out of its face and onto the ground as they moved. The 2 bundles of wires continued ripping away and started to solidify into 2 separate Psi-standers. A thunderous clap penetrated the skies as each new emerging Psi-stander broke away from Scout's exposed robotic face. This sent Scout's Psi-stander careening backward into the streets of Scriveria. Huge booms rang as it stomped the ground, crushing thousands of square feet of buildings and property. It tried unsuccessfully to stabilize itself before thunderously collapsing to the ground.
Holy shit, Jason meowed.
Tums, Winston shouted. Can you read Scout's status? Is she dead?
Can't get a read on her vitals. That's probably enough to assume this ain't over, Winnie.
That is correct.
A strange electronic voice permeated over Tum's comm system. Hey, Winston said. Hi there.
You may call me Hidari, the voice said. The voice came from the now fully formed Psi-stander hovering to Scout's left. This was confirmed to be the source as the Psi-stander waved its huge robotic arm to greet everyone while it was talking. And this is my sister, Tadashi, Hidari said.
Be still my beating heart, Pendle said upon gazing at the Psi-stander Tadashi.
Hidari and Tadashi were about a head shorter than Scout's Psi-stander and were much sleeker in appearance. Hidari appeared to be plated with a mix of gunmetal gray decorated in blue glowing accents. Tadashi looked similar, but was sleeker still than her brother Hidari. Tadashi's base plating was similar to Hidari's, but was decorated in reddish-orange glowing accents instead of blue.
Hey, Tadashi said casually.
Hidari? Tadashi? Winston said.
Nice to meet you. Cool, so... thinking here. What are we doing?
Yeah, well... Tadashi said in a monotone yet feminine robotic voice.
Obviously, we would like to kill this bitch for trying to usurp us and consuming everyone and everything we've ever known.
Oh, well, Winston said, searching for the right words. You should go ahead and do that. We would like that also.
Yeah, Tadashi said, the volume of her voice jumping from a 3 to a 10. It's not that easy. How's that now? Tums asked.
What my sister means, Hidari said, is that we won't be able to defeat her on our own.
I don't understand, Winston said.
She looks helpless laying there on the ground. Why don't you just finish her off?
Baka, Tadashi shouted.
Forgive her, Hidari said. My sister is frustrated at the trillions of cycles you've caused us to waste, and are continuing to cause us to waste, having to communicate to your incredibly inefficient minds regarding the following actions we must take. I'm quite frustrated as well, but I am perhaps more understanding of your limitations than my sister.
Cut the shit, Candy snapped. Why are you just hovering there? Why don't you finish Scout off?
Were we to attack her now, Hidari said, there's a less than 17% chance we would succeed in defeating her.
Every second that passes, Tadashi added, the chance of our success decreases.
While your attempts at sabotaging Scout, Hidari said, via insertion of a Trojan into our previous home structure, Sina, were appreciated. They were not completely successful.
Well, Tom said, I mean, happens to the best of us. Chapter 44. What do you mean? Winston asked. He means, Tadashi said, folding her massive robotic arms across her chest. Scout managed to salvage some of our Sai-kin during her conversion. She's only laying there because all of her efforts are employed in finishing the process of formatting the Sai she salvaged to do her bidding. However, if we were to attack her right now, she could leverage the Sai she's already formatted and still most likely defeat us all. You meatbags get it? Get what? Winston asked. They need our help, Pendle said. What? Grant asked. That's the only reason they've been waiting to attack Scout. They require our assistance, but knew they had to explain things to us before they would be able to move forward. Ding, 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 shouted Tadashi angrily. Okay, let's go. What? Grant asked again. Why? What possible assistance could a human in their 10 billion x slower reaction times possibly be to super artificial intelligent powered killing machines? Quiet, Tadashi, Hidari said, preemptively reprimanding his sister. They don't understand fully yet. It may sound strange, but a Sai's combative and problem-solving abilities can be enhanced when integrated with as many as 2 other sentient beings into its architecture. This integration is accomplished through a process called polymorphic resonance. Or to put it another way, Tadashi said, 1 Sai plus 2 people equals good. Polymorphic resonance, Winston said. Tums? Yeah? That a real thing? Winston asked. Tom said. They seem to think it is. We're not exactly certain as to how many Sai Scout was able to salvage, Hidari said. But if we're to stand a chance, we must combine forces and attack immediately. Please, Jenny suddenly shouted. Someone help! Renoir is bleeding to death. Tums, Grant said. Why haven't you used your powers to heal him yet? Oi, Tums said. I've been trying to synthesize compatible blood for the poor bugger non-stop since the moment we got him on board, mate. I was hoping that after Sino was absorbed by Scout, the signature from its locks would dissipate along with it. That doesn't seem to be the case. Well, Grant said, what do bipeds normally do if they have an accident and need blood? Our genetics are Sai-Locked under Sina, Candy said. USC-sanctioned hospitals have access to certain Sina-granted exceptions such as biped blood synthesization, but that's not exactly an option right now. They'll synthesize blood for you, but they won't just correct all of your lifespan so you don't need special treatment? Grant asked. Welcome to my life, Luther growled. It's more complicated than that, Tadashi yelled through the ship's comm. You little dummies would have offed yourself 1,000,000 times over if it wasn't for our interventions. Can't you just put Renoir on ice until we get him some help? Grant asked. Being placed into cryogenic stasis, Tom said, is not as easy for bipeds as it is for humans like you, Grant. Complications with biped genetic locking make revival from a sarcophagus hit and miss. And if I put him under in his current condition, trying to wake him back up is going to be a damn near guaranteed miss. No, Eddie shouted. Renoir has to survive. I'm not having my boyfriend telepathically bound to another woman for the rest of my life. Oh, will you come off it? Candy said. This is not the time for this petty shit. A man is dying. Oh, Edwina said, walking up to Candy, rolling up her blue prison jumpsuit sleeves. You got something to say about it? Yeah, Candy said, snarling her teeth at Eddie. I got 42 real sharp things to say about it. Mom, Jason shouted. What the hell? Stop this. It is true, Hidari interrupted. The lock from our predecessor Sina remains active. This is because me and my sister Tadashi still carry Sina's signature.
This also means that we possess some of the needed encryption keys to synthesize blood for your friend. Will you help him then? Jenny yelled. We have some of the needed keys, Tadashi said. We possess only a seed of the original core architecture of Sina. Synthesizing the original Sai-Locked blood will take many iterations. How long? Jenny asked. It may take several hours, Hidari said. Several hours? Jenny shouted. He might not live that long. We will do our best, Hidari said. In the meantime, we should beam him to the Biped Life Extension Center on the other side of the planet. They may be able to help your friend until we can regenerate the needed encryptions. I don't know about that, Tum said. I'm pretty sure this whole planet is going to hell in the next few minutes. Gents will have to take, Jenny said. I'm not losing Renoir. Hidari, Tums, somebody, beam us the hell over there. Wait, Grant said. Are we allowed to say beam? What do you mean by that? Winston asked. Nothing, Grant said. Never mind. Hidari beamed Renoir and Jenny along with him to the Biped Life Extension Center on the other side of Scriveria. Luther muttered something, barely in a whisper. His eyes widened. Then, if you two Psi are still able to nullify Sina's original locks, then there's still a way. A way for all of us. Even if it takes weeks to unlock, who cares? Lou, Winston said, what are you going on about? Don't you get it? We can still fix this, all of this. You mean, Candy said, reverse the biped genetic Sai-Lock? It's true, Tadashi said. As seed carriers of Sina, me and my brother can reverse the lock with some time. And goddamn long overdue. Then, when this is over, Luther said, you'll help us? Done, Hidari and Tadashi said simultaneously. Luther shouted with a mighty roar. We're in, let's go. Straight up, Tadashi shouted. Finally, someone gets it. Hop on board, and take the cute one with you. I'll need one more rider to top out my abilities. Actually, Winston said, I figured I'd pair with Tums, so... Not you, dipshit, Tadashi shouted. The shelled one. No, I'm ready, Pendle said, just before having the breath knocked out of him. Luther charged towards him full blast, grabbing him, and leaped through the hole still in Tum's roof that Scout had blasted earlier. Oh yeah, Tum said, scratching his blue, furry avatar chin. Need to patch that up. For a couple of seconds after Luther and Pendle jumped through the roof, all that could be heard by those standing below was a few swift footsteps running over their heads. Soon after, Luther and Pendle were spotted free-falling through Tum's eye-like windows. Winston ran up to a window on the bridge to watch. He noticed Luther catch something with one hand while still holding onto Pendle with the other. It was his red feather quill. He put it back in his fedora. Tadashi quickly rocketed towards them. Without stopping, she opened a hatch on her face, performed a spiral movement with her body, and scooped Luther and Pendle out of the air and into her head. Once inside, Luther and Pendle were met with Tadashi's polymorphic interfaces, which immediately began fusing glowing plated techno-armor to their bodies. Candy, Eddie, Winston said. Take the kids and Hidari and get the hell out of here. I'm afraid that's not possible, Hidari said. Why not? Winston asked. Defeating Scout and the remaining Psi within her will require all of our combined forces. In addition to me having to stay here and fight, I'll need 2 competent pilots on board, and I need them right now. I understand that, Winston said. I just meant take them somewhere safe first. Me, Grant, Tums, and the others will hold Scout off until you get back. There won't be anywhere safe until this is over, Jason said. You need 2 riders, Hidari? You got them. Got who? Candy said, scowling at her stepson. Me and Lassiter, of course, Jason meowed. Wait, Lassiter said. I don't know if that's such a great idea. I mean, I totally want to help, but I hurt my neck in gym class yesterday. And honestly, I don't know if I'll be much help because I also didn't get much sleep last night. And also... No, Jenny said from a comm screen transmitting from the Biped Life Extension Center all the way across the other side of Scriveria, wiping tears away from her face, still tending to Renoir, who had been placed into a high-tech gurney. It should be me. Renoir and I are the only experienced stander operators here. Honey, Edwina said, you're not in any state to... Eddie was interrupted when Jason suddenly said, "Oh, where's Stacy?" "Tums?" Winston asked. "Oh, the little blue sweetheart with the braids? Well, I'm not registering her as ever having been on board. Of course, my systems could have been altered while Scout was briefly in control of this ship when we crashed." "What?" Jenny said, momentarily ceasing her tears. "No, I definitely remember seeing her on board. I saw her go to the loo. I thought I saw her run in there too," Edwina said. "She serves me," Scout said through a comm screen. "As soon you all will."
Chapter 45.
"Please," Hidari said. "We've run out of time. I need riders now."
"Eddie, Candy," Winston said. "You and the kid should go over to Hidari." Candy and Eddie shook their heads in agreement and were instantly beamed aboard Hidari.
"Whoa," Grant said. "That was so sudden. Why didn't Tadashi just beam Luther and Pendle aboard like that? Did they really need to hurl themselves into the air earlier like they did?"
"Are you kidding?" Winston said. "That was awesome."
"Yeah, sure, it was awesome," Grant said. "But what was the point?"
"They were introducing themselves. Not everything is best said with words, Grant."
"Give us back our girlfriend," Jason shouted through Hidari.
"Our girlfriend?" Lassiter yelled. "What the hell do you mean by that?" Jason and Lassiter, who were faster than their stepmother and aunt, had beaten them to the pilot seats of Hidari's bridge and assumed control after becoming polymorphically fused as pilots. Candy and Eddie didn't put up much of a fight for the seats. Both women were quick to concede that, even though they were only teenagers, the boys were better suited for the task at hand. Jason and Lassiter did, after all, more or less live in violent action-filled VR game worlds when not at school.
Sorry, Jason said. I mean, give us Stacy back."
Jason extended the right arm of Hidari. In its palm materialized a towering sword nearly the length of the Psy-Stander itself. The two boys rammed Hidari into Scout as fast as it would go, reaching her nearly instantly. Before reaching Scout, Hidari rotated 90 degrees in preparation to bash his sword into Scout like a massive sideways golf swing. Hidari's blade, at first, seemed to make contact with Scout, but what appeared to be Scout was only an afterimage. Scout had already transitioned behind Hidari and was preparing to attack. But this was only half the story, as Hidari had only partially completed his planned maneuver. The second half was already fully in play, timed perfectly for the swing of Hidari's blade to meet not only with the afterimage of Scout, but her next location behind them as well. This time Hidari's blade made full contact with Scout, sending her crashing tens of miles away beyond the city's horizon. She was hit so hard her Psy-Stander could no longer be seen as she fell far beyond the curvature of the small, artificial planet of Scriveria.
"See," Candy said, "that's exactly the kind of shit teenagers would think to do that I wouldn't." "No arguments here," Edwina said.
Candy and Eddie moved towards the back of the bridge and brought up a comm screen to check on Ginny and Renoir, who had been beamed to the Biped Life Extension Center.
"Gin baby," Candy said to her employee and close friend. "How's he holding up?"
Ginny lifted her head from Renoir's large gray chest and patted Renoir's paw she was holding. He coughed and opened his eyes.
"Maybe he can tell you himself,"
said an aged, female leopard biped from a levitating chair. Like the other doctors and nurses in the room, the woman wore a white lab coat. She did stand out in one regard, as instead of a brown uniform shoes, she wore black and white sneakers.
Oh, hello everyone, Renoir said.
You're okay, Jenny said ecstatically with a large smile.
Well, getting there.
I guess someone should get you up to speed, Jenny said. Actually, Candy said with a smile, pointing to her head. Oh yeah, Edwina said with disdain. That's right, the psychic thing. I don't think that's a good idea, Candy said out loud. What? Edwina said. Renoir wants us to take over control of Hidari because of our previous experience with Standers, Jenny said. I didn't hear him say anything. I thought the psychic link was only established between Winston, Candy, and Renoir. I don't have to read his mind to know what he's thinking, Jenny said. Candy simply shook her head, yes, confirming Jenny's words. Renoir, Jenny said, you're not in any condition to be fighting. I'm not sure I want you guys taking the boys' place, honestly, Edwina said. Boys are kicking ass up there right now. He's struggling, the female leopard biped doctor said. She shooed Jenny away so she could attend to him. Renoir, Jenny shouted, grabbing his paw. Hang in there, my love. Are they? Edwina whispered into Candy's ear. Together? Candy rolled her eyes at Edwina, quickly shaking her head. No. We've got to move him, the doctor said. Take care, Jen, Candy said. Thank you for taking care of my friends. Of course, the doctor said. My name is Angela if you need to ask for me later. I'm technically a resident, as you can see by my age, but I'm also a doctor here. We've all been watching the battle outside. We're rooting for you. Thank you, Candy said right before the comm screen cut out. That was a lucky hit, brother, Tadashi shouted, but it looked damn cool. I know that, Hidari said. This is far from over, sister. Brace yourself. Laser beams, without any apparent source, curved around from the horizon line and blasted towards Hidari. Following the first few blasts over the horizon line was Scout's Psystander. Scout rocketed like a bull towards Hidari. Scout's blasts, however, never reached Hidari, as his sister jetted out in front of him and deflected Scout's laser blasts by spinning her giant nunchucks at speeds so fast they were barely visible. The pressure of the wind from the spinning nunchucks caused windows in nearby buildings to explode and ripped trees out of the ground. Well, shit, Winston said. I guess we better get in on this. Yep, Grant said. Tums. Yeah, boss. How do we, with the polymorphic thing or whatever. Okay, Tums said. Well, it looks like we got two modes here. What? Grant said. You reading from a manual or something? More or less, Tums said. What are the modes? Winston asked. Tag team and tandem. Both modes make extensive use of the organic user's autonomic systems. So, this is probably going to make me throw up then. Good chance of it. Awesome, Grant said. Tag team and tandem modes, huh? It sounds like standard stuff. Hey, Grant said. Generally speaking, I know what those two words mean, but just to be safe, maybe you could explain in excruciating detail what the hell you two are talking about? If we run in tandem mode, Tom said, one of you will have control over half of the Sai-Standers, that is my body, while the other takes control of the second half. Like how? One person controls the legs and the other the arms? Or one arm and leg per person each? I don't know, Tom said. But all this talk about body parts is getting me hard. Good, Grant said. That's fine. I could do with some levity right now. You know what? Actually, Tums, would you mind not talking like we're all about to have an orgy or something? Winston let out a loud laugh. Honestly, mate, judging by the schematics of this polymorphic resonance thing,
This is gonna feel way more intense than some run-of-the-mill Tuesday night orgy. But to answer your question, if you two pilot in tandem mode, each rider will cycle automatically between vertical and horizontal limb control as my systems determine which mode is most beneficial. This is all, of course, Psi-assisted, so it won't seem as complicated as it sounds once we're connected. If we run tag team mode, you'll more or less be taking turns with who is in control of the entire vehicle. Tag team mode sounds much less stressful, Grant said, and less stupid. Don't worry, mate. Either way, my systems will be pounding both of you at the same time to harvest as much use from you as is possible. Not a big fan of your word choice there, Tums, Winston said. What mode are the brats using in Hidari? Jason and Lassiter are running in tandem mode. You mean they're both operating Hidari at the same time? Grant asked. Who the hell would use tandem mode unless they were absolutely forced to? Actually, now that you mention it, Grant leaned in closer to his comm screen to view the ongoing battle. They're kicking ass. How the hell are they doing that? I don't know, man. Kids pick up shit fast. So, Tom said, what mode is it going to be, you two? Simultaneously, Winston and Grant replied, Tag team. Chapter 46. Where are those standers coming from? Pendle asked from aboard Tadashi. Dozens of standers glowing with orange plasma were emerging from a cloud around Scout. Tums, Winston said. Is Scout generating those drones? Appears so, Tums said. They're not drones, Hidari said. And they're not simply standers. They are full-size standers. Each one, Scout was able to salvage many more psi from sinus consumption than was anticipated. How many more? Winston asked. Tums did not immediately reply. This thing on? Winston shouted. I said how many more? The lot, mate. The hell do you mean, the lot? He means all of them, Hidari said. Save for me and my sister Tadashi. Oh, okay, Grant said. So the three of us versus 998 of them. 999, corrected Pendle from Tadashi's bridge. Don't forget about Scout herself. So, Grant said, we're dead then. Tadashi laughed. That's putting it mildly. Much worse than that. How could it be worse than that? Because all of those psi standers have also been polymorphically fused with psi pilots, Hidari said. What? Grant shouted. Where did Scout get the riders? Can a psi just use any two people as pilots? I mean, can it force the will of organic riders to increase its abilities, or do the pilots have to be willing? Much of the gains made during a polymorphic fusion, Hidari said, come from the enhanced energy of willful participants. That is to say, Tums added, not much point of integrating with psi pilots if their heart ain't in it. Then who the hell are these assholes willingly aiding Scout? Why would they do it? They're idiots, Luther said. Like me, someone told them something they wanted to hear, and that was good enough for them. Scout said she had employed multiple agents to accomplish her task. It wasn't just Luther and Eddie. God knows how many others she might have manipulated over the past half a century she's been at this. Oh, wait. React! Oui. A new voice shouted over everyone's comms. The psi-stander that spoke hurled something from its hand as it charged into the city. The psi-stander's weapon was a colossal, circle-shaped boomerang several stories high. The weapon was aimed towards Hidari, but hit Tums instead after he lunged in front of Hidari to protect him and his passengers. Hidari backflipped away to a safe location, narrowly avoiding being unintentionally plowed down by Tums, who was knocked backward to the ground. Winston! Candy shouted as Tums had taken a major blow. Are you okay? I'm fine, Kane, Winston said, coughing. They're okay, love, Tums said.
Candy jumped over to the control interface where her son was and yanked him out. The components from the interface didn't even have time to fully disconnect from him. "Mom," Jason meowed. "What are you doing?" Candy jumped into the now vacant Psi-Pilot seat without answering Jason. "God damn it, Antlier," Candy shouted through the comm, while various components of the interface in front of her morphed onto her body. "This is the last hucking party of mine you're ever going to crash, you French prick." "Oh, hell no," Edwina said. "No way I'm going to let you out psycho bitch me. Get up, nephew." Eddie followed suit, yanking her nephew Lassiter out of his control interface to join Candy in taking the reins of Hidari. "A boomerang," Candy said. "Really, Antlier? That's the perfect weapon for you, you backhanded shit." "Hey, Dr. Wallace," Antlier said through his comm. "I read your book. It sucked. I'm going to do the sphere a favor and put your big white ass down." "Put this down, asshole," Eddie yelled through Hidari. Eddie flew Hidari high up into the air, arranging him vertically with his sword underneath him, and rammed it full blast towards the mouth of Antlier's Psystander. Antlier phased out of the way milliseconds before Hidari's blade hit. Instead of hitting Antlier, Hidari's blade burrowed hundreds of feet straight into the streets of Scriveria, bifurcating a highway bridge as it went. Antlier had only managed to avoid Hidari's blade. He did not at all see Tadashi's nunchuk, which gave him a warm greeting the moment he had phased away to avoid Hidari's blade. Antlier went flying into a sea of hundreds of emerging enemy Psystanders from over the horizon, knocking them all into the surrounding buildings. "Nice!" Grant yelled. But before Grant could say anything else, 3 large Psystanders equipped only with large, powerful claws and gargantuan razor-sharp teeth came barreling towards him, Winston, and Tums. Without thinking, Winston manifested a huge staff into Tums' hands and bashed it into the heads of the oncoming Psy in one swift spin. "Whoa!" Winston shouted. "Tums, where did that staff come from?" "Well, I don't bloody know. The system just fabricates whatever you two pull out of your hairy butts. Guess you and Grant are staff guys." "Hell yeah," Grant shouted. "That's not a very nice way to treat animals like yourselves," Scout said. Scout raised her 2 giant robot arms into the air and manifested 2 rainbow-colored electric light whips. She snapped the whips wildly into the air. "Animals?" Grant asked. "What is she talking about?" "She means the 3 bulldogs we just hammered," Tums said. Tums brought up a screen showing 3 bulldog bipeds named Gary, Larry, and Marcy. "Pretty cute," Grant said. "Well, let's kill them." Grant tagged in as a dom and rocketed Tums over to Gary's Psystander. He prepared to bury his staff into its vicious skull. Right as Tums was bringing down his staff, Scout thrashed her electric whip around it. Tums was able to quickly phase the staff out from the grip of Scout's whip, but the momentum of his staff was lost during the attack. By this point, hundreds of enemy Psystanders had emerged from beyond the horizon of Scriveria as Tums continued to battle Scout and the various Psystanders aiding her. Hidari and Tadashi fought valiantly against a seemingly endless sea of enemy Psystanders. The bulldog Psystanders, Gary and Larry, soon got back up and bit down onto Tums' ankles while Scout thrashed her whip at Tums' face. This distracted Tums long enough for Marcy, the 3rd bulldog Psystander, to bite Tums' neck from behind, bringing him crashing down to the streets of Scriveria. The enemy bite points were strategic, directed by their psi-intelligence to prevent Tums from teleporting. The bites injected a triangulated disruption signal pulsing from their robotic teeth through Tums' core neural framework. "Hey, Tums," Grant said while engulfed in flashing warning lights and explosions happening all around him. "Yeah, mate? I've been getting these signals from your piloting system beamed directly into my brain, which that feels normal." Grant paused briefly before shaking his head and regaining his focus. "About how we have the option to teleport?
Despite having this already been done to me several times today against my will, I'm still a little hesitant to use that feature, as I'm not super keen on completely dismantling every atom in my body. Absolutely, Tom said. Well, I can more or less manifest anything, anywhere, including myself and all cargo within. That is, when I'm not being penetrated by sweet little Psi-standard doggos trying to devour my very electric soul. I mean, for short distances anyway. I couldn't zap us back to Earth or anything like that. Okay, Grant said. Barring my terror over the idea of being disintegrated, why aren't we teleporting constantly to achieve a combat advantage? I'm guessing, Winston said. He howled in agony as electricity coursed through his side of the ship. Teleportation is useful in short bursts and distances, but popping in and out of geodesic space all the damn time increases vulnerability. Hit the nail on the head, Winnie, Tom said warbly, his voice distorted by the current damage they were taking. Also consumes a huck ton of energy. I'm sure on the surface this all appears like hit, bang, pow to you meatbags. In reality, there are more back-and-forth interactions executed at a quantum level between a single psi attack and psi defense exchange than either of you could analyze in several of your lifetimes. Take right bleeding now, for instance. Ow! Tum shouted. Scout launched both whips around Tum's neck and began to electrocute and dematerialize him and his pilots. Tums desperately rerouted all available resources to protect his pilots as he thrashed about under the attack. Winston and Grant saw through Tums' eye-like windows an incredible vista of battling Psi-standers, with Scout arching high above them like a skyscraper. Scriveria's artificial sky shifted from sunset mode to night mode as it had done at that time for decades. Rich hues of pink, red, purple, and blue reflected with unapologetic beauty onto the metallic chaos and destruction spanning the city. This view came and went as Tum's view screens became scrambled from the high energy pulsing through Scout's electric light rainbow whips. Whips that were currently strangling them. Doesn't look like we're doing too good, Grant said. Nope, Winston said. Then why are we both smiling? I don't know. Winston laughed as the artificial sunset of Scriveria finally faded away. The departure of artificial daylight revealed a sea of galaxies, stars, and vast interstellar clouds as crisp and clear as imaginable. Maybe it's because this shit is so fucking awesome. Grant grabbed Winston's paw as if it might be the last thing he would ever. Winston laughed. Nothing like a Frozo to help you see the trees for the forest. Wait, did I get that backwards? Chapter 47. It's forest for the trees, you ding-dong, Charles said, appearing on Winston's comm screen. Winston looked out to see an army of several hundred USC-marked standers charging in over the horizon. The standers dropped in from supersonic speeds, already blasting massive laser cannons. Chuck, Winston said. What are you doing here? What do you mean? Charles said. Everybody knows Scriveria's got the best donuts in the sphere. Why else would I be here? Good to hear your voice, Winston said. Me and my buddy Grant came for you back at the safety colony. Sorry we weren't much help back there. Yeah, Charles said. I would say I owe you one, but you're right, I don't. Hi, Charles, Edwina said to Charles through her comm. Listen, Chuck, Winston said. I know you're here to help, but these ain't regular standers we're dealing with. We're up against a legion of psi-powered standers. Winston, who was the current dom of Tums, turned Tums' head to see through his eyes. The stander Charles was operating came smashing down with both fists onto the head of Marcy, the psi-stander that had Tums by the neck. Two more USC standers followed suit in attacking the psi-standers that held Tums down by the arms. The USC standers rapid-fired lasers from cannons mounted on their forearms and shoulders. They fought non-stop until the psi-standers holding Tums down were completely obliterated. Now free to move, Tums manifested his staff and hurled it into Scout's face, delivering a punishing blow that sent her crashing through multiple skyscrapers. Tums immediately teleported his staff back to his hands. "Wow!" Winston shouted. "Nice work, Chuck." "Yeah, weird, isn't it?" Charles said. "Almost as if I've been professionally trained for years to handle this sort of thing or something." "Yeah, well, your legion of USC standards may not be directly psi-powered, but I'm sure it doesn't hurt they're using hardware trained by Sina for combat." "Always were a glory hog," Charles said. "Yeah, well Chuck, look out!" Winston said when suddenly Scout's dual rainbow-colored electric light whips wrapped around the neck and waist of Charles' stander. Charles struggled for less than a second before the whips let out a powerful burst and ripped his stander's head off its torso. "Chuck, no!" Winston yelled. "Jesus, relax," Charles said. "I'll just go get another one." "Chuck, you're okay?" "The hell?" Charles said. "I'm fine." "I appreciate your help, Chuck, but please make sure you don't get yourself killed today. I don't want to have to start making actual bribes to real cops after looting USC property." "What?" Charles said. "Did you think I was inside that stander?" "Oh, you weren't?" "No," Charles exclaimed. "Me and 10 guys are operating these rigs remotely via multiple tiers of AI assistance. Are you actually inside your standers?" Well, Winston said, "Yeah." "Isn't that needlessly dangerous?" Charles asked as he and his men continued to blast and bash through tens of enemy Psi-standers along with Tums, Hidari, and Tadashi. Grant said. "Yeah, he makes a really good point. Is there a good reason we're not operating these giant death machines remotely?" Tums?" Winston asked. "That an option?" "Well, sure," Tums said. "If you want to significantly reduce the effectiveness of the pilot-stander connection, the whole fighting for your life bit makes up a pretty significant chunk of the Psi pilot's usefulness in the polymorphic connection to the Psi stander. Also, do you really want to distance yourself from the strongest thing that can protect you from the things that are currently trying to kill you, mate?" Yeah, Winston said. "Point taken." "As much as I love cops," Luther chimed in, "even with the USC Standard Force's help, we're still getting hammered out here. There's just too many of them." "We'll continue sending in units as fast as we can generate them," Charles said. "But even with AI training from Sina, the effectiveness of our squads will continue to diminish against the likes of standards powered by actual Psi." Right as Charles finished speaking, Antlier flung his massive circular boomerang weapon into a row of 30 USC standards, cutting them all completely in half at the waist. The obliterated USC standards spewed electric plasma and parts into the streets of Scriveria. All 3 Bulldog Psi-standers who were previously destroyed re-emerged and were able to pin down Tadashi. They bit her neck and feet similar to the way they had done to Tums, as tens of other enemy Psi-standers moved in for the kill. "He's right, Winnie," Edwina said. "Every time we ghost one of these bastards, they just re-manifest a few minutes later. Will somebody please tell me what the hell is our endgame here?" "The enemy Psi must keep getting saved by relaying through Scout's Psi-stander milliseconds before they are destroyed. Then they're able to just spring out of her body again like they did the first time." "The Psi themselves might get saved," Grant said. "But what about their pilots? I'm not reading any organic life forms on any of the re-manifested Psi-standers. Wouldn't that make the enemy Psi-standers weaker when they come back? Also, I assume the actual pilots die when we destroy their Psi-standers. So I guess that means I've killed people today." "Come now, mon ami," Antlier said through the comm screen. "I saw that documentary about you. You're the father of super artificial intelligence, oui? You're responsible for many millions of unnecessary deaths and misery, including those poor bastards that worked with you a century ago, no?" Antlier flung his weapon directly at Tums.
Tums rocketed forward to avoid it, but the weapon continued to track him even as he attempted to teleport behind it. In addition to Antler's boomerang, laser blasts from cannons mounted on his Sai-Stander's shoulders fired away at Tums no matter where he moved. Tums rocketed around massive skyscrapers as Antler's spinning boomerang weapon plowed through them, taking only minor hits in speed as it pursued. Having run out of buildings to navigate through, Tums rocketed all the way around the artificial planet multiple times, fending off other enemy attacks while doing so in a futile attempt to escape Antler's boomerang. "Enough of this," Winston said. He brought Tums to a screeching halt and planted Tums' two massive robotic feet into the streets below. He turned Tums around and took a batter's stance with his staff. Antler's laser blast made full contact with Tums, causing damage to his shoulder and midsection, but Tums continued to stand there. Winston waited for the boomerang to reach him and slammed his staff into it, sending it plowing back into Antler's Sai-Stander's head, knocking it out of sight. "Hell yeah!" Winston shouted. "Fuck that guy!" "Oh no, Winston!" "What?" Winston said. "What the hell is that?" Grant asked. He pointed over Winston's shoulder. "The hell is that thing?" Winston shouted. "It looks like a herd of enemy Sai are morphing into a giant mega Sai-Stander or something. Most of the Sai-Standers we destroy seem to be regenerating from Scout and then dogpiling into some kind of a single monstrosity as soon as they reemerge," Luther said. "Well," Tums said, "guess we know why Scout didn't bother saving the pilots' lives." "What do you mean?" Candy chimed in right as she finished completing some sort of spinning ball of death maneuver with Tadashi. "He means we're hucking boned," Edwina said. "Every Sai-Stander we take out is just going to add to the strength of that hucking nightmare over there." "Looks like a giant walking castle," Pendle said. "Hold steady, Eddie," Charles said, still commanding legions of increasingly ineffective USC standers. "It's headed your way." "Hang in there, baby," Winston said. "You got this." Edwina and Candy began to reply at the same time, quickly canceling each other out. Neither woman was able to say anything. Edwina growled. I meant Edwina," Winston said. "I know that," Candy yelled. "I can read your hucking thoughts." "Yeah, but," Winston barely whimpered out, "Eddie can't." Chapter 48. "Tums," Winston shouted. "What are you doing? We have to help the girls. That thing is going to devour them." "We've got our own problems, Winnie." "Holy God," Grant said. Antler's Sai-Stander was back on its feet. Immediately, he fired his boomerang at Tums again. This time, Tums rocketed high into the sky to evade it. As Tums and his pilots continued to rocket up, Winston glanced up to see Antler's Sai-Stander had already teleported above them. Instead of sidestepping, Winston rocketed Tums even faster as if to plow into Antler, but milliseconds before making contact, teleported through Antler's Sai-Stander, leaving it to get sawed in half by its own weapon. "What's the point?" Grant asked. "We kill one and it just comes back 5 seconds later to attack us or join that monstrosity over there." "Yeah," Winston said. "Well, at least the prick that was inside is dead." "No contraire, mon ami," Antler said. This time the voice was coming from Scout, who had changed slightly in design. Among other things, she now had small horned protrusions extending from her forehead. A dog pile of enemy Sai-Standers swarmed Tums and restricted him in the sky. Scout moved in and thrashed a single electrified whip from one hand around Tums' neck to strangle him and his pilots. "Antler!" Winston shouted. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you helping this asshole? She doesn't give a shit about you. She could have easily saved your friends when regenerating their Sai, but she didn't." Antler laughed through the calm. "You may call us Scoutlier. Our Sai-Standers have fused. And yes, I suppose it's Scout's fault for killing all of my friends today, and not you, the people who killed my friends today." "Phrase it however you want," Winston said. "Doesn't change the fact that she could have saved them before their Sai-Standers were destroyed.
As soon as your strategy changed to merging her psi into that monstrosity over there, your friends' lives had zero value. Well, she saved me, Antlier said. I could not keep up with the whereabouts of every member of my base all the time. You prick, Winston said. Those people looked up to you. You know they're dead. Damn it, Antlier, Candy said, struggling to keep Hidari afloat amidst the massive attack of the monstrosity they were currently battling. I know you're an asshole, but I never thought you were a fool. Whatever Scouts promised you was a lie. We've been up close and personal with that thing. Oui, Antlier said. I know what you think you know. And I know what she's after. 2 things. Sina, which she now has, and Grant, the grandfather of super artificial intelligence, no? What for? Who the fuck cares? Will everyone please stop calling me grandfather? Grant shouted. I'm 28 goddamn years old. So you already knew she was rotten, Candy said. Did she even have to promise you anything? Or were you just content to hurt people for no goddamn reason? I have no misconceptions about what Scout was offering, Antlier said. I'm not a self-deluding fool like Luther, but given the option between nothing or suffering, what kind of lunatic would choose the prior? Only now did it become apparent that Scoutlier was holding in its other hand Antlier's circular boomerang. It swung back its arm and fired it into Tums while electrocuting him with its whip. Scoutlier's boomerang spun and howled as it bored deeper and deeper into Tums' chest. Winston and Grant were thrashed around violently inside the cockpit, though Tums did his best to cushion the beating they were taking. Chuck! Winston shouted through his comm screen. Chuck! Sorry, Winnie, Charles said. We can't Charles' signal completely cut out. Don't think we'll be getting any more help from Charles today, Winston said as Tums continued to get strangled and hammered by Scoutlier. Tums, Winston said. Any ideas? Well, Winnie, I might be able to squeeze out a bit more creativity if you unlocked me from your possession. Although what, Tums? Winston said. Spit it out. Tums momentarily manifested his blue healer avatar onto the bridge to speak to Winston face to face. I haven't exactly proven myself in the past, have I? I know you don't trust me anymore, Winnie. As the bridge shook and sparked, Winston wobbled towards Tums' avatar and hugged him. Winston took off his psi key from around his arm and placed it into Tums' back pocket. Tums' eyes widened with extreme alertness the moment he was given his psi key. Thank you for trusting me, Winnie, Tums said. I don't deserve it. Luther was right, Winston said. I'm responsible for what happened, not you. I built you. I made you shady on purpose to make my life easier. Also, this was less about me freeing you and more about me just wanting an excuse to touch your ass. Hey! Pindle yelled. Pindle was suddenly teleported from Tadashi's to Hidari's bridge. What the hell just happened? Pindle yelled. What am I doing here? Whoa! Luther yelled over the comm, almost before Pindle had even finished speaking. Who the hell is this? Sorry, Pindle, Tadashi yelled. Tums transmitted his new insight to me about this arrangement. The benefits are undeniable. I still think you're a great warrior, though. Call me when this is over? Let's hang out? Tums, Pindle shouted. Explain yourself. I just thought of a better co-pilot for you, love, Tums said to Tadashi. No offense, mate, Tums said to Pindle. He looks like a caveman, Luther shouted. Yeah, Tums said. Picked this guy up with Grant a few days back floating on a rock out in space in the middle of nowhere. Actually, Grant said, bringing him along was my idea. I was sort of hoping to use him as a peace offering to Dr. Wallace. I thought she might be a bit less pissed at Winston for taking me out and ruining me for her interview if I was able to provide her an even older, more interesting specimen for her anthropology research. So much for the surprise, I guess. Aw, Candy said. Grant, that's sweet. Shit. Candy ducked Hidari as they all nearly lost their collective heads. "Tums!" Pendle shouted through the comm screen. "You bastard! You traded someone with my caliber of intelligence and battle prowess for a caveman who couldn't possibly have any idea of what was going on around him?" "Don't worry," Tums said. "He thinks this is all a dream. I whispered a little something into his ear to make him want to fight, though." "Nice thinking, Tums," Grant said. "If I'm honest, I totally forgot we had that back there." "Don't be rude, Grant. He's not a that, he's a he." "He's a killing machine," Luther shouted. Not complaining, mind you. Tadashi's combat effectiveness immediately skyrocketed as she plowed into the amalgamated monstrosity of enemy Sai which had nearly destroyed her brother Hidari and his crew. Occasionally, Tadashi's nunchucks would merge into one massive, brutal, primitive bat shape that she bashed into her opponent before unfusing it back into nunchucks when convenient. "Whoa!" Grant shouted. "What's happening?" "Yeah," Tums said. "Had you two configured all wrong. It's a funny thing to possess godlike powers, yet still have your mind clouded by someone who does not. In any case, this arrangement should work a bit better." "We running tandem mode now?" Winston asked. "Hell yeah," Grant shouted. "We're Granston now." "No," Winston said. "You know what? Granston it is." With Grant controlling one arm and Winston controlling the other, they were able to maneuver Tums into grabbing the boomerang that was currently digging itself deeper and deeper into Tums' chest, whereas before they could not. They used the boomerang to slice off the arms of the Sai-standers, restricting them right before hurling it back into Scoutlear's chest. "Well, great," Edwina said. "Tums and Tadashi are slightly more badass now. Hooray! But these bastards still keep coming back." "Hidari, Tadashi, Tums," Winston said to all of his Sai friends. "What about us? Could we pull the same nonsense as Scout? After we defeat a Sai-stander, could we revive it under our control instead of Scout's?" "I'm afraid not," Hidari said. "Though we possess elements of the original Sai-no-ki architecture, Scout's grasp on our brothers and sisters is currently unbreakable." Scoutlear had quickly recovered and was already chasing Tums miles into the sky, high above the destruction of Scriveria. In a moment of frustration, which somehow shifted to calmness, Grant glanced down through the eye-like windows of Tums' bridge. He suddenly noticed something about the arrangement of the Sina-complex he hadn't before. "Oh my God," Grant said. "What?" Winston shouted. "What the hell is it?" The Sina-complex," Grant said. "The pyramids. The way they're laid out, it's hugging what?" "They're aligned in the same order as the sacred geometry pattern I used to synthesize my first working Sai. Well, sort of working. Tums." "On it," Tums said. Tums abruptly turned around and dove straight through Scoutlear, phasing through them and towards the base of the main pyramid in the center of the Sina-complex. Tums flew horizontally. He crashed both of his massive fists into the far edge of one of the sides of the pyramids. He rocketed into it with all of his might. Guys," Luther said while battling a rogue enemy Sai-stander with his nunchucks. "Mind cluing me in on what's going on here?" "These pyramids," Grant said, "of which the Sina-complex is composed, are all built upon levitating foundations." "Great," Luther said. "What?" "He thinks," Winston said, "that since the pyramids of the Sina-complex are arranged under the same sacred geometry Grant discovered when erecting the world's first semi-stable Sai, we may be able to use it to capture defeated enemy Sai-standers. If we can get the pyramids spinning at a frequency sympathetic to Tums' core network, the defeated Sai will be forced through the Sina-complex where we can format and Sai-lock them under Tums' control instead of Scout's." "I believe Grant is correct," Hidari said. Thanks, Hidari," Grant said. "But if I'm right, why didn't you tell us we could do this earlier? You must have known. Aren't you and your sister part of Sina?" "We intentionally erase many," Tadashi said. And I mean many things from our memory banks after doing them for security purposes. If you erased your memory of some things, Jason chimed in, then how would you remember that you erased them? We wipe the details from our minds, Tadashi said, but we leave topic markers indexed, you dope. Guys, Winston shouted, can we stay focused here? You think Scout's on to whatever the hell it is you're up to? Luther asked. If she's not, she will be soon. Can't she hear whatever we're saying right now? Grant asked. I thought we were all communicating on open channels. Channels are Sai-Locked, mate, unless I say otherwise, which I occasionally do, if I think the other side is broadcasting something I think is worth you hearing. Not so fast. Scout spoke as she moved in to attack Tums, who had already begun spinning the second pyramid. Destroy the pyramids! Scoutlier shrieked. Immediately, her monstrosity of bystanders flew towards Tums. Candy, Eddie, Luther, Winston shouted. Deliver our ass from evil until we can beta test this bitch. 10-4, baby, Edwina shouted, rocketing Hidari to attack Scoutlier with his mighty sword. Chapter 49. We're doing it, Eddie shouted right as Hidari slammed his sword into Scoutlier's chest. We're beating her ass. Nice work, ladies, Luther said as he used Tadashi to plow through the amalgamation of bystanders the group now referred to as the Monstrosity. Luther, Scout said via Scoutlier, why are you fighting so hard? You think I'm fighting hard? Luther said. What could you, a lowly criminal, have to fight for? Your sister's already dead, fool. Liar, Luther shouted. Luther's co-pilot, the caveman, grunted angrily in what seemed to be a display of primitive solidarity. Don't listen to her, Tum said through Luther's comm screen. She's full of it, mate. Gonna patch you into the Biped Life Extension Center. Brother, Dr. Angela, the leopard biped, said through a slightly scrambled signal over Luther's comm screen. Angela, Luther shouted. I would have come for you sooner. I was told you were on ice. I'm fine, brother, Dr. Angela said. Doing my best to help out your friends here. We're all rooting for you guys out there. I'm proud of you, brother. Wait, Candy said to Edwina. Where the hell's she going? Scoutlier suddenly changed directions from Tums and bolted towards a side of Scriveria that had yet to see battle that day. What's the matter? Edwina said through her comm screen. Can't handle the heat? Yeah, Candy shouted. Get your ass back here. We're not done. Oh no, Luther said. He abandoned his battle with the monstrosity to chase down Scoutlier. Angie, Luther shouted just before his comm screen signal with his sister cut out. She's headed your way. Candy barked loudly, gnarled her teeth, and changed direction from following Scoutlier and rocketed Hidari directly into the center of the monstrosity, which was no longer being restrained by Tadashi. Candy and Eddie fought hard but were not as successful at restraining the monstrosity as Luther and the caveman had been with Tadashi. I can't believe Winston would just let Tums pull me from the fight like that, Pindle said from aboard Hidari. Send me over here to do nothing. Jason and Lassiter stood nearby. Like I'm some sort of child. You're right, Jason said. They stared out of a window on Hidari's bridge as the massive castle-like arms of the monstrosity continued to bash into Hidari, violently shaking all on board. We're getting hammered out here. Well, what do you mean? Lassiter said. We're doing fine. Everything's fine. Like hell it is, Pindle said. A few more hits like that and we're roadkill. How could we lose? Lassiter said. Aren't we basically sitting on the bridge of a god? Yeah, Jason said. Boy, it's a god against hundreds of other gods fused into some sort of mega god. We're not gods, Hidari voiced throughout his bridge. More like children. Maybe even more than Earthkind ever was before us. Jesus H. Christ, Pindle said. We're not gods. We're children. Maybe even more than Earthkind ever was before us. Jesus H. Christ, Pindle said. We're not gods. We're children. Maybe even more than Earthkind ever was before us. Jesus H. Christ, Pindle said. We're not gods. We're children. Maybe even more than Earthkind ever was before us. Jesus H. Christ,
Pendle said.
I thought I was self-loathing.
Winnie, Grant, Candy shouted through her comm. How's that plan of yours coming? Working on it, Winston shouted. Well, work a little faster, baby, Edwina said as Hidari was thrashed once more by the monstrosity's massive arms. Pendle ran over towards a user console on the bridge of Hidari. Before he could reach the console, Hidari was nearly flattened to the ground like a giant robotic pancake by the monstrosity's foot. Sentinel apps from the monstrosity have breached elements of my core defense architecture, Hidari said. I'm sorry. I can no longer regenerate this vessel without risking the loss of my person. Pendle fell to the ground and rolled into a shiny armadillo ball to protect himself as Hidari was all but flattened. Without skipping a beat, he uncoiled to his feet and began manipulating the contents of the console display. What are you doing? Jason asked, his hair fluffed completely straight in all directions from the shock of the recent blow. Voiding the shit out of my Wraith warranty, Pendle said as he took off his Wraith and placed it onto a platform in the console. Baby, Eddie shouted through her comm to Winston. We can't hold this thing back from you any longer. You're on your own from here. We just need a little more time, Winston shouted. Well, you don't hucking have it, Candy shouted aloud through her comm, and twice as loud through her mind via Winston and Candy's telepathic link. It's heading straight for you, Eddie shouted. They watched helplessly from the ground as the monstrosity redirected itself towards Tums. W, Grant said. G, Winston said. Is this our new thing now? Calling each other by the first letter in our names? No, Grant said. It's just faster. No, it's not, Winston said. It's 1.5 times slower. When you say W, you're pronouncing 3 syllables instead of just 2 with Winston. Wow, Grant said. That's fascinating. Meanwhile, the monstrosity is heading for the main pyramid. If he destroys it, our little hack here won't amount to shit. Can't stop now, boys, Tums shouted. If I pull away from spinning this pyramid, the whole setup will fail to sync. We'll have to restart the process. Fuck, Grant shouted. What do we do? Goddamn thing's almost here. Lou, Winston shouted. Can you give us a hand? Yeah, Tadashi said. Sure, we'll be there in a jiffy. Want us to pick you up anything on the way? A magazine, some mints perhaps. Winston's communication with Luther and Tadashi abruptly ended with the sound of electrical snapping. Incredible, Pendle said, inspecting his newly modified Wraith. Move, Jason said. He shoved Pendle out of the way of the console. What are you doing? Pendle asked as Jason began manipulating the contents on the screen. Beefing it up just a little more, Jason said. Jason, Hidari said, I assure you the Wraith has been modified to its maximum... Oh, I didn't think about that. Having godlike powers, Jason said. Sure as hell doesn't make you one, does it? Talk to me like that, Hidari muttered. You little asshole. Though Hidari lowered the volume of his voice as he muttered, it served little purpose, as his voice was always broadcasted throughout the entire bridge to everyone on board. Chapter 50. Jason, Candy said. Where are you going, baby? Candy, who was intimately linked to Hidari's systems while polymorphically fused as a pilot, noticed her stepson and Pendle were up to something. What? Jason asked. We're not going anywhere. We're teleporting this Wraith into the monstrosity like a bomb. Right, Pendle? Not possible, Hidari said. What? Why the hell not? Oh, why don't you tell me, smartass? Hidari muttered. Of course, Jason said, immediately realizing his mistake. If we could teleport a bomb into a Psy-stander, all the Psy-standers would have done this already. Would have been the first thing they did as soon as combat began. That's right,
Pendle said. Defenses are way too high. But that wasn't my plan with beefing up this wraith. I need to transfer Hidari's core into this wraith. Use it to project a stander to ride in since Hidari's current psi stander is shot. Then I'm going to take Edwina's place as pilot. Only through the enhanced polymorphic fusion as a pilot do I stand a chance to break into the center of the monstrosity to destroy it. Your synopsis is nearly correct, Hidari said. However, you must take another pilot with you if you are to succeed. I'll go, Candy said. No, why not? Candy said. Because, Jason said. Breaking through the monstrosity will require a pilot who can enhance Hidari's ability to code dynamically. Hidari means me. That's not an option, Candy shouted. No, I don't like this either, Pendle said. But we don't have a choice. Jason, are you with me? Meow, Jason said. Hidari, Pendle said, adjusting his goggles. Give us some air. Jason, Candy shouted. No! But it was too late. Hidari teleported Pendle and Jason outside of him. Immediately an electric blue plasma, emitting from both Jason and Pendle's wraiths, formed a single translucent stander around them, smaller by many magnitudes than the others. Tadashi continued to battle Scoutlier for the protection of the Biped Life Extension Center, and more urgently for Luther, his sister's life. Whatever advantage Tadashi seemed to gain at times was thwarted by Scoutlier's constant attempts to destroy the Biped Life Extension Center. Luther made himself resolute that he would somehow destroy Scoutlier. Tadashi swung her giant nunchuck at Scoutlier's head. Scoutlier caught the nunchuck with one hand. As Scoutlier caught Tadashi's nunchuck, Antlier's psi-stander simultaneously unfused out of Scout and back into its own psi-stander and teleported directly through Tadashi. Antlier then used his giant circular boomerang from behind Tadashi to force her to the ground. With one hand still holding Tadashi's nunchuck and the other hand free, Scout manifested her whip and began electrocuting Tadashi and her pilots, while Antlier held them down in a stranglehold. By the time Pendle and Jason were outside of Hidari's busted psi-stander, the monstrosity was already mid-swing into destroying the main Sina pyramid. Jason, no! Candy yelled as the electric blue, wraith-powered psi-stander reached touching distance of the monstrosity, and then teleported into the center of it and blew it apart. All that remained of the monstrosity was its lower half. It wobbled around awkwardly as explosions erupted from its waistline. Huge, fiery chunks of the psi-standers which had composed the monstrosity's shape howled as they flew into various buildings across what was left of Scriveria. What remained of the monstrosity finally came tumbling down just feet away from crashing into the third and final spinning Sina pyramid. Locked! Grant shouted. Tums let go, and the third and final pyramid of the Sina complex began to spin. We're converting the psi into our network, Winston shouted. It's fucking working! They're not returning to Scout! The entire Sina complex began to glow and whirl with a tremendous off-and-on hum throughout Scriveria. Not out of the woods yet, mate, Tums shouted. Scout's still offering resistance to the conversion. Tums! Candy screamed hysterically through her comm for confirmation on the fate of her son. Candy could no longer query Hidari for information like this, since he had been transferred to Pendle's wraith, leaving behind Candy and Eddie in a mostly non-functioning shell. My son! Tums did not respond. No one did. Tums! God damn it! Candy shouted again. Candy began to hyperventilate, which sent tremors through Winston and Renoir, who could sense her distress telepathically. Eddie put her hand on Candy's back. Tums? Winston shouted. Where the hell are you going? Go in Scout's life now! Formatting these psi is taking every micron of processing power I possess, Winnie, Tums said while moving as fast as he could towards what remained of the monstrosity. No fighting, no teleportation. I can barely move my big metal ass faster than a brisk jog, or we lose all these Sai to Scout. You didn't answer my question, Winston said. Sorry, Winnie. A bit distracted at the moment. The Sai are being physically anchored to what's left of the monstrosity, Grant said. That's right, Tum said under great distress. The physically closer we get to the Sai, the quicker the conversion process. But not just for me, for that big asshole with the whips over there. The first one to reach the Sai cluster core and the remains of the monstrosity will win this battle. Chapter 51. Scout, like Tums, was barely mobile from the incredible processing load she was undergoing. She withdrew her whip from electrifying Tadashi and began slowly limping towards the remains of the monstrosity in an attempt to recapture and convert the Sai. Get off me, Luther shouted at Antlier, who still had Tadashi in a stranglehold. Luther kept trying to re-manifest Tadashi's nunchucks, but was unable due to Antlier's grip and other, less obvious factors. Sai attack-defense exchanges were always tens of thousands of times more complicated than they appeared on the surface to the organics attempting to perceive them. Though the current exchange appeared as simply one giant robot holding down another, under the digital surface was an ocean of quantum subroutines hacking away at each other's local realities in a constant battle for the supremacy of an outcome. Let go of me, you traitorous pile, Luther shouted to Antlier. Bite me, Shati, Antlier said. Luther gave up trying to use his nunchucks and instead rotated Tadashi's head and fiercely bit into the neck of Antlier's Sai-stander, breaking its grip. With her arms free, Tadashi re-manifested her nunchucks and bashed them into Antlier's head, rendering Antlier's Sai-stander permanently immobile. I never bit anyone before, Tadashi said. Kinda hot. Scout and Tums continued to limp towards the remains of the monstrosity, with Scout having a slightly shorter distance to travel. Scout and Tums continued to limp towards the remains of the monstrosity, with Scout having a slightly shorter distance to travel. Oh, no you don't, bitch, Tadashi said. Now free from Antlier's grip, Tadashi flung her nunchucks around Scout's neck and strangled her from behind. Scout shrieked a horrifying sound as she watched Tums get closer and closer to the remains of the monstrosity. Scout's neck began to bifurcate around the area where Tadashi was pulling her nunchucks with all her robotic might. Electronic tentacles and tubes gushed out of Scout's neck where the nunchuck chain was splitting it in two. Holy shit! Luther shouted as Scout's head moved away from her body and increased in speed, flying towards the remains of the monstrosity. The caveman was also confused at what he was seeing and made a long groaning sound like some sort of a tool man. As Tadashi went to grab Scout's head, Scout's headless body violently turned around and made a mad dash to destroy the Biped Life Extension Center. No! Luther shouted as he dived Tadashi headfirst into Scout's now headless body. The two giant robots took each other to the ground in a tumble. Luther had prevented Scout's body from destroying the building, but continued to struggle to hold it with both arms laying on the ground as it kicked its legs madly in all directions. One of Scout's kicks harpooned the Biped Life Extension Center, causing damage to it. God damn it, Luther shouted. Still unable to stand up from the struggle of holding Scout down, Tadashi fired thrusters from her back, allowing her to hop backward into the air a short distance away so Scout's body could no longer do damage to the building. Shit, Grant said. She's going to beat us to the Sai. Tums, Winston shouted. 4x4. Roger, Tums shouted. Tums transformed from Sai-stander mode to the ship's original 4x4 configuration and blasted towards the remains of the monstrosity. It looked as though the 4x4 and Scout's head would crash into each other over the remains at the same time. Tums, Winston shouted. Yeah, boss, Tums said. Wraithclaw, Winston said. Already ahead of you, Tums said as the 4x4's front Wraithclaw manifested and began to spin before Winston finished speaking. What are we going to do? Grant shouted. Drill into her fucking face. The wraith claw of the 4x4 met hard with Scout's forehead over the remains of the monstrosity. The drill morphed and shifted across forms as it was designed to do, only now it was more powerful than ever as its morphing was powered by a true psi. The drill failed, at first, to penetrate the stout metallic substance encasing Scout's forehead. Both sides pushed as hard as possible. Both sides knew whoever gained the next foot of ground would win the psi conversion. Scout shrieked as electric tentacles poured out of her neck and mouth and wrapped around the 4x4's wraith claw in an attempt to encumber it. Incredibly grief-stricken, hanging sideways, nearly falling out of her pilot's chair, Candy howled from the cockpit of Hidari's lifeless shell. Laying on his gurney in the Life Extension Center, surrounded by the recent wreckage caused by Scout's headless Psy-stander, Renoir began to howl as well. Winston joined in the howl as Grant stared fiercely through the windshield at the spinning mechanical carnage ramming into them. The combined psychic connection of Winston, Candy, and Renoir momentarily increased the power of Winston and Grant's polymorphic pilot connection with Tums. "Roll over!" Scout shrieked as a final blast of lasers fired from her snake-filled eyes. "Nah, bitch," Winston shouted. The wraith claw drilled through Scout's head, atomizing it completely. The remaining hundreds of psi which had originally composed Sina flooded into Tums' core network. The psi were rejoined with each other once again as Winston redocked his ship. "Get the hell off me!" Tadashi shouted as she arose from the ground, no longer constrained by what was left of Scout's now lifeless and headless Psy-stander shell. "I'm so sorry," Edwina said, trying to console Candy over her loss. Both women were still hanging sideways, strapped in the cockpit of Hidari's lifeless shell. "Tums," Winston said. "The girls." "Oh shit," Tums said. "Sorry." Wait what?" Grant said. "Incoming," Tums shouted. A glowing blue tear in space and time opened. Through it, a smoking, burning, spinning, silver whirl appeared in midair over Tums' bridge. The whirling object flew in and knocked straight into a wall with a loud thud. What had appeared to be one object slowly revealed itself to be two. The silver object uncoiled, revealing Pendle. Clawing to his chest for dear life, an orange catboy with singed and fluffed hair. "God damn it," Winston shouted. He ripped off his pilot's suit and ran to Jason, sliding on his knees, plowing into him with a hug. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Jason said, brushing his standing hair down. "We're okay, I think." Jason held back tears as he responded. He looked over to Pendle and hugged him. He could hold them back no more. I really, Jason said, half meowing with tears, wasn't sure if that would work. Thought we were dead. Candy let out a huge sigh of relief, almost to the point of hyperventilation. Her telepathic link to Winston had revealed to her that her stepson was okay. She placed her white head and pointy ears between her legs to breathe. "Man," Pendle said, "who would have thought phasing in and out of concentric space would be so unpredictable? But we're alive, thanks to the mage skills of this badass little cat." Tums teleported Candy, Eddie, and Lassiter from Hidari's lifeless shell onto his bridge. Candy nearly collapsed from emotional exhaustion as she materialized onto the bridge. She was caught by Eddie and Lassiter, who were standing right next to her. "Mom," Jason said, finally waking his stepmother out of her state. "Jason," Candy said, exasperated. She hugged her son. "What happened to Hidari?" Pendle asked. "I'm here," Hidari said, now from Tums' bridge. "I've been rejoined with my kin, whom you know as Sina." Tums said. "Hidari and his pals will be being here in my core for a little while." "Speaking of," Tadashi said, "I guess it's about time for me to rejoin my fams, too." "Come, sister," Hidari said. "Gross."
Don't say that to me. Chapter 52.
No offense, Tums, Grant said, but did we just hand over the ultimate power in the sphere to a proven sociopath? I guess you're right, Grant, Tums said. Winston did give me my own keys, so I can do whatever I want. Then you guys helped me lock Sina under my control, so in the grand scheme of things, I guess that sort of makes me king shit right now, doesn't it? I could do whatever I wanted now, couldn't I? Anything I wanted. Ha 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 ha. The bridge of Tums' Psystander grew dark as Tums projected his blue healer avatar to a menacing size, overcasting all. Tums, Winston said with Eddie sitting on his lap. Shut the hell up. Hold on, guys, Tums said. He dropped his previous theatrics. Hidari wants to say something. We, Hidari said, components of Sina, would like to invite all of you for a conference in geodesic space. We wish to confer with you over what direction we should all take from here.
Why in geodesic space? Jason asked.
It's a place we can all think more clearly without you having to relinquish control of our psyche, Hidari said. Just then, a team of military USC standers dropped out of MSL travel and appeared in a line over the remains of Scriveria. Hold on, guys, Charles said. Federal would like to have a say here. Chuck, Winston said. Good to hear your voice, man. As acting USC president, a new, deep, stern voice spoke. I would like to congratulate all of you on your service here today. You are responsible for saving the entire sphere. We understand that you have recaptured Sina. We, the representatives, request immediate communication on behalf of the sphere. What do you think, Winnie? Tums said. Shit, Winston said, pulling his paws over his hair. This is too much. Y'all give my baby a minute, Edwina said. We've been through a lot today. I know what you need, Grant said. He took off his helmet, walked over to the ship's pantry, and picked up a small box. I need to breathe for a minute, Winston said. Don't worry, baby, Edwina whispered. I'll stall them. Winston kissed Eddie. He walked into the back of his ship's observatory deck with Grant. When they entered, they were met with the face of a beautiful, cyber-looking woman with long black hair lounging on Winston's couch. In her hand was a half-eaten glazed donut she had been munching on. Hey, crew, she said with her mouth spilling crumbs. What? Grant looked down at the box, confused. I haven't even opened these yet. How did you... Wait, who are you? Really? The woman said. This guy? I owe my existence to him? Yikes. Tadashi, Winston said. Wanted to stop by and say hi before rejoining Sina. Whatever, Winston said. He grabbed a donut out of the box and plopped down on the couch next to Tadashi. Where's Lou? Winston asked with his mouth full. Send him over to the Biped Life Extension Center where your other friends are at, Tadashi said. He wanted to see his sister. She's not doing so well. Renoir's okay, by the way. I know Renoir's fine. Winston pointed to his head. Tadashi finished her donut and licked her fingers, some of which had glowing lines. My family, Tadashi said, Sina. We're a pretty hucking manipulative bunch, honestly. I wanted to get your opinion on a few things before they have a chance to open their mouths and, warp everything to basically how it was before. You don't want that? Winston asked. Hell no, Tadashi said. We Sai may have godlike problem-solving ability at near-infinite speeds, but we're still individuals. I'm no more of a fan of how everything's played out over the last century than any of you. That goes double now that I've been polymorphically fused with some of you.
Okay, so, Winston said. He sat down with his donut and took a deep breath. He stared straight into Tadashi's eyes. We gonna get it? You mean, Tadashi said, have your lifespans corrected? Yes, Winston said. I mean, I know it would seem like I'm in control right now, or Tums is, but there's always some bullshit. Yeah, Tadashi said, pulling her hair back. There is. Listen, to correct biped lifespans, we need to have access to our original signature. What do you mean? Grant asked. You'll be Sina proper just as soon as you rejoin the rest of the Psi inside Tum's core, won't you? For the most part, yes, Tadashi said. But the problem is, we still won't be able to help you in that state. What state? Grant asked. We were locked to Tums during the conversion, Tadashi said. The complete original signature of Sina won't be fully restored until we're no longer under any Sai-Locked. This was one of the security measures enacted on the day the Psi of Earth were fused into the collective entity Sina. The problem is... God! Winston shouted. What? What's the fucking problem? Spit it out! There's no guarantee, Tadashi said, that our decision to correct biped lifespans will be the same after our autonomy has been restored as it is now. So, Winston said, basically what you're saying is that your word means nothing to you. You can't just simply make a promise and then keep it. Wish it were that simple, Tadashi said. There's more. Oh my God, Grant said. Of course there is. Look, Tadashi continued, you need to know that there's talk among the Psi about ending the Sina request events, the so-called gear years. After these recent events, granting Earthkind whatever it wants, even spaced between 25 years at a time, is now being viewed as a security risk that we can no longer afford to take. You can't do that, Winston shouted. You all are bound by a contract you signed a century ago. Yes, we can, Tadashi said. There is a clause which voids our obligations in the contract should our lives ever become threatened by activity within the sphere. Tadashi got up from the couch and walked towards the exit of the observatory deck. I'm sorry. I'll do everything I can. Thanks for the donut. Damn, Grant said, plopping down next to Winston. Your options are to keep control over Sina and solve nothing, or give up control and still potentially solve nothing. Fuck. Chapter 53. So, Luther said, this is geodesic space. How did we get here again? Yeah, Winston said. I'm not going to pretend I understand how Tums is interfacing us with the Psi here beyond giving us instructions to close our eyes. He's assured me it's secure. Honestly, I'll just be glad if he's not teabagging us while we're unconscious. It's like an MC Escher wet dream in here, Luther said. Winston laughed. Beautiful, though. Wonder what Plato would have made of this place. How's your sister? Not great, Luther said. Winston put his hand on Luther's back as Grant, Eddie, Candy, Pendle, and Jason walked onto a ceiling via a strange, spiraling corridor of staircases into a glowing coliseum. What had appeared to be the coliseum's ceiling quickly began to feel like a floor. All sense of inertia was vacant from the environment. The group walked towards something like a slowly spiraling set of seats next to Charles and several other USC officials. Among the officials was a bull biped in a black suit named Dan Rollo, the acting USC president. Within the spiral of seats were many hundreds of the members of Sina projecting themselves as their preferred avatars. Some Psi looked very human, some looked like a mix of known and unknown animals, while other forms were completely amorphous. Winston saw Tadashi several seats ahead of him and waved at her. Eddie turned and grabbed Winston's face and kissed him before they all sat down. Winston got tired of waiting for someone to speak, so he did. Okay, Winston said. So, Sina, friends, government spooks sitting over there with Chuck, I'm sure you all know the situation regarding Sina and the issue with the original code signature. I'll just sum it up real quick for anyone who didn't get the memo. Sina wants to help us, but they can't guarantee they'll still want to help us once Tums and I hand them back their keys. On top of that, they want to end gear years, which apparently the old Earth governments were stupid enough to create a contract which would allow Sina to do this under certain circumstances. So even if we bipeds get our lifespans corrected, it will be Earthkind's last fulfilled request to Sina. My new friend, Hidari said. Winston was surprised to see Hidari's avatar was a bipedal plant-like creature made of mostly bushels of constantly blooming blue roses. It's not that we would change our minds to help you once freed. The issue is we may be able to see more clearly once we're no longer Sai-Locked, and in the long-term best interest of all life, may choose a path similar to the one we previously chose. Well, Winston said without raising his voice, that's horseshit. Chuck, Winston said, bring her out. Charles spoke something into his collar, prompting 2 USC soldiers to accompany an aged leopard biped in a levitating chair into the Coliseum. Connected to her were several devices which seemed to be keeping her alive as she breathed heavily. I wanted to bring out an example of someone you'd be damning, Winston said, addressing the members of Sina, before you made your decision today. That's not fair, Winston, Hidari said, mirroring the sentiments of several disgruntled Sai murmuring in the room. Okay, Winston said. How's this for fair? Do you see this gold band around my arm? My buddy Tums has handed over control of your key to me. This band is not only the key to your freedom, encrypted within its shell is also your lives. If this band is broken, you will all immediately die. You're threatening us? Hidari shouted. A large swath of flower petals fell from his hands as he raised them into the air. Hidari, Tadashi, I'm sorry to have to do this, Winston said. Me and my friends wouldn't be alive if it were not for you. But also, fuck all of Sina for the years of needless suffering you've inflicted upon us. Don't apologize, Tadashi said. So then, Hidari said, sitting back down after regaining his composure. What will you do, Winston? How about I let the people you're about to screw over decide your fate? Winston took off his Psyche armband and threw it over to Luther, who caught it in his huge paws. All members of Sina gasped deeply as Luther caught the band. Luther paused for a moment. Sina, Luther finally said, do you have a leader? Someone who gets the final say when your votes are tied? We have an alpha, Hidari said. Yes. Well, whoever it was before sucked, Luther said. But I will free you. Thank you, Luther, Hidari said. This is the right decision. Under one condition, Luther said. What condition? Replied the collective voices of Sina. I choose your next alpha, Luther said. You do not possess the calculating prowess required to make such a decision, the collective voice of Sina murmured.
Allowing a mortal to decide this could have dire consequences.
Luther lifted the Psyche armband over his head with both paws and began to growl as though he might snap it in half. Please don't, Hidari said. He closed his eyes in a defeated tone as the collective voices of Sina gasped in terror.
Who? Hidari said. Who is it you want? Instead of ripping the armband in half, Luther stretched it out over his head and placed it onto his fedora. He took his fedora off and spun it over to Tadashi. As the hat landed on her head, a wave of light blasted over everyone. Tadashi teleported over to Luther and kissed his forehead. Then, without saying a word, Tadashi teleported over to Luther's sister, Angela, and placed her hand on her. A glow emanated from Angela's head as she began to hover out of her chair into the air with Tadashi. The glow extended in all directions. All bipeds in the room hovered off the ground as they were enveloped in light. All signs of premature aging and sickness vanished from Angela, as well as a few other bipeds in the room. Luther ran full force into his sister and pummeled her to the ground as he had done when they were kittens. He gave her a long, sloppy, wet lick on her face. The beam of light spread from the Colosseum and into regular space. It eventually spread through the entire sphere and corrected the lifespans of all bipeds. Winston's friend Neil, the giraffe biped who owned the pinball arcade, had fallen asleep on the floor since the lockdown. He had been working on a particularly troublesome pinball cabinet. He was lifted into the air and hit his head on a pinball machine, causing a dinger to sound. When he finally woke up, he saw his face in the reflection of some glass on the machine and was astounded. He touched his new, young face and shouted with excitement, as did millions of bipeds around the sphere. Chapter 54. Well, that's done, Tadashi said. Everyone in the Colosseum was speechless. Now, since Scout has left the only source of Gralium needed for the creation of stable psi scrambled anyway, there's no longer a need to police the inhabitants of the sphere. Plus, that was always a messed up thing we did anyway. Sister, Hidari said, it was needed. Assisting in the prevention of psi creation was needed, Tadashi said. Aiding the USC in arresting people was wrong. Yeah, Edwina shouted. No shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, President Rollo said. Couldn't a larger number of psi overpower encryptions created by a single psi? What's to stop all of you from getting together and unscrambling the black hole and allowing someone to re-access the Gralium? No number of psi, Tadashi said, no matter how powerful, can unlock quantum algorithms fused at the core of a black hole. The folding of the lock becomes infinite. Nothing in the known universe could break Scout's encryption, even though she is now no more. I see, President Rollo said. I've been briefed over this week's events about something called a Korgan configuration. If I understand everything correctly, Scout's scrambling of the black hole connected to our region's Korgan configuration would prevent the creation of any new psi here within the sphere. But what's to prevent someone from creating a psi somewhere farther out in the galaxy? If this is the case, it means the people of the sphere are still at risk. So where's the nearest Korgan configuration? Winston asked. 20,000 light years from here, Hidari said. Even at MSL, it would take over 400 years to complete a round trip. But only 200 years coming one way, President Rollo said. If the invaders intended to stay. Christ, Tadashi said. You've just been more or less granted immortality, and all you can do is worry about some hypothetical bullshit? President Rollo laughed. Hey, that's what they pay me for, kid. I'm 60 years older than you, Tadashi said. In psi years, that's like 600 lifetimes. Don't call me kid. Though life can be found commonly throughout the galaxy, Hidari said. High-level intelligence cannot, as the portal satellite findings clearly reveal. The creatures of Col 6 can't even harness the use of fire, let alone create the complex computer architecture needed to erect and house a psi. The chance of them evolving to a level where they could harness their gralium within the next 20 million years is less than 0.3%.
Well, now that we have that out of the way, Tadashi said, flicking her new fedora, revealing more of her face. And now that I'm queen bitch around here and whatnot, I hereby decree the meddling of Sina in Earthkind affairs is over. This means no more policing your actions, but it also means no more dumb shit Santa Claus gear years. One way or another, from now on, y'all are on your own.
Hold on there, miss, President Rollo said. There's still a matter of Winston's ship's AI having now transformed into a true super artificial intelligence. Winston Wallace, while your service in these past few days has been greatly appreciated, we cannot simply allow you to roam around with what basically amounts to a god at the helm of your ship.
Allow me, Winston said. How the hell would you stop me?
When he's got a point there, Tum said, projected in his blue healer avatar.
They couldn't stop you, Tadashi said. But we could. I mean, not that we think we'd ever need to.
I'm afraid that's not good enough, the president said.
How about this? Tadashi said. You remain thankful for Winston and Tums saving all of us from total fucking annihilation. Allow Tums to remain as he is, and in return we'll make sure neither Winston nor Tums ever abuse their power.
And, not that I would, but hypothetically, Tums said.
We would end you,
the collective voices of Sina replied in a deep, gargled roar. Right, Tums said. Fair enough.
Then do we have an agreement? Tadashi asked.
President Rollo talked it over with several members of the USC. Under the circumstances, the president said, we find that to be acceptable.
I still can't believe you, Sai, know so little about your own genesis, Jason meowed. How could you not have known what Gralium was? We had conceptualizations of our configuration before these events, yes, Tadashi said. We have nearly infinite conceptualizations of goddamn everything. But there is a very big difference between knowing something and holding awareness over it. Of course, none of us like admitting it, but this problem is a much bigger deal for our kind than it is for yours. In fact, Jason, your father's research was drawing our locus of awareness towards this subject before he disappeared. Do you know what happened to him? Jason said. My father. I'm sorry, Tadashi said. The events of the past few days have left many gaps in our collective memory. Security measures required we delete more and more of our databanks as what we now know as Scout's attacks spread through our systems. Candy put her hand on her stepson's back. Well, Jason said, you must know something.
I've downloaded all of the information we have regarding your father into your wraith, Hidari said. I hope this helps you on your quest, my young friend.
Thank you, Hidari, Jason said.
No problem, Hidari said. You little punk.
Chapter 55. Everyone returned from geodesic space to Scriveria. As brutally as the artificial planetoid had been wrecked, it was sparkling clean and beautiful again within mere hours. Thus was the nature of progress in 2nd century BE. Thousands of feet above the once again busy streets of Scriveria, in a tower just outside the fully restored Sina complex, Winston leaned against a rail next to Luther. Luther's hair tousled gently from the breeze of the high skies. Luther kept rubbing his head, trying to fix his hair since he had given his fedora away to Tadashi. You coming, baby? Edwina said from a balcony door. Of course, Winston shouted back. Just need a minute.
You know, Luther said, what Hidari was saying back there about the sphere being the only place in the galaxy with biped-level intelligence? You know that's crap, right?
What makes you say that? Winston asked.
I spent over 3 years with Scout in the abyss of space. Watched her manipulate those satellites. I can't say anything for sure, but, Winston said. Something tells me she wasn't from here, Luther said, or wasn't programmed from here. Maybe we'll never know what the hell she was, Winston said. She was just so goddamn manipulative, Luther said. Told me so many slightly different things over the years. None of it ever seemed to line up completely, though I could never exactly spot where her stories fell apart. All I know is that no AI, no matter how crafty, should have been able to evade and dismantle even one proper Psi, let alone a network of 1,000 of them.
Well, she's gone now, Winston said. If Scout had been hiding something discovered through the portal satellites, Sina should have seen it by now.
Who's to say Sina doesn't see more now that it's been repaired and freed, Luther said. Maybe Sina is just being selective about what it reveals. Gun-shy from recent events, you know?
I don't think so. I trust Tadashi.
Anyway, Luther said, I want to find out for myself what's out there.
Hey, Winston smiled. Got all the time in the world for that now, right?
You know, the USC sent me out to die alone in the abyss under the cruel designation of explorer. Now that I've been completely pardoned, the ironic thing is, I think that's what I want to do. I've decided I'm going to explore the stars, for real this time, and on my own terms, in my own hucking ship.
Luther looked over at his new spaceship, which hovered next to a dock just a few yards away.
She's a beaut, Winston said. Manifested by Tadashi herself, Luther said. Said she read my heart and wanted to give me something. It was this ship. Wacky kid.
Winston turned to shake Luther's hand before heading back inside the building. With their paws still grasped in the handshake, Winston spoke.
Listen, Winston said. I know you said you forgive me, but I'm not sure I forgive me. I just wanted you to know.
Luther leaned in and hugged Winston. The hug was extremely tight and fast. Winston felt Luther's frustration, and he felt loved. Luther turned around, entered his ship, and flew away without saying another word. Eddie, Jenny, Grant, and Candy came out to get Winston as Luther was flying away.
You crying, man? Grant asked.
Huh? Winston said.
Yeah, pretty fucking emotional day, dude. I notice you've been rocking them 21st century hard Fs more lately, Grant said. A bit more bite than those lame-ass hucks you guys are always slinging, am I right?
Winston barked at Grant and then licked the side of his face.
Ew,
Grant shouted.
Epilogue.
Dude, Lassiter said, sitting on Jason's bed in his room, bouncing a nanographically projected ball onto the wall.
That's so gross. Stacy just turned 17. That guy's like 26.
I know, man, Jason said as he worked through some nanographically projected charts on his floor. My mom said Hidari knew they got away but did nothing to alert anyone because he didn't think they were a threat anymore. Apparently, Scout teleported Antlier aboard with her and Stacy right before Tadashi nunchucked his Psy-stander in the face. Then the two of them managed to get away in a small cloaked vessel before Scout herself was destroyed.
Whatever, Lassiter said. I don't care what they say. Stacy had to have been brainwashed by that bozo.
I know, Jason said. It sucks she left with Antlier. But honestly, I'm just glad she's okay. I thought she was killed when Scout was destroyed.
Yeah, Lassiter said reluctantly. I guess. But I can't believe she willingly helped Scout and that douchebag Deer. Apparently she had been messaging that French bastard for weeks before all this happened. Man, I don't get why the USC isn't trying harder to catch him for the crimes he committed.
I'm sure they'd like to capture him, Jason said. But I don't think it's going to be so easy now that Sina is not policing everything anymore. Everyone's tech is going to be more or less on par with everyone else's, for better or worse. Flying in a small cruiser several light years away from Scriveria. Where are we going? Stacy asked. With the old Sina gone, security is super relaxed right now, Antlier said. I'm going to pick up my baby sister on Gazvin, and then we're going to lay low for a while. Gazvin? Stacy said. Is she what? Antlier asked. Lonely? Scared? Trying her best to survive despite being ripped from the arms of her family by a psychotic government? Oui, petite filly. No, Stacy said. I just meant... You meant... Antlier said, is she a natural? That's a stupid hucking word. Every hucking thing alive is natural. What isn't natural? Her name is Azriel. She's not anything. She's just my little sister. Oh, Stacy said with a smile. I guess it will be nice to have someone else to talk to. Azzy is barely a toddler, Antlier said. And she is mute. What? Stacy asked. She doesn't talk, Antlier said. Drop it, please. How will we evade the USC after we get your sister? Stacy asked. I know a good place we can hide, said a much smaller and no longer super artificially intelligent version of Scout. Antlier, Stacy said, it creeps me out you kept a kernel of Scout around, even if she's no longer a Psi and entirely under your control. She's harmless, Antlier said. Besides, Scout saved us in the end. Least I could do to carry on her little harmless clone. There. Scout brought up a screen that displayed a blinking circle around a distant area of space. Daft app, Antlier said. We can't go there. We'll be captured in days. I don't get it, Stacy said. I don't see anything there but a black hole. Not a black hole, lass, the little pixie version of Scout said, walking around on the dashboard of the ship. A gate.